you are used to take out.
Get it from the film, yo.
No, don't bro.
More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. We don't take no L's, we take lessons. They can't stop our vibe, we keep them guessing. I used to be depressed, my G. Felt like a waste man, like Mr. Bean. Hearing voices, demons troubling me. But then I had to rise up, I had to get myself clean. 5 years later, now I'm feeling so free. 1 year now in the music scene. I never worked and I showed my worth. And now 1 year on 500,000 streams. Book-eye, one good vibe, best book-eye. All praises to the Most High, make me feel so fly. No bad vibes, no bad vibes. Everything's blessed over these sides. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. We don't take no L's, we take lessons. They can't stop our vibe, we keep them guessing. Life is a blessing, G. Every day's a new day, you get me. 1 minute my brain was thinking straight. Next thing I'm getting love from I'm just paid. Mad, life is just mad. I remember when I thought I was going mad. My brain had me feeling like I was a madman. And now I'm getting love from Steve-O, the madman. Book-eye, one good vibe, best book-eye. All praises to the Most High, make me feel so fly. No bad vibes, no bad vibes. Everything's blessed over these sides. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing. More life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing.
Hey yo, bad man. Ryan have a message for you, see. Better on a quit now, you know. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Them life miserable, we come for over here. Them nasty we feel, to that I swear. More them fight, and the more we strive. Can't stop we from make it in a life. With success, a cost them be a pain. Bad mind, them just a do it in vain. Mulla we account till we step sprain. Blessing a fall down pon we like rain. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Them see the thing I shot now, we sky high. Them a watch out with business, like spy. Down a station, them live but we name be a lie. Ego we a swear, we name them a sing. Bad mind stop it, you can't stop. We blessing Father God done show me. Youth ya go win, so them bad mind ways can't stop my bird. Them feel no say, gotta watch over our head. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again, bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. We no can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Them like miserable, we come for over here. Them now see we feel, to that I swear. More them fight, and the more we strive. Can't stop we from make it in a life. With success, I cost them their pain. Bad mind, them just a do it in vain. Mula we account till we reach them sprain. Blessing a fall down pound we like rain. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. Wanna can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. The more we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. We no can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. More we no fight, we still a win. Bad mind give up now. Can't stop we again. Bad mind give up now. Time for no accept defeat.
Tips the balance in favor of fair.
Hello, myth seekers. Ever wondered why Noah, after surviving a flood, decided to curse his son Ham? Or what cheeky deed Ham might have committed against dear old dad? And hold on to your togas, because things are about to get even spicier as we delve into the rather intimate relationship Lot shared with his daughters. But wait, there's more. Prepare to be blown away as we unravel how these biblical tales are not just kissing cousins with Mesopotamian myths, but might also be winking at the Greek gods, their spicy family dramas, and yes, even the snip-snip tale of Ouranos. So brace yourselves, because we're about to embark on a myth-busting journey of epic proportions, exposing the genealogic of these ancient stories. Let's dive in. Curse of Ham, family drama. In the book of Genesis, the curse of Ham is described as a curse which was imposed upon Ham's son, Canaan, by the patriarch Noah. It occurs in the context of Noah's drunkenness, and it is provoked by a shameful act which was perpetrated by Noah's son Ham, who saw the nakedness of his father. The exact nature of Ham's transgression and the reason Noah cursed Canaan when Ham had sinned has been debated for over 2,000 years. The story's original purpose may have been to justify the biblical subjection of the Canaanites to the Israelites, but in later centuries, the narrative was interpreted by some Christians, Muslims, and Jews as an explanation for black skin, as well as a justification for slavery of black people. Similarly, some in the Latter-day Saint movement used the curse of Ham to prevent the ordination of black men to its priesthood. Nevertheless, most Christians, Muslims, and Jews now disagree with such interpretations, because in the biblical text, Ham himself is not cursed, and race or skin color is never mentioned. While Genesis 9 never says that Ham was black, he became associated with black skin through folk etymology, deriving his name from a similar but actually unconnected word meaning dark or brown. This isn't the focus of today's episode, but it's worth noting for those still peddling this nonsense. Let's get past the ridiculous, racist nonsense of the past and move forward with better understanding. Genesis chapter 9, verses 20 to 27.
Noah began to be a man of the soil, and he planted a vineyard. He drank of the wine and became drunk and lay uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. Then Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and walked backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned backward, and they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant."
I just want to highlight how crazy it is that Canaan gets cursed for his father Ham's deeds. This really sounds like a horrific way of repaying justice for one man's wrongs, especially taking it out on your grandson because of what your son did to you. We should all see that this isn't something we should ever do to our own children. Agreed? Good. Now let's move on. The mystery of Ham's misdeed, and what did he do? Scholars have long puzzled over Ham's wrongdoing in the biblical narrative. They've narrowed it down to several interpretations. Voyeurism. Many believe Ham's act of seeing his father Noah naked wasn't grave enough to merit the harsh curse that followed. However, in Genesis 9:23, Shem and Japheth cover their father, suggesting they took the act of seeing someone's nakedness quite literally. Historical context supports this in some ways. In ancient Babylonia, looking at someone's private parts was a significant taboo. There's also a suggestion that Ham did more than just see. He may have spoken about his father's vulnerable state in public, leading to humiliation. Ancient texts like the Targum Onkelos and the Cave of Treasures imply that Ham's ridicule, not just his act of seeing, angered Noah. Paternal incest. Historically, some wondered if seeing someone's nakedness was a euphemism for a sexual act, as hinted in Leviticus 20, verse 17. This interpretation deepens with suggestions from ancient texts, like the Babylonian Talmud, proposing Ham might have physically harmed or even had a sexual encounter with Noah. Some Greek Bible translations and parallels drawn from Greek and Hittite myths support this theory. Maternal incest. A modern perspective championed by scholars like Bergsma and Hahn, theorizes Ham had relations with his mother. Leviticus 20 verse 11 gives weight to this interpretation. The emphasis on Canaan's curse rather than Ham's could be seen as evidence that Canaan was the result of this forbidden relationship. In summary, while Ham's exact misdeed remains debated, scholars continue to explore and interpret its meaning, drawing from both ancient texts and modern insights. Violation of religious tradition. Devorah Dimont highlights that the Book of Jubilees presents Noah's actions from planting to drinking wine in alignment with the Torah's guidelines. As a result, Noah's intoxication seems less concerning, and Ham's error becomes even more significant. Dimont points out that the details of Noah's actions in Jubilees 7:1-6 are consistent with specific interpretations from the Second Temple Judaism period regarding Leviticus 19:23-25 and Numbers 29:1-6. In this perspective, Ham's misdeed isn't just an act of disrespect toward his father, but also a breach of religious festival practices. Grave familial offense. The medieval scholar Rashi delves into the nature of Ham's transgression against Noah. He references varied rabbinic views. Some suggest Ham castrated Noah, while others believe Ham had a homosexual encounter with him. Rashi draws from the Sanhedrin 70a, emphasizing that those who think Ham was involved with his father sexually also agree with the castration theory. Rashi further contemplates Ham's motive. He suggests Ham reasoned that since the first man, Adam, had 2 sons and one killed the other over inheritance, Noah, with 3 sons, shouldn't desire a 4th due to potential conflicts. Interpretation of Ham's wrongdoing range from religious disrespect to severe familial offenses, reflecting diverse scholarly perspectives. In this episode, I'm going to give you a strong case for why the castration incest model makes the most sense. But first, I need to reveal some necessary information that might help us discover why this model makes the most sense. Let's go ahead with the biblical context and point out that in the book of Genesis, you have Noah and Lot suspiciously sharing some shocking elements that might help us before we see the Greek connections.
Genesis 19:23-38. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived, Lot and his daughters. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. One day the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children. As is the custom all over the earth, let's get our father to drink wine and then sleep with him and preserve our family line through our father." That night, they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Last night I slept with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and sleep with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites of today.
Here is a comparison between Genesis 9 with Noah and Genesis 19 with Lot. Noah had a world cataclysm by water. Lot had a world cataclysm by fire. Survivor of this cataclysm, Noah survives. Lot, survivor of this cataclysm. Noah, he drank wine and got drunk. Lot, he drank wine and got drunk. Noah, his offspring saw his nakedness, literally. Lot, his offspring saw his nakedness, literally. And in this case, it's explicitly sexual. Noah, he woke and knew what his youngest son did to him. Lot, he woke and did not know what his daughters did with him. Noah, national genealogies mentioned after this catastrophe from his seed, the Table of Nations. Lot, national genealogies mentioned after this catastrophe from his seed, concluding with Ammonites and Moabites, similar to the Table of Nations. We could go on to mention that whatever happened to Noah after Ham saw his nakedness had implications to his offspring. Whatever happened in Noah's tent, the result was not a pregnant person, as with Lot, his two daughters both get pregnant and birth the fathers of nations, similar to the Table of Nations list mentioned after this Jerry Springer scene earlier in Genesis. You could now see how just biblically one could see why a sexual deed makes the most sense just by comparison in the same book, Genesis. Strange detail to note, did Lot and his daughters really grab a bottle of wine before God nuked Sodom? Does this detail make any literal historical sense? Another strange detail by this author is trying to make Lot look innocent for having sex with his two daughters. A day or two earlier, Lot was offering his two virgin daughters to the raging mob that wanted to sexually take his angelic guests for a ride. Wouldn't Lot have questions of how his two daughters are now birthing two sons when they were virgins before they left and thought no one else was left on earth? If you think this is real history, you've been hoodwinked. It's time to wake up and ask real questions. Lot cannot remain completely innocent in this narrative. He needs to know something's up. Next, we will turn to the Greek world for answers, ignored by 99% of critical scholars. They either ignore it because they honestly have never seriously considered these comparisons due to their models of these portions of the Bible being older than this Greek connection. In a nutshell, most of the scholars are working off a model of comparing Genesis exclusively to Mesopotamian mythology using the documentary hypothesis. If something doesn't match the Mesopotamian world, they are quick to posit it as unique creation by the biblical author. The search for mythical antecedents stopped there. Why? Often it is because these academics prefer to stay with consensus on this issue, but MythVision wants to explore all options. We are changing the understanding of the Bible for the world to see. Thanks to scholars who are pushing the boundaries, such as Thomas L. Thompson, Nils Peter Lemke, Russell Gamirkin, Philip Wadenbaum, and several others willing to challenge the status quo. I hope that more people will see that we're even challenging those who hold to the documentary or supplementary hypothesis. That is our goal, is to stretch the boundaries and break free of the limitations on what we can explore, as long as there's sufficient and good reason to explore that path. Greek mythology describes various great floods throughout ancient history. Differing sources refer to the flood of Ogyges, the flood of Deucalion, and the flood of Dardanus, though often with similar or even contradictory details. Like most flood myths, these stories often involve themes of divine retribution, the savior of a culture hero, and the birth of a nation or nations. In addition to these floods, Greek mythology also says the world was periodically destroyed by fire, such as in the myth of Phaeton.
In Plato's Timaeus, there have been and there will be many and diverse destructions of mankind, of which the greatest water, and lesser ones by countless other means. For in truth, the story that is told in your country as well as ours, how once upon a time Phaeton, son of Helios, yoked his father's chariot, and because he was unable to drive it along the course taken by his father, burned up all that was upon the earth, and himself perished by a thunderbolt. That story, as it is told, has the fashion of a legend, but the truth of it lies in the occurrence of a shifting of the bodies in the heavens which move around the earth, and the destruction of the things on the earth by fierce fire, which recur at long intervals. At such times all they that dwell on the mountains and in the high and dry places suffer destruction more than those who dwell near to rivers and or the seas. And in our case, the Nile, our Savior in other ways, saves us also at such times from this calamity by rising high. And when, on the other hand, the gods purge the earth with a flood of waters, all the herdsmen and shepherds that are in the mountains are saved, but those in the cities of your land are swept into the sea by the streams. Whereas in our country, neither then nor at any other time does the water pour down over the fields from above. On the contrary, it all tends naturally to well up from below. Hence it is for these reasons that what is here preserved is reckoned to be most ancient. The truth being that in every place there is excessive heat or cold. To prevent it, there always exists some human stock, now more, now less in number. And if any event has occurred that is noble or great, in any way conspicuous, whether it be in your country or in ours or in some other place of which we know by report, all such events are recorded from of old and preserved here in our temples, whereas your people and the others are but newly equipped every time with letters, and all sorts are civilized states required. And when, after the usual interval of years, like a plague, the flood from heaven comes sweeping down afresh upon your people, it leaves none of you but the unlettered and uncultured, so that you become young as ever, with no knowledge of all that happened in old times in this land or in your own.
I want you to notice that Plato, along with several of the other myths that have both water and fire destructions or cataclysms, world-shattering events that go by fire and water. He says those in the high places, they are in a good spot when it comes to floods because flood rises, and those who are near water see rivers. Mankind's always been next to these kind of bodies of water, which is why we have a common theme of flood myths, not because there's some real historical universal flood that all of these stories stem from, but because that is how humans are. We tell stories. And if you live near water, water rises, floods happen, you're going to end up having stories about flood accounts. It's going to be built into the ritual and cultural fabric of your society. But in the Bible, notice you have a flood with Noah and you have a fire destruction with Lot. As we've already seen the comparisons between the two, with the sexual acts, with the getting drunk, with the generations and the national genealogies, the whole nine, there's no reason to not see these linked together. And there's no Mesopotamian myth that pairs with these both fire and water destructions in them. Here is a summary of an extensive article written by Guy Darshan out of the University of Chicago, which is extremely relevant to this Genesis scene. Comparing Greek and biblical genealogies and flood narratives. Greek myths and the Bible both speak of a significant flood. While there are unique elements in the biblical stories, such as Noah's vineyard planting post-flood and a detailed lineage of his descendants, these are not present in Mesopotamian flood accounts. Instead, scholars believe these were quote-unquote original biblical additions because they aren't present in the Mesopotamian stories. But I ask, why not look to the Greek world? The Mesopotamian flood hero Utnapishtim, unlike Noah, does not live among people after the flood, but with the gods. Early Greek writings between the 7th to 5th centuries BCE show similarities to the biblical version. Upon discovering ancient Greek texts like the Catalogue of Women, scholars found closer parallels between Greek and biblical genealogies. Early 20th century researchers identified similarities between biblical genealogies and those in the Greek traditions. Specifically, Genesis 10 delineates how various nations descended from Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. This account describes how regions like Asia Minor, Egypt, Nubia, and the Syrian expanse had roots tracing back to these sons and thus to Noah. Another part of Genesis depicts the ancestry of regions like Babylonia, Egypt, Canaan, and the Arabian areas. This way of organizing world populations by lineage and region is unique to biblical literature, with no close parallels in the ancient Near Eastern texts. As Klaus Westermann contends, quote,
"The Table of Nations is unique and has no parallel either inside or outside the Old Testament."
But that isn't the case, according to Guy Darshan. The Greek genealogical traditions provide an interesting comparison. Just as the biblical Table of Nations traces nations back to Noah, the Greek accounts trace many Mediterranean nations back to figures from Argive myths, like Pharaohus and his descendants. They include places like Egypt, Libya, Lycia, Crete, and Phoenicia in their genealogies. In both biblical and Greek traditions, there's a pattern of tracing ethnic groups back to a pivotal figure related to a flood narrative. In the Bible, it's Noah. In Greek tradition, it's Deucalion, the Greek flood hero. Both are said to have three sons, leading to a large portion of their respective world's nations and tribes. Greek writings from around the 6th century BCE, like those of logographers Hecataeus of Miletus and Acusilus of Argos, showcase these genealogies. They typically start with a flood narrative, often mentioning Deucalion, and then detail the origin of the Greeks and other nations. Although understanding of the full early Greek flood narratives is limited due to fragmentary sources, the concept of a deluge and the ancestry that follows is firmly established in both traditions. The details and focuses may differ, but both ancient cultures sought to understand and categorize their worlds through a lens of lineage and pivotal ancestral figures. Greek genealogies, like that of Acusilus of Argos, often begin with significant events such as floods. Furthermore, in Greek tales, Deucalion survives a flood, landing on Mount Parnassus after making a sacrifice to Zeus. He and his partner, Pyrrha, throw stones that morph into people, symbolizing repopulation. By the 5th century BCE, Deucalion's story and his connection to prominent Greek figures were well established. Unlike the Mesopotamian flood tales, both Greek and biblical stories focus on descendants post-flood. An interesting divergence is the biblical account of Noah planting the first vineyard after the flood, a narrative absent in Mesopotamian versions. This story appears to be uniquely intertwined in both Greek and biblical narratives, suggesting a shared cultural emphasis on wine and civilization. In essence, both biblical and Greek accounts merge flood stories with the discovery of wine. They outline the establishment of civilizations post-flood, connecting the event with the planting of the first vineyard or the advent of wine. In summary of the article by Guy Darshan, Greek and biblical post-flood stories often share structural and thematic similarities, emphasizing genealogies that trace back to the flood's main hero and his descendants. While it's unclear if Greek writers were familiar with the Hebrew Bible or vice versa, according to Guy Darshan, their flood narratives seem to have evolved in parallel. Both narratives draw from Mesopotamian sources, but also introduce distinctive elements, weaving traditions that blend regional content into older genealogical structures. Both Greek and Israelite traditions highlight genealogies that present the flood's protagonist as the origin of humanity, marking civilization's dawn. The detailed development of these genealogies aim to define the identity of nations or ethnic groups, a prevalent trend in Eastern Mediterranean during the early first millennium BCE. Overall, while the flood story's roots lie in Mesopotamia, unique elements are exclusive to the Hebrew Bible and Greek writings. Both traditions embed these tales within genealogical lists that detail early human history and the origins of various nations. These accounts offer a rich picture of ancient narratives and help shed light on the beginnings of humanity and civilization. Inspired by the Greeks. Now that we see the Greeks were the head honchos doing these kind of genealogies, and that the biblical accounts look very similar, we will now turn to Philip Weizenbaum's work, Argonauts of the Desert, to take a look into the Greek antecedents to the Noah story.
When Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, lowest of slaves shall he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed by the Lord my God be Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. May God make space for Japheth, and let him live in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave." Genesis 9:24-27.
Philip Weizenbaum believes that the prophecy about Japheth, considered the forefather of the Greeks, mirrors the Greeks' arrival in the Near East during the Hellenistic period. Additionally, this tale shares striking parallels with the story from Hesiod's Theogony. In it, Ouranos, the sky god, and Gaia, the earth goddess, were close, but Ouranos wouldn't let their offspring be born. To relieve her pain, Gaia tasked her youngest son, Kronos, to confront Ouranos. Armed with a special sickle from his mother, Kronos cut off Ouranos' genitals and threw them into the sea. From the ensuing foam, the goddess Aphrodite emerged.
But afterward, she lay with heaven and bare deep swirling Oceanus, Cus and Creus, and Hyperion and Lapithus, Thea and Rhea, Themis and Mimosine, and the gold-crowned Phoebe and the lovely Tethys. After them was born Kronos, the wily, youngest and most terrible of her children, and he hated his lusty sire, Hesiod Theogony, 130-40. And heaven came, bringing on night and longing for love, and he lay about earth, spreading himself full upon her. Then the sun from his ambush stretched forth his left hand, and in his right took the great long sickle with jagged teeth, and swiftly lopped off his own father's members and cast them away to fall behind. Hesiod Theogony, 175-80. But these sons whom he begot himself, great heaven used to call Titans, strainers, in reproach. For he said that they strained and did presumptuously a fearful deed, that vengeance for it would come afterwards. Hesiod Theogony 207-10.
Plato believed that certain stories, like the one of Kronos castrating his father, were too scandalous for the general public and should only be shared with a select group. The biblical version seems to be an adaptation of this tale where Kronos' act is replaced by Ham merely seeing his father naked. Interestingly, some Jewish interpretations suggest Ham actually castrated his father. Check out Midrash Rabbah and Rashi. The biblical story of Adam and Eve has parallels with Plato's concept of androgyny. Some scholars believe the biblical narrative borrows from Hesiod's myths, but is reimagined to fit Plato's ideals from the Republic. In this retelling, the figures are not gods, but long-lived humans, bridging the gap between gods and men. A key element of this adaptation is the naming of Japhet, which closely resembles the Titan Lapidos from Greek mythology. Both narratives involve a youngest son committing an offensive act against his father and include a brother named Japhet. The use of the name Japhet seems intentional, possibly hinting at influence of Greek culture. The Sibylline oracles from the Roman period oddly mix the biblical and Greek versions of Japhet. This document suggests that the Greek gods were actually legendary humans. This humanizing approach to gods can be traced back to the philosopher Euhemerus, who presented a more logical version of Greek myths. Similarly, the Bible often presents humans in roles typically reserved for gods in Greek mythology. This shift from myth to a more human-centered narrative is evident in the Bible, and is further highlighted by the Sibylline oracles. The method of euhemerism, or grounding myth in reality, has been used beyond ancient times. In fact, modern efforts to understand the Bible, like the documentary hypothesis, can be seen as a rational approach to interpreting divine inspiration. Vadembaum thumbprints in the name. Several names in Greek and biblical literature are strikingly similar. A prime example is the character Japhet in the Bible, Noah's son. His name is similar to the Greek titan Japhet, or Japetos, prominently featured in Hesiod's Theogony. Scholars have long recognized this similarity, suggesting that Hesiod might have been influenced by Semitic traditions. In biblical accounts, Japhet is Noah's son, yet in Greek narratives like Pindar's Ninth Olympian Ode, Japhet is the father of Prometheus and Epimetheus, who are equated with the biblical figures of Noah and his wife, or the Mesopotamian character Utnapishtim. It seems the biblical author knew of the Mesopotamian flood story, evident from details like Noah using birds to find land, similar to the Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11. But the presence of the name Japhet with the Greek version. For instance, in the Bible, Japhet is known as the father of Ion, an ancestor of the Greeks. Interestingly, in Greek accounts, Ion is related to Deucalion, and by extension, forefather of the Ionian Greeks. The Bible's version simplifies the Greek genealogy, making Japhet directly related to Ion. This suggests the biblical author not only knew about the Greeks, but was also well versed in their mythical family trees. This pattern of modifying and shifting characters in genealogical scales isn't unique to Japhet. For example, the biblical figure Cain seems to be derived from the Greek Cainus, related to Ixion, the first murderer in humanity according to Greek sources. Another instance is the similarity between the name from the Bible and the Pamphylian from Plato's works. These name resemblance, or fingerprints as some may call them, act as clues pointing back to the original sources. For someone familiar with both Greek and biblical narratives, these hints can be enlightening. It's as if Greek classical writings serve as foundational text for the Bible, which creatively builds upon them. By leaving similar names and reshuffling genealogies, the Bible seems to be paying homage to its inspirations. This isn't a mere copy, but rather an intricate reimagining that subtle nods to its origins. This is affirmed by Bruce Loudon in an article, Lepidus and Japheth, Hesiod's Theogony, 1 Iliad 15, 187, 93, and Genesis 9-1, which is linked in the description of this video along with other sources. Quote,
Genesis, as it adapts the deluge from Mesopotamian sources, for the sequel transforms Hesiod's account of Cronos' castration of Uranus and the unspecified wrongdoing of his brother Lepidus, mixing it with the type of myth depicted in Iliad 15, where three brothers draw lots to determine their portions. This results in Genesis 9-10's mysterious depiction of Ham seeing the genitals of the drunk Noah, who when awoke curses not Ham, but his son Canaan, while bestowing blessings on his two other sons, Shem and Japheth, father of Javan, Greek Ion, parallel wordplay in the Theogony 16 and Genesis affirm the link.
Dionysus, the wine god. Dionysus, the Greek god of wine and excess, got the virgin Ara drunk, raped her, and married her before she sobered up. The god of wine and ecstasy, Dionysus, was madly in love with Ara, a virgin Titan goddess who liked to hunt. Desperate for her love, Dionysus used his godly power to create a wine fountain nearby Ara to slake her thirst while hunting. After gulping a lot of the wine, Ara got drunk. Then Dionysus took advantage of her while she was unconscious. But that's not all. Other gods saw the union and convinced Dionysus to marry her. So they threw a wedding for the god and unconscious bride. Upon waking, Ara was furious but helpless against the god. So she could only lament her lost virginity and the fact that she was pregnant with twins. Ara devoured the firstborn of the twins out of anger, while the secondborn was rescued by the gods. It really shouldn't come as a shock that Dionysus, the god of wine from the Greek world, would have something to do with the vineyard in Noah's story or the drunkenness of Lot with his daughters. Genesis through Kings does a really good job of demythologizing the Greek, Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Canaanite, Phoenician, and other myths. Plato did the same with his own Greek mythologies without the risk of being accused of the same atheistic heresies as Socrates, which was put to death or took his own life. Plato played with these mythological characters, but ultimately believed in one God. And as this series unravels, you'll see much more revealed from the Bible about Plato's thumbprints. I mean, it's no coincidence that Philo of Alexandria, Josephus, Eusebius, and others are making apologetics, trying to suggest Plato borrowed from the much older Moses and his laws. We will dispel this myth, bringing sober clarity for those drunk on Noah's vineyards. We don't want your nakedness to be seen through nonsensical apologetics. These authors had no choice but to suggest that Plato found inspiration for Moses instead of the accusations that it was the other way by skeptics of their ancient claims. I mean, the fact that people recognized that Plato and the Bible have so much in common that they thought one had to be inspired by the other is an admission we need to further investigate. So just mentioning Dionysus with Ara. She has sexual relationships with Dionysus. She wakes up. There's a marriage even. She's pregnant, the whole nine. This looks very similar to kind of a mixture between Lot and Noah in a way. Noah finds out after waking up what his son did to him in his unconscious state. This is exactly what happens to Ara. So you really wonder about the biblical author and how clever they were in not only knowing the myth of Deucalion in the Greek world, but also seeing how this plays into a Dionysian story. There could be more going on than one thing, especially if this author is as well read as I think, and many of these scholars think these biblical authors probably were on the Greek myths. The Bible owes Plato. Conclusion. In today's scholarly exploration, we've delved into the intricate nuances of the Genesis narrative, particularly focusing on the tale of Noah's flood. We discerned the Hellenistic nuances, especially in the peculiar prophecy concerning Japheth's destined residence in Shem's tents, a poignant allusion to the Greeks and the Jews' cultural amalgamation. This offers a compelling argument for the ex eventu nature of the Genesis account, suggesting its composition in the retrospective light of the Hellenistic era. Furthermore, our study unearthed striking parallels between the audacious castration of Uranos by Kronos in Greek lore and the ambitious incident between Ham and Noah. Certain Jewish midrashic traditions intimate at a similar audacious act, rendering this parallelism more pronounced. While the Mesopotamian mythological framework does offer some foundational constructs, particularly in our initial phases of the Origins of the Bible series, the nuances and details of Genesis find clearer resonance with Greek theogonies. Notably, both traditions narrate the transgressions of a youngest son against his father and prominently feature a character named Japheth. Both Mesopotamian myths and Greek myths play a role. If you're only looking at one and not recognizing the Greek one as well, then you're not going to see what we're saying. Our forthcoming documentaries promise to shed more light on the intriguing possibility that the biblical authors might have been inspired by Plato's philosophical musings, contrary to the commonly held apologetic perspective. We aim to traverse the extensive labyrinth of biblical narratives and their corresponding global mythological counterparts. This endeavor seeks to present the hypothesis that not just the initial chapters of Genesis, but the entirety of Israel's narrative history may have been masterfully crafted, possibly during the Hellenistic epoch, if not slightly earlier during the Persian period. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a deep dive series on the origins of the Bible. Where do these stories come from? I'm not suggesting that they're just ripping off content without any thinking involved or that they have this evil intent of plagiarism. No, I can't read the motives of several authors that are writing this material. I asked the question myself, did they intend for their readers to convince them that this was true by backdating these legends, these myths and stories, trying to place them as far back into antiquity, just like Plato in his little rule books suggested? See, the upcoming video I want to do next is actually going to show you that the Bible is indebted to Plato. See, in antiquity, you had people like Josephus, Philo of Alexandria, Eusebius, and all sorts of Christian apologists and such that suggested that Plato may have copied from Moses. Pause. Why would anyone think that Plato copied Moses? There was enough in common between what Plato taught and what is found in the Hebrew scriptures that it made people have to recognize something is going on. There's too much in common for it to be coincidence. So the Christians and anybody who read the ancient literature at the time said, well, Moses is really, really old according to the texts of the Bible when this was written. See, if I wrote a book and said, hey, this guy named Deucalion lived 7,000 years ago, and here's some of the laws he taught, and you had no way to historiographically or archaeologically prove that Deucalion didn't exist 7,000 years ago and made these laws up, and you had a guy 500 years ago, well, I would just say my text says he's 7,000 years old, and your guy's only 500. Your guy had to copy my guy. That's why there's commonalities, especially if you go back a few centuries before I make these claims that this literature is on the scene. So you're going to find a deep dive again on why Plato was used by the biblical authors. And I'm going to do the best I can, because while it isn't absolute or certain, it is a bit speculative to try and make these conclusions, you're going to want to follow along. I could use your help in this endeavor with your likes, your comments. Let's make the YouTube world pay attention. And those who take these stories literally, historically true, they need to watch these videos so they can understand from someone who actually loves the Bible but doesn't believe it. Someone who loves this literature, ancient history, myth, lore, legend, the whole nine. So we can learn together. I do a lot of research as I dive into every single one of these videos. I'm trying to give you something different. Something that you won't just hear going to a typical professor at a university today. I want to go and test the cutting edge, minimalist, Hellenistic angle that I think the future is going to point to in terms of where our evidence is heading. There's still a real strong trend in academia on ideas that are kind of, in my opinion, dated. And with each dying generation, as Paula Fredrickson once said, where there's death, there's hope. Each dying generation of scholars, a new idea can spawn without being held back by the previous generation of academics. And I'm hoping to be talking to an audience today, but I know that a growing audience will be there in the future. What did you think about Noah and his drunkenness with Ham, castrating him, and that Jewish rabbis themselves thought there was some type of homosexuality going on and some castration model that makes sense? Look at what happened to Uranus with Kronos. Quite interesting. I think it's interesting also to point out how Kronos, when he castrated Uranus or Uranus, he stopped him from producing seed, which also inevitably kept him from eating more of his children. So there might be some remnant, as it was euhemerized, of the previous myth, which this is why scholars, rabbis, and such were scratching their head throughout history, and people are still trying to figure out, why did he curse his grandson and not just Ham? You always hear it as the curse of Ham. Why not the curse of Canaan? We always call it the curse of Ham. So I love diving into that. I also wanted to briefly highlight Dionysus just because I think that the getting drunk idea, the wine in the vineyard, plays such a significant role with the Greek world. I also loved the connection. I discovered these connections as I was digging in deeper between Lot and Noah and seeing a fire myth catastrophe and a water myth catastrophe, and both survived. Both were drunk. One knew what his son did. One didn't know what his daughters did. And I wanted to point out the absurdity of that. You just said yesterday you're two virgins to the strangers that were trying to hump the angels. They could have them, and then now they're pregnant out of nowhere. Did Lot not know that he did these things? Or, what in the world's going on? There's all sorts of fun, mushy-gushy stuff, but on a literal basis, it does not work out. It doesn't make sense. So I hope that you will help continue to help us by liking, commenting, sharing this out on social media. It helps a lot. If you're able to help out more, because it takes so much time and energy to produce these high-level edits, I could really use your help. I could really use your help by joining the Patreon, which makes you part of the family, joining the YouTube membership program, which helps me as well. You can also give like a one-time super thanks to anyone who does that. I try to recognize you and take the time to answer any question you might have in the comment section. PayPal, I have options that can help support us financially with what we're doing here. But sharing it and all of those options are free, and I hope that you can do that because I want to continue this series. Next up, Plato and the authors of the Bible. Which one came first and who copied who? And then later, I'm going to dive into several myths. I want to focus on individual characters. I want to give you the myths that have been well known and established amongst academics, and then also the Greek connections that very few scholars have drawn out that I think probably make the most sense in terms of what's happening in the Bible. Moses will get covered, various figures in depth. So help us continue this work. And thank you so much. We invite you to further engage with our content. Please like, comment, and most importantly, subscribe. You can also support us by joining the Patreon, early access, and become part of the family. Your participation enriches this scholarly discourse, and as we always emphasize, remember, we are Myth Vision. The Tale of Joseph from the Good Book. It's the creme de la creme of biblical narratives for me. While tales of King David, Elijah, Elisha, and others have their charm, there's something about the dreamer, Joseph, that resonates. Perhaps it's personal. After all, I bear Joseph as one of my middle names. Or perhaps it's the sheer emotional depth of his story that tugs at one's heartstrings. Now, any scholar worth their salt knows that the Genesis account tips its hat to ancient Near Eastern myths, drawing threads from Egyptian, Ugaritic, Akkadian, Mesopotamian, and Canaanite Phoenician lore. That's old news in academia. But here's where it gets spicy. The idea that Genesis might have been sipping from the same cultural cocktail as Homer's Odyssey and Iliad, or that it was influenced by Greek myths alongside these ancient Near Eastern tales, well, that's a harder sell in scholarly circles. Enters Bruce Loudon and his intriguing tome, Homer's Odyssey and the Near East. Inspired by his insights, I aim to shed light on his perspective regarding the Joseph narrative, and to just set the record straight based on feedback from my previous videos. I'm not suggesting that the authors of Genesis were simply cribbing notes from the Greeks. Quite the opposite. Loudon posits that the Greeks were taking cues from the Near East long before the ink dried on Genesis. Quite the plot twist, isn't it? As Loudon expresses it, quote, My study demonstrates that the genres of myth that comprise the Odyssey are also extant in Near Eastern cultures, often in Gilgamesh, but most frequently in Old Testament myth. Why do commentators usually omit consideration of the substantial parallels between Homeric and Old Testament myth? Modern audiences may even, without realizing it, project their beliefs onto how to read the ancient texts, given the long dominance of Christianity and Judaism in the West. A majority of modern Western audiences, whether consciously or unconsciously, may, on the basis of their faith, regard biblical and Homeric narratives as opposites, seeing the former as, quote, true or real, but the latter as false, unreal, or fiction. Intentionally or unintentionally, faith has erected a wall between the study of the two narrative traditions. I ask readers, therefore, to consider the parallels I adduce and the arguments proposed concerning them as objectively as possible. And in case you're curious what is meant by myth, Loudon continues. I define myth as a sacred tradition, narrative that depicts the interrelations of mortals and gods, is especially concerned with defining what is moral or ethical behavior for a given culture, and passes on key information about that culture's traditions and institutions. My definition should be thought of as applying best to ancient Near Eastern texts, including Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, and other Mesopotamian narratives, the Ugaritic Kurta, and the Akkad, the Bible, especially the Old Testament, European epics, including the Odyssey, Iliad, Argonautica, and Aeneid, Hesiod,
Greek tragedy, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, and some later epics such as Beowulf and Paradise Lost. As Loudon expresses in the opening of his book, the Odyssey's larger plot is composed of a number of distinct genres of myth, all of which are extant in various Near Eastern cultures: Mesopotamian, West Semitic, Egyptian. Unexpectedly, the Near Eastern culture with which the Odyssey has the most parallels is the Old Testament. Consideration of how much of the Odyssey focuses on non-heroic episodes, host receiving guest, a king disguised as a beggar, recognition scenes between long-separated family members, reaffirms the Odyssey's parallels with the Bible. In particular, his book argues that the Odyssey is in a dialogic relationship with Genesis, which features the same three types of myth that comprise the majority of the Odyssey: theophany, romance, Joseph in Egypt, and argonautic myth, Jacob winning Rachel from Laban. The Odyssey also offers intriguing parallels to the book of Jonah, and Odysseus' treatment by the suitors offers close parallels to the Gospel's depiction of Christ in Jerusalem. Let's now take a brief look at the life of Joseph. The life of Joseph in Genesis. Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, also known as Israel, is a central figure in the latter part of the book of Genesis. Born to Jacob's favorite wife, Rachel, Joseph was deeply loved by his father, which stirred jealousy among his brothers. This favoritism was further exacerbated when Jacob gifted Joseph a multicolored coat, a symbol of distinction. As a young man, Joseph had two significant dreams that predict his future rise to power. In these dreams, his brothers' sheaves of wheat bowed to his sheaf, and the sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed to him. These visions suggested that his family would one day bow to him, further fueling his brothers' resentment. Seizing an opportunity, his brothers plotted against him, initially planning to kill him. However, they eventually decided to sell him into Egyptian slavery and deceive their father by dipping Joseph's coat in goat's blood, leading Jacob to believe that a wild animal had killed his beloved son. In Egypt, Joseph faced both prosperity and adversity. He was initially sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, and quickly rose to a position of trust due to his integrity and God-given ability to interpret dreams. However, after rejecting the advances of Potiphar's wife and being falsely accused of impropriety, Joseph was imprisoned. While incarcerated, Joseph accurately interpreted the dreams of two fellow prisoners, which eventually led to his introduction to Pharaoh. When Pharaoh experienced troubling dreams, Joseph was summoned. He interpreted them as 7 years of abundance, followed by 7 years of famine, and advised Pharaoh to store grain during the prosperous years. Impressed, Pharaoh elevated Joseph to the position of vizier, second only to himself in the Egyptian hierarchy. The predicted famine affected not only Egypt, but also Canaan, where Joseph's family resided. His brothers traveled to Egypt in search of food, unknowingly encountering Joseph. After a series of tests and trials, Joseph revealed his identity to his brothers. The family was reunited, and Jacob, along with his entire household, settled in Egypt's Goshen region. The story of Joseph concludes with his death in Egypt, but not before he made the Israelites promise to carry his bones back to Canaan when they eventually left Egypt. Joseph's narrative is a tale of betrayal and redemption, showcasing God's providence and the idea that what humans intend for evil, God can use for good. Joseph romance myth. The epic poem, The Odyssey, by Homer and the biblical story of Joseph share a common narrative structure known as romance. In both tales, the protagonist embarks on a journey physically and emotionally that eventually leads them back home. This narrative arc, in the Odyssey, the overarching theme is Odysseus's return from Troy, which serves as a framework for various subgenres of myths, including theoxany and romance. Theoxany deals with the divine hospitality and is concluded when Odysseus defeats the suitors. Romance, on the other hand, is a narrative that focuses on a virtuous protagonist who, due to some mistake or circumstance, is separated from his family and ends up in a foreign, often magical land. The gods assist in reuniting him with his family, and his return is often seen as a triumph over death. This structure of romance is not unique to the Odyssey. It also finds resonance in the biblical story of Joseph, who is separated from his family and ends up in Egypt. Like Odysseus, Joseph is a virtuous man, favored by a higher power, God in this case, and his eventual return to his family is miraculous and laden with emotional recognition scenes. Both narratives also share an idealistic, almost unrealistic moral structure. Characters are either good or evil, and the virtuous are rewarded while the immoral are punished. This moral dichotomy is not just a feature of ancient myths, but can be seen in modern storytelling as well, such as in the classical film It's a Wonderful Life. Romance narratives and myths share a common theme, the miraculous return. This theme is evident in stories of heroes like Heracles and Theseus, who come back from the land of the dead. The idea of returning from apparent death is a foundational aspect of myths. Defining romance in the Odyssey. In the context of the Odyssey, romance can be described as a story where the main character is morally upright and favored by the gods. Due to a mistake, the protagonist is separated from their family or an extended period, often trapped in a foreign magical land. This separation often draws parallels with being in the underworld. With the gods' assistance, the protagonist reunites with their family, who believe them to be dead. The protagonist's return, laden with treasures, symbolizes triumph over death. The climax often involves a touching reunion with a loved one. The narrative world rewards the good and punishes the wicked per divine will. The story depicts a full circle ending in a reunion that signifies healing and restoration for the protagonist. The global influence of romance in ancient narratives, from Greece to Egypt. Greek literature is often considered the richest source of romantic narratives, with the Odyssey being one of the concept of romance is not confined to Greek culture alone. Ancient Indian literature, for example, features the classical Sanskrit drama Shakuntala, which even includes a Greek character, suggesting cultural ties between the two civilizations. The term Yavani in Shakuntala is akin to the Old Testament's term for Greeks, Yavan. Both terms trace back to Ion or Ionic. Romance as a narrative structure has remained remarkably consistent over time, appearing in works from Euripides to Shakespeare. This consistency allows us to draw parallels between different cultures and time periods, helping us understand how the same motifs are employed in various narratives, including the Odyssey and the biblical story of Joseph. The Egyptian connection. The Near East, particularly the narratives from this region, offers a rich backdrop for understanding romance. One of the most parallel stories to the Odyssey from this region is the tale of Joseph from Genesis. But before diving into the similarities, it's worth noting the thematic links both Greek and Israelite romances share with Egypt. Egypt is not only the central setting for Joseph's story, but also features prominently in the Odyssey, especially in Menelaus's adventures. Later Greek romances like Euripides, Helen, and Heliodorus, an Ethiopian story, further strengthen this connection with Egypt. Romance often thrives on exotic settings, and Egypt has historically been that default backdrop. However, the relationship between romance and Egypt might be more profound. Some ancient Egyptian tales predating the Joseph narrative hint that romance elements might have Egyptian roots. The tale of Sinuhe. This story revolves around Sinuhe, a royal attendant who, fearing political unrest, flees Egypt for Byblos, eventually settling among the Hyksos in Asia. Over time, he rises to prominence, even defeating a renowned warrior. However, after a generation away from home, nostalgia grips him. He wishes to return to Egypt, and with the pharaoh's blessing, does so, leaving his family behind in Asia. This tale introduces motifs familiar in romance: a prolonged absence, prosperity after hardship, and an emotional homecoming. Yet it misses out on some classic romance elements, like the emotional family reunion. The shipwrecked sailor in this narrative, a court attendant, recounts his past adventures to uplift his disheartened superior. He speaks of a voyage where a sudden storm wrecks his ship, sparing only him. He finds himself on a paradisiacal island, abundant with food as if magically cultivated. The island he discovers is governed by a prophetic serpent. The serpent assures him of a 4-month stay on the island and advises him not to fret. Quote, "If you are brave and control your heart, you shall embrace your children. You shall kiss your wife. You shall see your home. It is better than everything else." The Shipwrecked Sailor, lines 133 to 35, end quote. The Shipwrecked Sailor and the Odyssey. In the tale of the Shipwrecked Sailor, the protagonist promises to honor the serpent god with sacrifices upon his return home, specifically by offering oxen. However, the wise serpent dismisses the need for such gestures. As foretold by the serpent, after 4 months, a ship arrives to take the sailor back to his homeland. Gratefully, before his departure, the serpent bestows upon him a wealth of treasures. While the narrative style and main characters of the Shipwrecked Sailor differ from the Homeric epics, there are undeniable similarities with the Odyssey, especially in the realm of romance. The story's central theme of shipwreck and survival mirrors Odysseus' own trials in the Odyssey, particularly in the episodes where he is the lone survivor among his crew. Both tales depict the protagonist finding refuge on idyllic islands overseen by powerful deities. The serpent god in the Shipwrecked Sailor is kind and generous, drawing parallels with Calypso from the Odyssey. Moreover, the prophetic role of the serpent mirrors that of Tiresias in the Odyssey. Given the concise nature of the Shipwrecked Sailor, it's intriguing to see one character embody roles that in the Odyssey are distributed among multiple characters. One of the most striking parallels between the Shipwrecked Sailor and the Odyssey lies in the prophetic words of the serpent god. These prophecies encapsulate the essence of romance, the journey home, and the reunion with loved ones. The serpent's emphasis on self-control encapsulates in the phrase, "If you control your heart, you shall see your home," resonates deeply with a core theme of the Odyssey. This sentiment mirrors Tiresias' prophecy to Odysseus, where the seer emphasizes importance of restraint, especially during the episode on Thrinakia. Here, Odysseus must resist the temptation to consume Helios' sacred cattle. Tiresias' prophecy not only speaks of Odysseus' challenges, but also of his eventual return, flourishing life, and peaceful death in an old age. Similarly, the serpent god's prophecy concludes with a promise of a reunion with the family and a prosperous life, ending with a line, "You will embrace your children. You will flourish at home. You will be buried." The protagonists return in the shipwrecked sailor, laden with treasures gifted by the serpent god, draws parallels with the Phaeacians in the Odyssey, who also aid Odysseus' return journey, bestowing him with gifts. Additionally, the role of the attendant in the shipwrecked sailor is reminiscent of Eumaeus in the Odyssey. Both characters share personal tales within the larger narrative, providing a deeper context and connection to the main story, Egyptian narratives and their links to the Odyssey. Another interesting Egyptian tale is the tale of the two brothers. This story predates and shares motifs with the biblical account of Joseph and Potiphar's wife. In this narrative, an older brother's wife makes advances toward the younger brother. When he rebuffs her, she falsely accuses him of assault. While the story diverges into different themes and might not fit the traditional mold of romance like the tale of Sinuhe and the shipwrecked sailor, it does resonate with the Joseph narrative, especially in the theme of brotherly conflict and separation. Both the tale of Sinuhe and the Joseph story delve into the blending of Egyptian and West Semitic cultures. In the tale of Sinuhe, the protagonist initially perceives a clear distinction between himself and the Asiatics he encounters. This term, Asiatics, likely refers to the West Semitic cultures, which would later encompass the Israelites and what the Greeks termed as Phoenicians. The story even mentions fortifications meant to protect Egypt from these Asiatics. However, as the narrative unfolds, Sinuhe integrates into their culture, and upon his return to Egypt, he's even labeled as an Asiatic. This theme of cultural distinction and eventual assimilation is mirrored in the Odyssey. The epic frequently references the Phoenicians or Sidonians, indicating the Greeks' sense of differentiation from the West Semitic cultures, much like the Egyptians in the tale of Sinuhe. The myth of Joseph and its connection to the Odyssey. An often overlooked parallel to the Odyssey's romantic elements is found in the biblical story of Joseph. While some scholars have touched upon the romantic undertones of Joseph's tale, a comprehensive comparison with the Odyssey's romantic narrative has been largely absent. The story of Joseph can be seen as a romance, albeit without the heroic flair that the Odyssey bestows upon its main character, Odysseus. Instead of heroic adventures, Joseph's story delves into the historical reasons for the Israelites' stay in Egypt and intertwines with the Old Testament tales of patriarchs. Yet, when we set aside the lack of heroism, the similarities between the two narratives become strikingly clear. Both stories encompass the core elements that define romance. Both Odysseus from the Odyssey and Joseph from the Bible are portrayed as virtuous individuals who enjoy the favor of the highest deity. In the Odyssey, Zeus himself acknowledges the sacrifices made by Odysseus during the Trojan War. While Zeus doesn't directly interact with Odysseus in the narrative, it's evident that he supports him in trusting Athena to guide and assist the hero. Odysseus is well aware of his divine backing, even playfully questioning his son Telemachus about whether the combined support of Athena and Zeus would suffice against their adversaries. By the end of the Odyssey, Zeus continues to steer Odysseus' destiny. Similarly, in the biblical story of Joseph, God's favor is a reoccurring theme. From Joseph's early prophetic dreams to his time in Egypt, the narrative consistently highlights God's presence and blessings in his life. Phrases like, Joseph prospered, for the Lord was with him, and the Lord blessed the household through Joseph, underscore this divine endorsement. Odysseus, the hero of the Odyssey, finds himself separated from his family for an extended period, often spanning a generation. While the Odyssey doesn't delve into his time at Troy, it's clear that his journey back home is fraught with challenges. These challenges arise primarily from two significant mistakes made by Odysseus. Firstly, after leaving Troy, Odysseus and his crew sacked the city of Ismarus. This act of aggression is met with a violent storm hinting at divine displeasure. However, it's the second error that proves more consequential. While escaping from the Cyclops, Polyphemus, Odysseus taunts him, revealing his true identity. In doing so, he incurs the wrath of Poseidon, the sea god and father of Polyphemus. Odysseus' boastful declaration that even Poseidon couldn't heal the now blinded Cyclops seals his fate. This act of hubris ensures Poseidon's enmity throughout most of the Odyssey. The narrative cleverly alludes to this event early on, ensuring the audience is aware of its significance. Poseidon's anger not only hinders Odysseus' journey home, but also has lasting implications as foretold by the seer, Tiresias. In the Odyssey, divine intervention and wrath play significant roles in shaping the hero's journey. One such instance is the violent storm that Odysseus and his crew encounter after sacking the city of Ismarus. This storm, described in Odyssey 9:79 through 81, pushes them off course. And now I would have come to the land of my fathers unharmed, but a wave and the current and the north wind beat me off course as I was rounding the cape of Malea and drove me on past Kythera. The term used to describe being driven off course is a compound of the word plazo, which in the Odyssey often signifies a god's anger towards a mortal. In this context, it particularly alludes to Poseidon's wrath against Odysseus. However, since this storm occurs before the episode with the Cyclops, Polyphemus, it suggests that another deity, not Poseidon, is expressing their anger. It's posited that the divine displeasure is directed at Odysseus' crew rather than Odysseus himself. The crew's insubordination at Ismarus, where they disobey orders, is seen as the cause of this divine retribution. This act of defiance foreshadows a more severe act of disobedience later in the story at Thrinakia, which results in a storm sent by Zeus that kills all the remaining crew members. Thus, the storm after Ismarus indirectly sets the stage for the encounter with Polyphemus and the subsequent wrath of Poseidon. The two episodes, though distinct, are interconnected in the tapestry of divine interventions that shape Odysseus' journey home. Joseph's mistakes and their consequences. Joseph's journey in the book of Genesis is marked by a series of events that stem from his own actions and the reactions of those around him. Two primary mistakes, or sets of mistakes, shape his narrative. Tensions with his brothers. Joseph's relationship with his brothers is strained from the outset. He is described as bringing negative reports about them to their father, Jacob. This behavior paints him as a tattletale, further alienating him from his siblings. His status as Jacob's favorite son exacerbates the tension. Joseph's dreams in which his brothers bow down to him and his decision to share these dreams with them come across as tactless and arrogant. This series of incidents culminates in his brothers' decisions to sell him into slavery, a motif that also appears in the Odyssey. Potiphar's house in Egypt. Upon arriving in Egypt and serving in Potiphar's house, Joseph's physical attractiveness is emphasized. This trait, combined with his earlier vanity, sets the stage for the subsequent events. Potiphar's wife is attracted to Joseph. When he rejects her advances, she falsely accuses him of rape. This accusation leads to Joseph's imprisonment. Hugel's analysis, who's a scholar, highlights the recurring theme of Joseph's vanity and its consequences. His physical appearance and his pride in it play a significant role in the challenges he faces. The narrative draws parallels between Joseph's behavior with his brothers and his actions in Egypt, suggesting a pattern of behavior that consistently brings about adversity. The narrative of Joseph in the book of Genesis and the story of Odysseus in the Odyssey both incorporate a significant element of romance, which is characterized by a prolonged absence of the protagonist from their home or family. This absence, often spanning a generation, serves as a central motif in romance narratives. Let's look at the duration of absence. In the case of Joseph, there's a clear timeline provided. Joseph is 17 years old when he's sold into slavery. He's 30 when he starts serving Pharaoh. The reunion with his brothers happens in the second year of drought, after 7 years of abundant harvests. This timeline indicates an absence of about 21 to 22 years from his family, which is strikingly similar to the 20-year absence of Odysseus from Ithaca in the Odyssey. Significance of the gap. The generational gap in romances often allows for the protagonist's offspring to grow up and play a significant role in the narrative. This evident in the Odyssey, where Telemachus, Odysseus' son, has a crucial role. In the myth of Joseph, this motif is slightly altered. Instead of focusing on Joseph's offspring, the narrative emphasizes his youngest brother, Benjamin. Benjamin becomes central to the story, especially when Joseph tests his brothers to see if they would treat Benjamin, who is similar to Joseph in being the youngest and a favorite, in the same way they treated him. Romance within a larger context. Just as the Odyssey incorporates elements of romance within the broader epic narrative, the myth of Joseph embeds the romance within the larger patriarchal narrative of Genesis. While the Odyssey's broader narrative deals with the hero's journey and the challenges he faces, the myth of Joseph is intertwined with the history and etiologies of the 12 tribes of Israel. This overarching narrative sometimes influences and modifies the traditional motifs of romance. Both the Odyssey and the myth of Joseph utilize the romance motif of a prolonged absence, adapting and molding it to fit their respective larger narratives and thematic concerns. Odysseus finds himself ensnared in unfamiliar and wondrous territories for a significant duration. The idea of being involuntarily lost in foreign places, which many might confuse with intentional exploration, is a hallmark of romantic tales. Such stories often depict the main character being unintentionally separated from their homeland. In a large portion of his journey, specifically books 5 through 12, Odysseus, in these unfamiliar territories, places not even on the map, struggling to find his way back home. There's a notable incident, his encounter with Polyphemus, where he chooses to explore ashore even when it wasn't necessary. However, this is a rare deviation. Powerful storms, as described in the epilogue, push Odysseus into these situations against his wishes. This isn't a journey by choice. In fact, for most of his time away, 7 out of 10 years, he's held captive by goddess Calypso on the island of Ogygia. Despite her affection for him, she detains him against his desires, a sentiment echoed multiple times in the narrative, drawing a parallel in the story of Joseph. His time in Egypt, a land synonymous with mystery and allure, serves a similar narrative purpose. While Joseph isn't lost in an uncharted territory like Odysseus, he spends a considerable amount of time, even longer than Odysseus, amidst a foreign culture, separated from his family. Both Odysseus and Joseph find themselves the object of affection from powerful women, Calypso and Potiphar's wife, respectively. Their allure to these women results in their confinement. Calypso shares similarities with other goddesses from myths who engage in romantic relationships with mortals. In Greek mythology, goddesses like Eos and Demeter come to mind, and Calypso hints at connections with them. In Near Eastern tales, Ishtar stands out as a notable example. Book 5 of the Odyssey emphasizes these parallels, starting with the scene of Eos parting from her mortal lover, Tithonus. Hainsworth notes that Tithonus, often cited for his beauty, might have an Asian origin to his name. It's common in these tales for a goddess to be captivated by a mortal's beauty. For instance, the Odyssey describes Eos's attraction to another lover, Cleitius, highlighting his beauty as the reason she took him to live among the gods. Eos's romantic pursuits in the Odyssey also involve Tithonus, Kletos, and Orion. Calypso recounts Orion's tale, emphasizing the envy of the gods when Eos chose him, leading to his tragic end at the hands of Artemis. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Ishtar is captivated by the hero's appearance after he defeats Humbaba and freshens up. She can't help but admire Gilgamesh's beauty. This admiration is reminiscent of how the Odyssey portrays Eos. The Gilgamesh narrative also lists Ishtar's past mortal lovers, a list that Gilgamesh himself reminds her of when she expresses her interest in him. These past lovers met unfortunate fates, making Gilgamesh wary of her advances. This theme seems to influence later myths, including the stories of Odysseus with Calypso and Joseph with Potiphar's wife. While many draw parallels between Ishtar and Circe, due to Circe's association with animals and her ability to transform men into them, the Odyssey doesn't depict Circe as having the same kind of romantic longing as Calypso, Eos, Demeter, or Ishtar. Unlike Calypso, Circe doesn't try to keep Odysseus against his will. In fact, she only seems to be intimate with him once, following Hermes' guidance. Calypso's desire for Odysseus is so intense, she forces herself on him. Though he was reluctant, he had to spend nights with her in the cave. She wanted it. He didn't. This conflicting dynamic highlights the stark differences in the relationships between Odysseus, Gilgamesh, and Joseph when compared to Calypso, Ishtar, and Potiphar's wife. Often interpretations of Calypso and Circe are romanticized, attributing to them the characteristics not explicitly mentioned in the text. This has led to overlooking some of the more negative aspects of Calypso's character. Potiphar's wife, though not immediately similar to Calypso or Ishtar, shares certain traits with them. Like Ishtar's attraction to Gilgamesh and Eos's to Kletos, Potiphar's wife is drawn to Joseph primarily because of his striking appearance. Now, Joseph was handsome in both face and figure, and after a time, his master's wife became infatuated with him. Ephraim Avigdor Speiser, also known as E.A. Speiser, was a Polish-born American world-class Assyriologist who points out an intriguing similarity between the stories of Potiphar's wife and Ishtar. The phrase describing Potiphar's wife's initial attraction to Joseph, which can be translated as, quote, fix her eye on, end quote, mirrors the same expression used when Ishtar first notices Gilgamesh. This identical phrase is also present in Akkadian when describing Ishtar's interest in Gilgamesh. Potiphar's wife's advances towards Joseph are immediate and direct, reminiscent of Ishtar's approach to Gilgamesh. She doesn't just express her interest once. She's persistent. This persistence mirrors the assertiveness shown by Eos and Calypso in their respective myths. The text states, quote, even though she persisted daily, Joseph resisted her advances, end quote. In a particularly aggressive move, she even grabs Joseph's garment, holding it so firmly that he leaves it behind as he escapes. This forceful act is akin to how the Odyssey portrays Calypso's intense desire for Odysseus. The theme of imprisonment often draws parallels with the concept of the underworld. While Calypso's island, Ogygia, has elements of paradise, it also embodies characteristics of the underworld. This idea isn't new. It's hinted at when Ishtar offers herself to Gilgamesh. Abush suggests, and that's a scholar, that Ishtar's proposal to Gilgamesh isn't just about marriage. She's inviting him to rule the realm of the dead. Even though Gilgamesh declines, the narrative still ties him to themes of death, as seen in the subsequent events leading to Enkidu's demise and Gilgamesh's quest to overcome mortality. Calypso's character and her island seem to be inspired by these older narratives. Many aspects of Ogygia align with traditional depictions of the underworld. For instance, Hermes' visit to Ogygia hints at his usual role associated with guiding souls to the afterlife, further emphasizing the island's connection to the underworld. Additionally, Odysseus' refusal to eat the unique food offered by Calypso mirrors themes from the underworld. As professor of classical studies Gregory Crane points out, this act is reminiscent of Persephone's story and other folklore tales where consuming food from another realm has consequences. The frequent mention of Calypso's dwelling being a cave, a motif often symbolizing the underworld, as seen in Odysseus' escape from Polyphemus' cave, is another clue. It's also worth noting that many characters like Eos's lover Orion and Demeter's lover Laciona, who are mentioned in relation to Calypso's relationship with Odysseus, meet untimely ends. This further strengthens the idea that Odysseus' involuntary stay on Ogygia is akin to being trapped in the underworld. Joseph's extended time in prison, a consequence of Potiphar's wife's desires, plays a pivotal role in his story. Wrongly accused of trying to assault her, Joseph faces years of imprisonment for resisting her advances. We can identify two major missteps in Joseph's journey: conflicts with his brothers and issues in Potiphar's household. While disputes with his brothers lead to his broader confinement in Egypt, his issues with Potiphar's wife result in his imprisonment. These two events share similarities. Initially, his brothers strip him of his attire and cast him into a pit before selling him off. Later, Potiphar's wife takes away his garment and levels accusations that land him in the pit really gel. The act of his brothers throwing him into a pit foreshadows his subsequent imprisonment. This also briefly invokes the idea of descending into the underworld, a theme often present in romantic tales. Scholar Fry highlights this reoccurring motif. Quote, romances often start with a significant drop in social standing, transitioning from wealth to destitution, from entitlement to a fight for existence, or even enslavement. Families get torn apart, end quote. Quote, the overarching theme of descent is characterized by a blurring of identity and limitations on actions. There's an initial disruption in awareness, akin to drifting into sleep, followed by a downward journey to a realm below. This realm can be a place of harshness and confinement, or a prophetic cave. Heroes often find themselves ensnared in mazes or locked away, end quote. In the Winter's Tale, Shakespeare employs a similar narrative device with Hermione's imprisonment. Much like Joseph, Hermione is incarcerated due to a baseless accusation of infidelity. Her time behind bars serves as a prelude to her supposed demise, which spans 16 years. This time lapse mirrors the duration seen in the tales of Joseph and Odysseus. During this period, her newborn daughter, Perdita, matures into a young woman. Odysseus's devoutness earns him the favor of the gods, aiding in his reunion with his loved ones. Zeus acknowledges Odysseus' sacrifices at Troy, painting him as a virtuous individual. In a subsequent divine assembly, Zeus decrees that Hermes will journey to Ogygia to instruct Calypso to release Odysseus. With Athena participating in both these divine discussions, a total of 3 deities play a role in liberating Odysseus from Calypso's grasp. However, in true epic fashion, while Odysseus gains his freedom, he faces the challenge of navigating the seas solo on a self-made raft. He must also showcase his heroism to reach Scheria, a location that serves as a transitional point. Much like Odysseus, Joseph finds his way out of confinement with divine assistance. His unique talent for dream interpretation, which we'll dive into later, catches Pharaoh's eye. This skill not only changes his fate, but also catapults him to a position of prominence. Joseph credits his dream interpretation prowess entirely to divine intervention. In his story, dreams serve as the primary channel through which the divine communicates. Recognizing his abilities, Pharaoh elevates Joseph, even arranging a marriage for him with Asenath, the daughter of the revered priest. This narrative element of a hero marrying a high-born woman is a recurring theme in romantic tales. For instance, Apollonius, in a similar juncture in his story, weds the daughter of King Archistrates. Shakespeare's Pericles, inspired by the Apollonius narrative, mirrors this by having Pericles marry Thaisa, King Simonides' daughter. Both Apollonius and Pericles wed their royal brides after facing shipwrecks and losing everything, drawing parallels to Joseph's life trajectory before his encounter with Pharaoh. The Odyssey also touches upon this theme with the character of Nausicaa. Though Odysseus doesn't end up marrying her, the typical protagonist in these romantic tales, like Joseph, Apollonius, and Pericles, are young unmarried men. Odysseus, being older and more seasoned than Joseph, allows the Odyssey to hint at this theme without fully embracing it. Odysseus, upon his return, is laden with incredible treasures. The Phaeacians, honoring Zeus's earlier proclamation, bestow upon Odysseus wealth that surpasses even the grand loot he would have acquired from Troy, which he unfortunately lost. The Odyssey emphasizes the generosity of the Phaeacians' gift in 3 distinct passages. When Odysseus awakens, disoriented and unaware he's in Ithaca, he worries that the Phaeacians might have taken some of these treasures while he slept. Similarly, Joseph experiences remarkable prosperity while serving Pharaoh. As highlighted earlier, this theme is recurrent in his story, with blessings flowing through Joseph to the entire household, and success accompanying him in all his endeavors. This theme is encapsulated in the name Joseph gives to his second son, Ephraim, meaning, quote, God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering, end quote. This newfound wealth and status also serves as a disguise when Joseph's brothers come to seek his help during the famine. In Joseph's tale, his homecoming is reimagined to explain the origins of the Israelites' settlement in Egypt. Instead of Joseph's returning to his homeland, his family, represented by his brothers, comes to him. However, the traditional narrative finds its way back when Joseph eventually reunites with his father. Both the Odyssey and Joseph's story culminate in heartfelt reunions with their fathers, following earlier recognition scenes with other family members. Joseph and Odysseus triumph over death. The prolonged absence of both protagonists is perceived as a symbolic victory over death. Throughout their tales, both believed to be dead, a recurring theme in many romantic narratives. In the Odyssey, even those closest to Odysseus, like Telemachus and Eumaeus, resign themselves to the belief that he's no longer alive. Others, like the suitors, frequently assert his death. Only a few, like Halitherses, hold on to the hope of his return. Similarly, in Joseph's story, when his brothers visit Egypt and encounter Joseph, unaware of his identity, they speak of one brother being quote-unquote lost. This mirrors the irony often found in the Odyssey, where characters reminisce about Odysseus while he's right in front of them in disguise. As Joseph continues to question his brothers, they're reminded of their past actions and express remorse. Quote, "We're surely being punished for what we did to our brother. We ignored his pleas and now we face the consequences," end quote. Reuben added, "I warned you against harming him, but you didn't listen. Now we bear the weight of his blood and must face the repercussions," end quote. Spicer encapsulates the brothers' belief, noting that as far as they're concerned, Joseph met his end in the wilderness near Dothan years ago. Both the Odyssey and Joseph's story crescendo into poignant moments of recognition, where the protagonist emotionally reunites with a family after a long separation. While such climatic reunions are common in romantic tales, the parallels between the Odyssey and Joseph's story are particularly striking. In both narratives, the protagonist initially hides his identity, putting family members through rigorous tests. These encounters are charged with emotion, often leading to tears. Yet there's also an element of seemingly unnecessary harshness from the protagonist. This similarity provides a backdrop to delve into the more debated aspects of Odysseus' reunion with Laertes, which mirrors Joseph's interactions with his brothers in Egypt. By recognition scenes, I refer to the moments when the protagonist, after 2 decades of absence, reunites with his family. Given that he's believed to be dead, the changed circumstances over the years act as a disguise. These scenes are pivotal, marking the protagonist's reconnection with his family identity. Lost since his departure, they symbolize the heart of the happy ending in romantic tales, signifying the restoration of identity. There are various forms of these recognition scenes, depending on certain factors. For instance, is the identity unknown to both parties or just one? How long does the revelation take? Does the reunion occur before or after the protagonist's identity is restored? Which family member is involved? By examining these factors, we can categorize these scenes, identifying which ones share the most similarities and can thus shed light on each other's dynamics. Some of these factors align the Odyssey and Joseph's story with other romances, while others distinguish them. Meanwhile, one factor is unique to the Odyssey. When we look at romance from a wider lens, considering works from Euripides to Kalidasa's Shakuntala, the Greek novels, and even Shakespeare, a key distinction emerges: the characters' awareness of each other's identities during their reunions. This distinction splits recognition scenes into two main categories. In most ancient romances like Euripides' Ion, Helen, and Iphigenia in Taurus, the story of Apollonius, king of Tyre, and Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale and Pericles, neither character knows the other's true identity during their reunion. However, both the Odyssey and Joseph's story take a different approach. In these tales, the protagonist knows the family member's identity, but hides his own during their initial meetings. This approach is rare. The only other ancient romances that come close are Euripides' Acleistus and Kalidasa's Shakuntala, but they offer twists on this theme. In Acleistus, while Admetos doesn't recognize his wife, it's not her doing the concealing. Instead, Heracles, an outsider, plays a role in the mystery. In Shakuntala, the protagonist knows her husband, but he doesn't recognize her due to a curse, not because she's hiding her identity. Another key difference in these romances is the relationship between the main character and the family member they were united with. These reunions can be between a parent and a child, as seen in Euripides' Ion, between a mother and a son, or in Apollonius and Shakespeare's Pericles, between a father and a daughter. They can also be between spouses, like Odysseus and Penelope, Apollonius and his queen, Dushyanta, and Shakuntala. In Shakuntala, Menelaus and Helen in Euripides' Helen, or Leontes and Hermione in The Winter's Tale. Another variation is the reunion between siblings, as seen between Joseph and his brothers, or Iphigenia and Orestes in Euripides' Iphigenia in Taurus. Out of these, the reunion between husband and wife often stands out as the most emotionally charged. This is evident in the climatic moments of the Odyssey, Shakuntala, and The Winter's Tale. In fact, Shakespeare's faced criticism for not emphasizing the reunion between Leontes and his daughter Perdita in The Winter's Tale. However, focusing on the reunion between spouses, in my opinion, was a wise choice due to its profound emotional depth. The time taken for a protagonist to reveal their identity to family members varies. In the Odyssey, Athena's initial disguised encounter with Odysseus sets the standard for later recognition scenes. Knowing Odysseus's identity, she teases him, hinting at his past and delaying the revelation of his location. Once she unveils her true identity, Athena highlights her role in assisting Odysseus with strategies and labels him as someone who tests others, a theme prevalent throughout the epic. This testing characterizes the recognition scenes in both the Odyssey and Joseph's story. Interestingly, while Odysseus's behavior often faces scrutiny, Joseph's similar actions are seldom criticized. In the Odyssey, most recognition scenes involving Odysseus are delayed, with the exceptions being Athena's and Argos's immediate recognitions in books 13 and 17. There are instances where Odysseus doesn't reveal his identity immediately, instead testing the loyalty of family members or servants. These are termed as postponed recognition scenes. A similar pattern is observed in the myth of Joseph, where he tests his relatives before revealing his identity. Such scenes are characteristic of both Odysseus and Joseph, serving as a form of self-identification for the audience. The Odyssey uses three types of recognition scenes. One, immediate recognition. Odysseus is recognized at the start of the encounter. Two, delayed recognition. Odysseus's identity is revealed by the end of the scene. And three, postponed recognition. Odysseus's identity is disclosed in a subsequent scene. Reversed recognitions in certain scenes, it's Odysseus who is tested by the other party. Examples include his interactions with Athena in Book 13 and Penelope in Book 23. Timing of recognition relative to the suitor's slaying. Before slaying the suitors, recognition scenes that happen before the defeat of the suitors are preparatory in nature. They involve characters who will assist Odysseus in his confrontation with the suitors. For instance, Athena, Telemachus, Philodius, and Eumaeus all play roles in the suitor's downfall, while Eurycleia helps by locking the doors to trap everyone inside. After slaying the suitors, recognition scenes that take place after the suitors have been defeated, such as those with Penelope and Laertes, signify the conclusion of the Odyssey's romance narrative. The Odyssey strategically uses recognition scenes in alignment with broader structural elements of the narrative. These scenes are often paired or mirrored to emphasize thematic or narrative parallels. Athena and Penelope, both scenes in Book 13 and 23, are reversed recognitions, where Odysseus is tested. Both scenes also feature Odysseus bestowing a kiss. Additionally, Athena's scene has parallels with Argos's scene, as they are both immediate recognitions. Eumaeus and Telemachus. The episodes with Eumaeus in Books 14 and 15 are intricately linked to the recognition scene with Telemachus in Book 16. Eurycleia and Penelope. The recognition with Eurycleia in Book 19 is related to the postponed recognition with Penelope, framing the scenes in Books 17 and 18 where the suitors mistreat Odysseus. Penelope and Laertes. The final recognition scenes with Penelope in Book 23 and Laertes in Book 24 complement each other, forming a cohesive unit post the suitors' defeat. Athena's unique recognition in the Odyssey, Book 13. When Odysseus encounters Athena in Book 13 of the Odyssey, it's a unique twist on the typical recognition scenes found throughout the poem. Unlike other scenes, Athena instantly knows who Odysseus is. Given that she's a goddess and his guide, this immediate recognition might seem expected. However, this isn't the norm for other recognition moments in the story. In this particular scene, it's Athena who wears an unbreakable disguise, not Odysseus. This is a stark contrast to other scenes. She even tests Odysseus, which is a reversal of roles in most other recognition moments. While Odysseus doesn't wear a physical disguise here, he does use words to mask his identity. He starts the conversation with a made-up story presenting a fictional version of himself. After a bit of playful banter and listening to Odysseus's lengthy fabricated story, Athena finally reveals her true form. She transforms into a tall, beautiful woman, known for her excellent skills. This scene sets the stage, introducing the various elements and behaviors that will be seen in subsequent recognition scenes in the Odyssey. Eumaeus and the delayed discovery. In the Odyssey's Books 14 and 15, we witness a classic recognition scene orchestrated by Athena. Here, Odysseus takes on the appearance of an older, bald man in tattered clothing. This transformation ensures he remains incognito, allowing him the freedom to gauge Eumaeus's loyalty and present himself as a beggar. Odysseus, known for his mastery in deception, has used disguises before, such as when he posed as an old beggar to spy on Troy, and most notably, when he conceived the Trojan horse strategy. Despite Odysseus' disguise, Eumaeus frequently speaks of the supposedly missing king. Through their interactions, Odysseus gets to witness firsthand Eumaeus' unwavering loyalty and dedication. Eumaeus even expresses a deep longing for Odysseus' return, valuing it over reuniting with his own family. But why doesn't Odysseus reveal his true identity to Eumaeus? There's a recurring theme in the Odyssey about the dangers of revealing Odysseus' identity prematurely. For instance, during the Trojan horse incident, Anticlus almost exposes their plan when he almost responds to Helen imitating the voices of the Greeks' wives. This theme is echoed when Eurycleia nearly reveals Odysseus' identity to Penelope, only to be stopped by Athena's timely intervention. Given Eumaeus' close ties with Penelope and his role as her confidant, Odysseus fears that Eumaeus might unintentionally spill the beans. This concern is further highlighted when, after Odysseus discloses his identity to Telemachus, Athena expresses worry that Eumaeus might inadvertently reveal the secret to Penelope if he sees Odysseus without his beggar disguise. Eumaeus' backstory, as presented in the Odyssey, is a captivating narrative within the larger epic, drawing striking parallels with the biblical tale of Joseph. A central theme in both stories is the tragic fate of being sold into slavery. Surprisingly, Eumaeus isn't just an ordinary swineherd, he's the son of a king. This royal lineage mirrors Joseph's unique position as a favored son in his family. The betrayal in Eumaeus' story comes from a trusted Phoenician nurse in his father's household. She deceives young Eumaeus, handing him over to Phoenician traders in exchange for her passage back to her family. This act of betrayal by someone close is reminiscent of Joseph's own brothers selling him into slavery. Interestingly, the Phoenician nurse herself had once been a victim, having been abducted and sold into slavery by the Taphians. This adds another layer of complexity to the narrative, similar to the multiple instances of trading in Joseph's story. While Eumaeus' journey into slavery begins with the Phoenicians, it ends when they sell him to Laertes. And just like many romantic tales, Eumaeus' story promises a hopeful resolution. However, at this juncture in the Odyssey, both his personal tale and the overarching recognition scene with Odysseus remain unfinished. Telemachus' delayed recognition. Upon Telemachus' return from his meeting with Nestor and Menelaus, he makes his way to Eumaeus' hut. This setting links Telemachus' recognition scene with Eumaeus' earlier delayed recognition of Odysseus. The narrative is intricately woven, with Eumaeus playing a pivotal role in both scenes. Odysseus, with his keen observation, notices someone approaching Eumaeus' hut. The dog's silence gives away the visitor's familiarity. This moment, where Odysseus deduces the identity of the newcomer, adds a layer of pre-recognition, hinting at the multifaceted recognitions about to unfold. Upon entering, Telemachus is warmly greeted by Eumaeus. The swineherd's emotional reception, likened to a reunion between a father and a son, evokes the intense feelings typically reserved for the peak of a recognition scene. This sentiment is further emphasized when Telemachus addresses Eumaeus as father. After a brief exchange and update about the disguised Odysseus, Telemachus instructs Eumaeus to inform Penelope of his safe return, underscoring Eumaeus' trusted position in the palace. With Eumaeus away, Athena makes her appearance, described in a manner reminiscent of her earlier revelation to Odysseus in Book 13. This consistent description hints at the formulaic nature of recognition scenes in the Odyssey. Athena then restores Odysseus to his usual appearance before making her exit. Upon Odysseus' return into Eumaeus' hut, he unveils his true identity to Telemachus. However, the sudden transformation leaves Telemachus startled, leading him to suspect the figure before him might be a deity. The dialogue between them emphasizes this confusion. I am not some god, but I am your father. This exchange not only highlights Telemachus' initial disbelief, but also underscores Odysseus' godlike appearance. Telemachus' uncertainty is a common feature in the Odyssey's recognition scenes. Typically, a tangible sign such as Odysseus' thigh scar, the marital bed, or the trees he planted with Laertes would serve as proof of identity. However, Telemachus lacks such a reference point since he was merely a baby when Odysseus left. Drawing a parallel with Eumaeus' scene, Telemachus' skepticism mirrors the swineherd's earlier disbelief in Odysseus' promised return. It's only when Odysseus attributes his transformation to Athena's intervention that Telemachus is convinced. This recognition scene with Telemachus is significant, as it ties in with later scenes involving Penelope in Book 23 and Laertes. Notably, these three characters are the only ones who recognize Odysseus outside of his beggar disguise. Tears and the act of crying play a significant role in the Odyssey, especially during moments of recognition. This emotional response is first evident when Odysseus reveals his identity to Telemachus. Surprisingly, Odysseus, often portrayed as the epitome of stoicism, sheds tears. This raw display of emotion underscores the profound feelings stirred during these reunions. Yet Telemachus remains skeptical, even in the face of his father's tears. This initial hesitance from Telemachus foreshadows Penelope's even more guarded reaction in Book 23. Once Telemachus becomes convinced of Odysseus's identity, thanks to the mention of Athena's involvement, he too is overcome with emotion. The father and son embrace, both shedding tears. However, their shared grief becomes so intense that it threatens to consume their time and focus. The narrator emphasizes this potential pitfall with a series of what-if scenarios. Quote, "And now the light of the sun would have set while they were mourning, had not Telemachus at once addressed his father." Quote, "And now the light of the sun would have set while they were mourning, had not Odysseus himself restrained them and spoke." Quote, "And now the rosy-fingered dawn would have appeared while they were mourning, had not Athena, the gray-eyed goddess, thought about other things." End quote. These passages serve as a poignant reminder of the deep emotional resonance of recognition scenes in the Odyssey. They highlight the balance between the joy of reunion and the need to remain focused on the challenges ahead. Argos's heartfelt recognition of Odysseus. Among all the mortals in the Odyssey, Argos stands out. The loyal dog instantly identifies his master Odysseus, drawing a parallel with Athena's immediate recognition in Book 13. These two instances are unique in their immediate acknowledgement. The narrative cleverly sets the stage for this touching reunion. Before meeting Telemachus, Odysseus observes that Eumaeus' dogs don't bark at an approaching figure, indicating their familiarity with the person. Later, when Athena approaches, only Odysseus and the dogs sense her presence, while Telemachus remains oblivious. These moments emphasize the dog's keen perception and ability to recognize. As Odysseus and Eumaeus draw near, Argos perks up his ears, reminiscent of Odysseus' earlier attentive listening. But before the reunion unfolds, the narrative delves into Argos' backstory and current state. This technique of building suspense by interspersing background details is also employed during Eurycleus' recognition scene, where Odysseus' scar and name are elaborated upon. Once the background is set, Argos' recognition is immediate and heartfelt. He wags his tail and drops his ears in sheer excitement, embodying the profound emotion stirred by such reunions. This reaction mirrors earlier descriptions of Odysseus' interactions with Eumaeus' dogs. As Odysseus acknowledges Argos, he's moved to tears, discreetly hiding them from Eumaeus. This subtle display of emotion foreshadows his initial interaction with Penelope. However, the reunion is bittersweet. Weakened by age and neglect, Argos passes away right after recognizing Odysseus. While some might find this confluence of recognition and death overly dramatic, it's a classic trope in ancient recognition tales, echoing sentiments found even in the biblical story of Joseph. Odysseus and Penelope, a delayed reunion. In Homer's Odyssey, Book 19, presents a poignant scene between Odysseus and his wife, Penelope, where recognition is intentionally delayed. This scene mirrors an earlier one with Eumaeus, Odysseus' loyal swineherd. Eumaeus plays a connecting role, passing messages between the estranged couple, setting the stage for their eventual meeting. In both scenes, Odysseus interacts at length with someone close to him without revealing his true identity. Penelope showcases her unwavering loyalty, while Eumaeus displays his dedication, even though Odysseus remains incognito. Interestingly, both encounters are preceded by confrontations. Eumaeus' dogs threaten Odysseus, and Melantho, a disloyal maid, verbally attacks him. In both instances, the host intervenes, preventing any harm to Odysseus. The narrative draws parallels between these confrontations. While Eumaeus' dogs are real, Melantho's aggressive behavior likens her to a dog, especially when Penelope refers to her as a bitch. This canine imagery is consistent, emphasizing the hostility Odysseus faces. Another striking similarity is how both Penelope and Eumaeus, while speaking to Odysseus in disguise, think of him as he were absent and even allude to his presumed death. Clothing also plays a significant role in both scenes, highlighting the importance of appearances and disguises in the narrative. However, Odysseus faces challenges in both interactions. With Eumaeus, he struggles to gain complete trust as the swineherd remains skeptical about Odysseus' return. Penelope, on the other hand, seeks concrete evidence that the stranger before her has truly encountered her husband. Despite these parallels, the emotional intensity varies. While Odysseus remains composed with Eumaeus, his interaction with Penelope is charged with emotion. He struggles to hold back tears, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with his old dog, Argos. This difference underscores the deep bond between Odysseus and Penelope, setting the stage for their eventual reunion. In the Odyssey, Odysseus chooses not to reveal his identity to Penelope for various reasons. One significant factor is the portrayal of woman's fidelity, or lack thereof. In the narrative, the story suggests that women, even those considered moral, can be led astray by romantic or sexual encounters. This perspective is evident in the tale of a maidservant who betrays Eumaeus after becoming involved with a Phoenician trader. The narrative comments on the power of, quote, lovely lovemaking, end quote, to divert even the most virtuous woman's thoughts, as seen in Odyssey 15. This theme of woman's fidelity is further explored through the characters of Clytemnestra and Helen. Both are repeatedly mentioned in the Odyssey and serve as potential contrasts or comparisons to Penelope. Each of these women represents varying levels of marital loyalty. Clytemnestra, she represents the most severe form of marital betrayal. Not only does she take a lover, but she also either assists in her husband's murder or fails to prevent it. Her actions epitomize the most extreme form of infidelity from a husband's viewpoint. Helen, her story offers a more nuanced perspective on fidelity. While she leaves her husband for another man, she eventually returns to him. This places her in a middle ground between absolute loyalty and complete betrayal. Penelope, she stands as the paragon of marital fidelity in the Odyssey. Despite being surrounded by suitors during Odysseus' absence, she remains unwaveringly loyal to her husband. Throughout the Odyssey, Penelope's character is explored in relation to these varying degrees of fidelity. The narrative toys with the idea that she could potentially fit into any of these categories, emphasizing the complexity of her character and the challenges she faces in maintaining her loyalty. The Odyssey often draws parallels between the fates of Agamemnon's family and that of Odysseus's. These parallels serve as cautionary tales and potential outcomes for the central characters of the poem. For instance, Odysseus and Agamemnon, just as Agamemnon was murdered upon his return home, there's a looming threat that Odysseus might meet a similar fate. Penelope and Clytemnestra. Clytemnestra's betrayal of her husband Agamemnon serves as a dark reflection of what Penelope might become. The narrative toys with the idea that Penelope could betray Odysseus in his absence. Telemachus and Orestes. Telemachus, like Orestes, might find himself in a position where he has to avenge his father's death. However, as the story progresses, especially after Odysseus' return, Penelope's characters, particularly the version of Helen in Menelaus' recounting of the Trojan horse incident. In that tale, Helen, recognizing the warriors hidden inside the Trojan horse, circles it, mimicking the voices of their wives. This act of Helen's mirrors the Odyssey's underlying concern that Penelope, upon recognizing Odysseus, might unintentionally expose his disguise. In terms of jeopardizing Odysseus's identity, Penelope is seen as the least likely to do so, with Clytemnestra being the most probable, and Helen occupying a middle ground. Interestingly, the narrative does introduce a moment where a woman almost reveals Odysseus's identity, but this role is given to Eurycleia, the loyal nurse. Her recognition of Odysseus is intricately tied to Penelope's own realization of her husband's return. Towards the conclusion of a recognition scene, Penelope herself draws a comparison to Helen, highlighting the interconnected fates and choices of the women in the Odyssey. In the Odyssey, several characters, including the Phoenician servant, Clytemnestra, and Helen, have romantic encounters outside of wedlock. In contrast, Penelope remains loyal to her husband. However, the narrative cleverly plays with the idea of her potential infidelity, especially given the uncertainty of Odysseus's fate. While Penelope never opens showing interest in any of the suitors, the poem subtly touches upon the possibility. A notable instance is when Athena nudges Telemachus to depart from Sparta, hinting that Penelope might soon wed Eurymachus. Quote, "Understand the nature of a woman's heart. She often seeks to build a new life with a new partner, forgetting her past children and the memories of her departed husband," end quote. Penelope seems more influenced by external pressures, especially from her family, rather than genuine desire. The narrative here primarily warns Telemachus about the risks to his inheritance if Penelope remarries. Both Eumaeus and Penelope, characters with many similarities in the story, are depicted as steadfastly loyal. However, their loyalty is tested, making their eventual reunions all the more poignant. At its core, the structure of romantic tales dictates that Odysseus cannot reveal his true identity to Penelope too soon. In such narratives, the moment of recognition serves as a reward for the hero. It comes after the protagonist has not only endured hardships, but has also reclaimed his prosperity. This narrative structure ensures that Penelope's moment of realization about Odysseus's identity occurs near the epic's conclusion, specifically after Odysseus has defeated the suitors, since the suitors are primarily associated with the divine hospitality theme in the Odyssey. The recognition scenes involving characters linked to their downfall happen earlier in the story. When Penelope hears the stranger, Odysseus in disguise, speak of an encounter with her husband, she is moved to tears, sensing the truth in his words. This emotional response is beautifully captured in a 5-line simile. Odysseus, too, is moved to tears, but he hides his emotions. This moment mirrors an earlier scene with Argos, further emphasizing the theme of concealed recognition. While Penelope is deeply affected by the stranger's story, she seeks evidence, putting Odysseus to the test. This moment mirrors Athena's unique recognition scene in Book 13, where she, unlike Odysseus, fully understands the situation and knows who he is. I strongly disagree with some interpretations suggesting that Penelope recognizes her husband at this point. They also neglect the striking similarities this scene has with Eumaeus' encounter in Book 14. To assume Penelope recognizes Odysseus here is to project a modern perspective onto the text, which goes against the grain of ancient myth and the romantic narrative structure. Why would the Odyssey lessen the anticipation of the pivotal scene in Book 23? Instead, the epic cleverly plays with its own established conventions of recognition. It blurs but doesn't erase the distinction between immediate and delayed recognitions. Penelope gets tantalizingly close to the truth, much like Eurycleia's emotional outburst. Her interaction with the disguised Odysseus is reminiscent of Athena's playful encounter in Book 13, but she doesn't possess the same level of insight as the goddess. Penelope's inquiry centers on the attire Odysseus had on during his supposed meeting with the stranger. This scene also draws parallels with Odysseus's conversation with Queen Arete of Scheria, where their initial rapport is built on a discussion about clothing. Even though Arete seems convinced by his story, she doesn't truly recognize him until much later. Mirroring Penelope's eventual realization of Book 23, this thematic link with Arete further supports the idea that Penelope doesn't truly recognize Odysseus during their initial meeting, but will do so in their subsequent encounter in Book 23. Odysseus effortlessly meets Penelope's challenge regarding his attire, recalling the brooch she once gifted him. Interestingly, his answer draws a parallel with Eumaeus' backstory. He mentions how the brooch caught the attention of many women, reminiscent of the admiration the jewelry of Phoenician traders received in Eumaeus' father's house. It's often overlooked by many that it's Odysseus' portrayal of the herald Eurybates rather than the clothing details that serves as the ultimate proof, moving Penelope to further tears. But why is this significant? In his depiction of Eurybates, Odysseus underscores a crucial aspect of his personal connections, as highlighted by scholars. Odysseus values a harmony of mind in his close relationships. This shared mindset between Odysseus and Athena is what endears him to the goddess and explains her unwavering support. Furthermore, Odysseus' remarks about Eurybates not only draw a parallel with his bond with Athena, but also shed light on the essence of the recognition scenes in the narrative. True recognition, it seems, is achieved when two characters attain a mutual understanding or a harmony of mind. Eurycleia's delayed recognition. Eurycleia's moment of recognizing Odysseus is intricately woven into the tapestry of the Odyssey. It complements Telemachus' own realization and is interlaced with Penelope's initial encounter with Odysseus. Just as Telemachus' early recognition contrasts with Eumaeus' delayed recognition, Eurycleia's scene mirrors Penelope's postponed acknowledgement. The Odyssey foreshadows Eurycleia's connection with Telemachus early on. Telemachus entrusts her with the secret of his journey to see Nestor and Menelaus, making her swear not to inform Penelope. This dynamic sets the stage for later scenes. Penelope remains unaware of Telemachus' travels, hinting at her delayed recognition, while Eurycleia is consistently in the know. Eurycleia's recognition, much like Eumaeus, is rooted in the customs of hospitality. She offers to wash Odysseus' feet, a gesture deeply embedded in ancient hospitality traditions. However, her act of washing and the subsequent recognition are postponed by a series of unique narrative techniques. Among these is her heartfelt address to her seemingly absent master, masterfully blurring the lines of Odysseus' role in the story. As she discovers the scar on his thigh, the narrative pauses to delve into the backstory of how Odysseus acquired it. This exceptional narrative shift, reminiscent of the stream of consciousness style popularized in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, allows readers to immerse themselves in Eurycleia's thoughts, experiencing the rush of memories associated with the scar. At a certain juncture, the recognition scenes of Eurycleia and Penelope seem to intertwine, much like the near merging of Telemachus and Eumaeus, their recognitions in Book 16. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Eurycleia exclaims Odysseus' true identity. The very revelation Odysseus feared might come from Penelope. This could have prematurely unveiled his identity to Penelope, but Athena intervenes just in time. Interestingly, the Odyssey doesn't use a hypothetical scenario to illustrate Athena's timely action, a narrative choice that might seem unusual. Athena's intervention is reminiscent of another scene where she guides Helen away from the Trojan horse after Odysseus silences Anticlus. In this instance, Athena ensures Penelope remains oblivious to Eurycleia's outburst, while Odysseus swiftly silences his servant. Pledging her allegiance, Eurycleia recalls the oath she took for Telemachus. Her remark, "My child, what sort of word has escaped the barrier of your teeth?" drips with irony given her own slip of the tongue. The narrative then gracefully transitions back to Penelope's prolonged recognition scene, referring to him as guest. Penelope continues their deep conversation, echoing the exchanges between Odysseus and Eumaeus in books 14 and 15. A profound connection forms, similar to the bond between Eumaeus and Odysseus. Penelope even shares a personal dream with him. She finds their discussion so captivating that she mentions she could converse all night long with him, mirroring Eumaeus' sentiments. Eumaeus and Philodius recognition scenes. Among the recognition scenes in the Odyssey, the episode involving Eumaeus and Philodius is relatively straightforward. This scene, along with those of Telemachus and Athena, is directly tied to the impending confrontation with the suitors. After securing a vow of loyalty from both men, Odysseus unveils his true identity. However, unlike the dramatic visual transformation Athena bestows upon him before his reunion with Telemachus, here Odysseus relies on showing his distinctive scar as proof, drawing a parallel to Eurycleia's recognition scene. Following this revelation, and in a manner reminiscent of his interaction with Eurycleia, Odysseus provides the men with a set of instructions. This moment of shared emotion and guidance is punctuated by a series of hypothetical scenarios. These scenarios serve as narrative links connecting the recognition scenes of Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philodius, and ultimately Penelope. Penelope's recognition scene. Penelope's and Laertes' moments of recognizing Odysseus stand out from the rest, as they occur after the suitors have been defeated. These scenes epitomize the culmination of a romantic narrative. While other recognition scenes in the Odyssey can be viewed as a blend of romance with elements of divine hospitality narratives, Penelope's recognition scene is particularly reminiscent of Athena's in Book 13. In a twist, Penelope tests Odysseus, reversing the typical roles seen in such narratives. This is somewhat echoed in Eumaeus' unexpected skepticism towards Odysseus' intentions. When Eurycleia excitedly rushes to inform a skeptical Penelope of Odysseus' return, Penelope's hesitance becomes the central theme of the scene. This reluctance builds upon a motif introduced earlier with Telemachus. Eurycleia urges Penelope to see for herself that Odysseus has indeed returned, drawing a parallel to the biblical story of Joseph. She also references the scar, tying the scene back to her own earlier recognition. However, Penelope's dismissal of this visual proof indicates that her test for Odysseus will demand a unique form of verification. In the aftermath of this fierce confrontation with the suitors, Odysseus's blood-streaked appearance acts as a barrier to immediate recognition based on looks alone. This grisly state aligns perfectly with Athena's prior expectations of how her favored hero would deal with the suitors. Eurycleia, assuming Penelope would want to witness this moment of victory, describes Odysseus as resembling a lion drenched in blood and gore. This imagery echoes Athena's earlier anticipation, envisioning your vast hall splattered with the blood and brains of the suitors. Such graphic depictions of violence are reminiscent of the imagery associated with the goddess Anat. Some scholars, like Bruce Loudon, have suggested that traditions surrounding Anat might have influenced the portrayal of the Homeric Athena. In this unique recognition scene, it's Penelope who takes on the role of the tester, much like Athena does in Book 13. Telemachus in his criticism of Penelope's distant demeanor, inadvertently critiques her assumption of this testing role, while Odysseus understands and accepts her need to test him. He mistakenly believes her reservations stem from his disheveled appearance. After being bathed, dressed, and groomed by Eurycleia, he sits across from Penelope. Despite his efforts, her reservations persist. It's Odysseus who broaches the subject of their shared bed, suggesting Eurycleia prepare one for him. Seizing on this, Penelope crafts her test around the intricately designed bed he built, a test explicitly acknowledged by the narrator, known for his composer, as emphasized by Athena. Odysseus, perhaps frustrated by Penelope's challenge, passionately recounts the story of their bed. Beyond serving as a symbol of recognition, the bed carries deeper connotations, including erotic undertones. The Odyssey's narrative spread across 3 islands, showcasing Odysseus navigating relationships with dominant females. With Circe, their intimate relationship becomes a pathway to understanding and trust. On Sharia, Odysseus' interactions with Arete mirror his current negotiations with Penelope. The erotic element given Arete's marital status is instead channeled through her daughter, Nausicaa. Ayaya, their shared bed, symbolizes their mutual understanding. After their intimate encounter, Circe's threat diminishes, and she restores his crew. Back on Ithaca, Penelope's use of their marital bed as a token of recognition mirrors Circe's reconciliation with Odysseus. On Ayaya, Odysseus ensures Circe swears an oath before their intimate moment. Similarly, in this reversed recognition scene, Penelope ensures Odysseus verifies his identity before they reunite. The bed's connection to love and intimacy is emphasized by its descriptor. The bed, made from a tree, is symbolic of life and vitality. This olive tree, untouched by the suitors and beyond their influence, represents the essence of Ithaca that remains unscathed and vibrant. This tree, which verifies Odysseus' identity, is also linked to Athena, emphasizing the deep connection between her and Odysseus. The bed showcases Odysseus' craftsmanship, highlighting his ability to create from trees. For instance, to defeat Troy, he came up with the idea of the wooden Trojan horse. He used an olive beam to blind the Cyclops, Polyphemus, and crafted his own raft to depart from Calypso. In the Iliad, during his wrestling match with Aias, their intertwined arms are likened to crossbeams, expertly joined by a skilled carpenter. Odysseus' pinnacle demonstration of his woodworking prowess in the Homeric epics is the crafting of Penelope's marital bed. The Odyssey strategically delays mentioning this bed and its special construction until this pivotal moment, using it as a climatic point of recognition. As Odysseus emerges from his bath, a simile likens his head and shoulders to the masterpiece of a talented artisan blessed by Hephaestus or Athena. Penelope underscores that it was Odysseus himself who crafted the bed. This detailed description of the bed includes elements reminiscent of when he constructed the raft. Adding a touch of elegance, he adorned the bed with gold, silver, and ivory, echoing the earlier simile that compared him to a craftsman creation, seamlessly weaving Odysseus' artistry into the narrative. This recognition recognition scene, while unique in its use of the bed as evidence, contains elements seen in other episodes. Before descending the stairs, Penelope voices her belief to Eurycleia that Odysseus must have perished far from home, a sentiment shared by Eumaeus and Penelope herself in a previous scene. Eurycleia's mention of the scar as proof suggests a self-aware, almost theoretical, almost theatrical use of recognition symbols in this episode. Emotion runs deep throughout, with tears and sobbing taking center stage, mirroring other recognition scenes. Their embrace parallels Odysseus's affectionate gesture towards Ithaca during his acknowledgement by Athena. This scene is the last of three crucial moments, as Dawn's pink fingers would have risen during their lament. Athena, the gray-eyed deity, had other plans in mind. Yet the most profound emotional moment is when Penelope truly sees him. She's overwhelmed, her heart and knees giving way, foreshadowing the intensity of the upcoming scene with Laertes. Laertes' delayed recognition. The Odyssey's final recognition scene between Odysseus and his father, Laertes, has faced criticism, particularly for Odysseus's perceived cruelty. However, this scene is not only rooted in tradition, but also aligns traditionally with the sequence of recognition scenes, as seen when compared to the myth of Joseph. The behavior that draws the most criticism, where Odysseus chooses to taunt his father with derisive words, mirrors Joseph's interaction with his brothers during their moment of recognition. This scene with Laertes shares structural similarities with Penelope's recognition in Book 23. Both scenes unfold after the demise of the suitors. In describing how he crafted the bed, Odysseus speaks of clearing the olive tree's foliage and branches and shaping its trunk. When he encounters Laertes, his father is engrossed in gardening, tending to a plant with a spade. The act of Odysseus shaping the trunk in Penelope's scene foreshadows Laertes' gardening when they meet, drawing a thematic connection between father and son, both engrossed in nurturing plants. Both moments underscore the bond with nature, the orchards symbolizing the father-son relationship, the olive tree representing the marital bond. In the tale, Odysseus weaves for Laertes. He asserts a bond with Odysseus through shared hospitality. This ties back to Penelope's initial recognition scene. Drawing on this supposed link between the stranger and Odysseus, Laertes addresses Odysseus as Xenos, much like Penelope does in various instances. Other elements are more universally present across multiple recognition scenes in the Odyssey. Laertes believes Odysseus to be deceased, evoking a sorrow similar to Priam's for his believed to be lost son, expressing his grief through tears. In the tale he spins for Laertes, Odysseus employs a phrase deeply embedded in the Odyssey structure, acting almost as a recognition token. While providing a fabricated name, origin, and lineage, Odysseus conveys to Laertes that he arrived there unintentionally, but a god drove me away from Sicania. So I arrived here against my wishes. The verb drove, used by Odysseus, is distinctively utilized in the Odyssey. It typically appears at the start of a line, often refers to Odysseus, generally depicts divine intervention or wrath, and encapsulates Odysseus's challenges in returning home. Even within this fabricated story, the verb drove, used by Odysseus, is distinctively utilized in the Odyssey. It typically appears at the start of a line, often refers to Odysseus, generally depicts divine intervention or wrath, and encapsulates Odysseus's challenges in returning home. Even within this fabricated story, serves as a condensed reflection of Odysseus's decade-long journey. This usage acts as a subtle recognition token, signaling his true identity more to the readers than to Laertes. The incorporation of this verb underscores that the scene with Laertes is an integral, traditional component of the Odyssey, masterfully weaving in central themes and dynamics of the epic. When Odysseus repeatedly asserts that he has met and hosted Odysseus, Laertes is overcome with grief, symbolically pouring dirt over his face. This portrayal aligns Laertes with iconic figures of sorrow, like Priam from the Iliad and Job from the Bible. Each exhibits profound gestures of grief. Priam covers himself in dung, while Job rips his garments and shaves his head. Laertes' reaction also mirrors Penelope's in invoking a potent emotional response from Odysseus. This intense emotional momentary disrupts Odysseus's control over the situation, evident when he feels a sharp pain in his nostrils. Similar to his interaction with Penelope, this emotional surge propels Odysseus to reveal his true identity, announcing to Laertes that he is the very man in question. However, unlike Penelope, who deliberately pushes Odysseus towards this revelation, Laertes remains oblivious to his role in the disclosure. Upon this revelation, Laertes seeks evidence. Odysseus offers his scar as proof, reminiscent of Eurycleia's recognition, and then recalls the day Laertes named and enumerated all the trees for him. The recurring themes of wood, carpentry, and trees seamlessly connect the recognition scenes of Laertes and Penelope. As Odysseus anticipates the potential fallout from his actions against the suitors, he quickly tries to curb the emotional outpouring. Sparked by their reunion, this response aligns with the traditional reactions observed throughout the Odyssey's recognition scenes. In his reunions with Telemachus, Philodius, and Eumaeus, and the subsequent scene with Penelope, there's a looming threat of uncontrollable grief that could potentially last until daybreak. In each instance, someone intervenes to prevent this overwhelming sorrow. Telemachus in Book 16, Odysseus in Book 21, and Athena in Book 23. They each use pivotal counterfactuals to redirect the emotional trajectory. The scene with Laertes culminates in another intense emotional display. Once Laertes is fully convinced of Odysseus's identity, he embraces his son, becoming so overwhelmed that he nearly collapses. The myth of Joseph, much like the Odyssey and other romantic tales, reaches its zenith through a series of emotionally charged recognition scenes. Remarkably, almost every element in these scenes finds a parallel. In the Odyssey, the recognition scenes unfold against the backdrop of the suitors exploiting Odysseus's household. Similarly, in Joseph's story, the backdrop is the severe drought and famine. These oppressive situations interact in the Odyssey when the suitors are frequently depicted as consuming Telemachus's resources, similar to how Joseph and his family are running out of resources. Looking at the broader typology of recognition scenes in the Romantic tales, Joseph's story mirrors the general type seen in the Odyssey. The protagonist hides his identity until they undergo various tests of loyalty or morality. This fundamental narrative structure aligns the Odyssey and Joseph Smith, distinguishing them from many other ancient romances, including the works like Euripides' Ion, Helen, Iphigenia in Taurus, the Greek novels Kalidasa's Shakuntala, the Apollonian structure introduces motifs like the protagonist struggling to hide his tears, a theme both Genesis and the Odyssey extensively explore. In terms of the Odyssey's three subtypes of recognition scenes, Joseph's story aligns with the specific form of the postponed recognition, akin to the scenes with Eumaeus and Penelope in the Odyssey. This is evident in his initial interactions with his brothers. When Joseph's brothers arrived, they prostrated themselves before him. Upon seeing them, Joseph recognized them. However, he feigned ignorance and addressed them with sternness. While Joseph knew them instantly, his brothers remained unaware of his true identity. Genesis delves deeper into the concept of postponed recognition than the Odyssey does. Joseph's tactics of deception and testing surpass those of Odysseus. He keeps his brothers in suspense for more extended period, subjecting them to heightened distress. While Odysseus crafts fictitious tales about himself, Joseph levels false allegations against his brothers, branding them as spies. He further intensifies their ordeal by imprisoning them for 3 days. While releasing the majority, he detains Simeon for an intermediate duration after their grain purchases with silver. Joseph ensures their silver is secretly returned to their sacks. The discovery of this silver instills fear of being labeled as thieves. My money has been returned. It's right here in my sack. Confused and fearful, they pondered what God has done to us. We've been brought here because of the silver incident. He aims to accuse us, punish us, confiscate our donkeys, and enslave us. In a repeated ruse, Joseph instructs his steward to hide his silver cup in Benjamin's sack. The anguish and distress he inflicts on his brothers surpasses any emotional turmoil Odysseus causes Penelope or Laertes. Joseph's deceptions are more intricate and deceptive than any of Odysseus's actions in the Odyssey. There's an intriguing double standard in cultural interpretations. Odysseus often faces criticism for his actions, while Joseph's more extreme behaviors are seldom highlighted or critiqued. These parallels hint that the actions of both Odysseus and Joseph are not only anticipated, but also accepted within the framework of ancient romance. The reality scene, mirroring many recognition scenes in the Odyssey, observing his brother's compliance and bringing Benjamin as instructed, Joseph commands a feast to be prepared. The steward offers them water to cleanse their feet, a gesture not only emblematic of hospitality in ancient narratives, but also crucial in Odysseus's recognition scene with Eurycleia. She washed his feet, just like the woman washed Jesus's feet in the Gospels. Similar to the Odyssey, where Odysseus's kin and servants ponder about him while he's in their midst, Joseph's brothers reflect on him, even as they stand before him, oblivious to his true identity. In both tales, the protagonist's families presume them to be deceased. For Joseph, various instances in the Odyssey. For Odysseus, various places in Genesis. For Joseph, various instances in the Odyssey. For Odysseus, both Joseph and Odysseus grapple with their emotions during these recognition scenes, striving to mask their tears, just as Odysseus must hide his emotional response upon seeing Argos. And later with Penelope, Joseph too battles to conceal his tears when confronting his brothers after 2 decades of separation. Joseph's decision to disclose his identity comes after a series of tests that his brothers, especially Judah, must pass. This mirrors not only Odysseus' general approach, but also the challenges Penelope sets for him. With Joseph believed to be dead, Benjamin, his only other sibling by the same mother, becomes the apple of Jacob's eye. By forcing them to present Jacob and then planting his silver cup in Benjamin's sack, Joseph sets a trap. He offers his brothers a chance to betray Benjamin as they did him. As a scholar Spicer aptly puts it, the brothers have transformed. They've successfully navigated the ultimate test, giving Joseph the clarity he sought. With his brothers proving their loyalty, Joseph unveils his true identity. The brothers' stunned reaction upon this revelation is reminiscent of Telemachus' shock when he sees Odysseus in his true form. They were so taken aback to see Joseph that they were rendered speechless. His son Telemachus was taken aback, and fearing he might be a deity, averted his gaze. Drawing a parallel with Telemachus' response to Odysseus, as highlighted by many scholars, the brothers implicitly equate Joseph with a divine being. Joseph's subsequent words to them echo Odysseus' reassurance to Laertes when faced with disbelief. I am the one you inquired about. I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. In both the Odyssey and the story of Joseph, the climactic recognition scenes involve the protagonist's returns or reunions with their fathers. These elderly fathers are depicted in strikingly similar ways, as grief-stricken old men deeply mourning their presumed lost sons, the main characters of the narratives. Joseph, as part of his elaborate test for his brothers, repeatedly subjects Jacob to profound distress by demanding that Benjamin be brought to him. You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is gone. Simeon is gone. And now you want to take Benjamin? Everything is against me. But Jacob protested. I cannot let my son go with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If anything were to happen to him on his journey, you would bring my old age down to the grave in sorrow. If you were to take this one from me too, and something were to happen to him, you would send this old man to his grave in utter misery. In both tales, the anguish the protagonists inflict upon their fathers appears excessive, if not unwarranted. For Laertes, some argue that since the suitors are already defeated, there's no justification for further deceit. Similarly, in Joseph's story, his chosen method of testing his brothers seems to inflict more pain on his father than on the brothers themselves. Both the Odyssey and Joseph's story depict the overwhelming emotions experienced by the fathers during the climactic moment of recognition. These emotions are so intense that both narratives subtly suggest the possibility of the father's death upon recognizing their sons. In the Odyssey, Laertes is deeply affected by the revelation. He is moved to tears, rebukes himself in his grief, and eventually faints from the emotional weight. Joseph's reunion with Jacob employs a motif reminiscent of the scene between Odysseus and Argos. Argos, having waited long enough to recognize Odysseus, passes away immediately after the recognition. Similarly, upon recognizing Joseph, Jacob expresses a sentiment that mirrors this motif, declaring, "Now that I have seen you are still alive, I am ready to die." This emotional intensity is further emphasized in the Odyssey when Eumaeus and Philodius are integrated into Odysseus's family. Odysseus promises them, "I will ensure you both have wives, grant you property and homes built close to mine. In my eyes, you will be akin to brothers and companions to Telemachus." Considering Eumaeus' backstory of being sold into slavery and his postponed recognition, his inclusion into Odysseus' family mirrors Jacob's assimilation into Joseph's new Egyptian family. This parallel underscores a profound connection between the Odyssey and Joseph's tale. Joseph's actions throughout his recognition scenes mirror Athena's portrayal of Odysseus's approach to testing his kin. If we adjust the reference from Penelope to Joseph's father and brothers, the parallels become evident. The disparity between the audience's knowledge of Penelope's loyalty and Odysseus's inclination to test her, even if it causes her pain, mirrors Joseph's treatment of both Jacob and his siblings. The dynamics in Odysseus's conversation with Penelope in Book 19 closely resemble Joseph's initial interaction with his brothers in Egypt, particularly in terms of causing emotional distress and employing deception. Both myths exhibit innovation in their placement and execution of recognition scenes. The Odyssey structures its recognition scenes around its theme of negative theoxany, divine hospitality. Except for the scenes with Laertes in the latter part of Penelope's recognition, all recognition scenes in the Odyssey occur before Odysseus confronts the suitors. These scenes serve to rally allies for the impending confrontation. On the other hand, Joseph's recognition scenes present a unique twist. Instead of the protagonist returning home, his family comes to him. This deviation from the traditional romance narrative serves Genesis's broader objective of explaining the Israelites' initial settlement in Egypt. In the Odyssey, Odysseus has distinct recognition scenes with various family members. In contrast, in Joseph's story, these separate recognitions are manifested as individual arrivals of his brothers and the father in Egypt. Dreams in the Odyssey and Joseph's myth. Dreams as a motif are prevalent in romance narratives, from ancient tales like the Iphigenia in Taurus to Shakespearean plays like Cymbeline. These dreams often serve as divine messages or omens. Both Greek and Old Testament myths regard dreams as manifestations of divine intent. Gods frequently communicate with mortals through dreams or dispatch dreams to specific individuals. Given that dreams are perceived as divine signals, an individual capable of interpreting them is often equated with a prophet in both mythological traditions. This association between prophecy and dream interpretation is evident in the Homeric epics, as illustrated by Achilles' words in the Iliad. Let's seek insights from a prophet, priest, or even a dream interpreter, for dreams too are from Zeus. The Odyssey frequently incorporates dreams. However, dreams hold even more significance in Joseph's story. As Spicer notes, dreams in Joseph's narrative act as divine guideposts to the future. But what sets the Odyssey and Joseph's myth apart from other tales is the central role dreams play. In both stories, the protagonist, be it Odysseus or Joseph, is tasked with interpreting dreams. Joseph's ability to decipher dreams is a recurring theme. Yet, in line with the Old Testament's narrative style, Joseph perceives himself as merely an instrument, emphasizing that the true source of interpretation is God. All interpretation belongs to God. It's not me, but God, who will provide Pharaoh with a reassuring answer. In Joseph's most pivotal dream interpretation, he foresees and subsequently helps Egypt navigate a 7-year drought. In the Odyssey, Odysseus's prowess in interpreting dreams is revealed late in the narrative, specifically during the night preceding the suitor's downfall. In the context of Penelope's delayed recognition, Penelope shares a dream with the incognito Odysseus, where an eagle kills 20 geese, and she's left distraught. The eagle, before departing, proclaims that the dream's events will come to fruition and identifies itself as Odysseus. However, Penelope remains skeptical about the dream's prophetic nature. Given the mythological association between dream interpretation and prophecy, Odysseus's interpretation of the dream, which foretells the suitor's demise, aligns him with the prophetic figure of Theoclymenus. The latter's prophecies, however, are presented in a more cataclysmic manner. Drawing a parallel with Joseph's myth, the suitors' exploitation of Ithaca, depicted as them feasting on Odysseus's wealth and likened to a parasitic ticks, mirrors the devastating effects of the severe drought in Egypt. Thus, just as Joseph's dream interpretations help mitigate the drought's impact on Egypt, Odysseus's ability to decipher the dream signals the impending end of the suitor's tyranny. Odysseus and Joseph, the trickster lineage of Antilochus and Jacob. Odysseus from Homer's Odyssey and Joseph from the Bible have more in common than just being central figures in their respective tales. Both are linked through their family histories and are associated with a particular type of myth, the sacking of a city. Odysseus is the grandson of Antilochus, who was renowned for his unmatched skills in theft and making deceptive promises. This talent was a gift from the god Hermes. There's a reference in the Iliad where Odysseus wears a helmet that Antilochus had stolen. The Iliad also provides insight into what's being skilled in making oaths in tales. In the story within the Iliad, the god Zeus declares that his soon-to-be-born descendant will be a ruler. However, the goddess Hera manipulates the situation, ensuring that Eurystheus, also a descendant of Zeus, but not the one intended by Zeus, becomes the ruler instead. She cleverly uses Zeus's vaguely worded oath against him, much like how a trickster would exploit ambiguities. Antilochus, with his knack for using words to his advantage, might have operated in a similar way. When he named his grandson Odysseus, it was a nod to the anger and strong reactions his own cunning ways often evoked in others. The name Odysseus is derived from the word adusamenos, which means to incite wrath. In essence, Odysseus carries the legacy of his grandfather's ability to provoke strong emotions in others. Jacob, Joseph's father, is renowned in biblical lore as a master of deception. His cunning is reminiscent of certain myths from other cultures. One such tale involves Jacob's manipulation to secure his brother Esau's birthright. When Isaac, their father, decides to bless Esau, Rebekah, their mother, intervenes. Preferring Jacob, she devises a plan to deceive her blind husband. She prepares a meal, mimicking the one Isaac had requested from Esau. To further the ruse, she dresses Jacob in Esau's clothes and covers him with animal skins, ensuring that if Jacob were to touch him, he'd be convinced he was touching the hairy Esau. When Jacob serves the meal and claims to be Esau, Isaac is deceived by the scent of Esau's clothes and the feel of the animal skins. Consequently, he blesses Jacob instead of Esau. This biblical episode has striking similarities with the myth of Hera's deception of Zeus. In both tales, a wife deceives her husband to prevent him from favoring a particular son. Esau, described as a hunter with rough, hairy skin and his father's favorite, can be likened to Heracles from the Iliad. Both stories emphasize the irreversible nature of a blessing or oath once given. While Isaac is a more vulnerable figure compared to the mighty Zeus, the essence of the deception remains consistent. The parallels extend further. Both Jacob and Eurystheus from the Iliad benefit from the deceptive acts, gaining power and status they arguably didn't earn. The term dolos, for trick or deceit, in the Septuagint, referring to Jacob's deception, mirrors the term dolophosune, which means craft or craftiness or deceitfulness, used for Hera's cunning in the Iliad. Another similar tale is found in the Metamorphosis, where Semele wishes to see Zeus in his true form, with Hera manipulating the situation. In these narratives, figures like Jacob, Hera, and Antilochus exploit others by manipulating oaths to their advantage. Jacob's actions, especially towards his family, underscore a recurring theme of familial deception in his story. While Homer's Odyssey doesn't directly show Antilochus in act of theft, the other stories outside of the Odyssey frequently link him with stealing livestock. One such tale recounts how Antilochus cunningly took mares from Eurystheus. It's said that after stealing them, Antilochus handed the mares over to the hero Heracles. However, when the time came, Heracles declined to return them. Further accounts about Antilochus describe him as a master thief, specializing in stealing horses, cattle, and sheep. His signature trick altering the animals' brands, making it difficult for their rightful owners to identify them. This trait is subtly echoed in the Odyssey when a young Odysseus is tasked with retrieving sheep that were stolen from Ithaca by men from Messene. This narrative aligns with the story of Antilochus's theft of Eurystheus's mares. During his mission in Messene, Odysseus encounters Eurystheus's son, Iphitos. Iphitos is on a quest of his own, trying to find the mares his father lost to Antilochus. Their meeting proves fruitful for Odysseus as Iphitos gifts him a bow. This very bow later plays a pivotal role when Odysseus uses it to defeat the suitors. However, Iphitos' journey doesn't end as favorably. After his kind gesture to Odysseus, Iphitos meets a tragic fate when he confronts Heracles in an attempt to retrieve the stolen mares. Antilochus, even outside of the Odyssey, is renowned for his unique ability to deceive. As early accounts like Ahoy suggest, he possessed the skill to render things invisible, change their color, or modify their markings. This talent allowed him to steal numerous herds and flocks from others. In other tales, like those of Pherecydes, Ovid, and Aeginos, Antilochus could transform animals into different shapes, changing their colors or even add or remove horns. A scholar named Grants, classicist Timothy Grants, provides further insight, referencing various sources and even artwork. He mentions that Antilochus, despite his cunning, was once caught by Sisyphus. Sisyphus, to counteract Antilochus's thievery, began marking his animals as hoofs with a unique monogram. A 2nd century Megarian bowl even depicts scenes where Antilochus seems to be stealing cattle from a protesting Sisyphus. The Homeric hymn to Hermes offers a glimpse into the possible tactics Antilochus might have employed. At birth, Hermes is labeled both a thief and a cattle herder. In cunning act, Hermes separates 50 of Apollo's cattle, making them walk backwards to mislead anyone following their tracks. He further disguises his theft by creating sandals from brushwood and twigs, ensuring his footprints remain hidden. After stealing the cattle, Hermes uses innovative methods like starting fires by rubbing twigs to further his deception. Even when confronted, Hermes' cunning doesn't wane. Apollo, attempting to bind Hermes, finds that the bonds magically grow around and hide the stolen cattle. The tale concludes with a reconciliation between Apollo and Hermes, with Hermes gifting Apollo a lyre in exchange for the cattle. This exchange cements Hermes' reputation not just as a thief, but also as a protector and benefactor of livestock. Jacob, much like Antilochus, is associated with cunning strategies related to livestock, even if he isn't directly shown stealing. Laban, his father-in-law, and Laban's sons perceive Jacob as a thief, which is reminiscent of how Antilochus was viewed in other tales. The methods Jacob employed boys to amass livestock from Laban have parallels with the descriptions of Antilochus and the tactics detailed in Homeric hymn to Hermes. For instance, Antilochus's ability to change the appearance of livestock, as described by Gantz, mirrors Jacob's actions with Laban's animals. Antilochus could transform the young of herds into any shape he desired, and even alter their colors from black to white, and vice versa. In the Genesis account, Jacob's care leads to the prosperity of Laban's flocks, drawing a parallel with Hermes, who is seen as a protector of pastors. When Jacob seeks his due wages from Laban, he requests newborn lambs and goats with specific markings and colors. Any animal found in his possession without these characteristics would be considered stolen, further linking Jacob with the theme of livestock theft. However, Laban, perhaps sensing Jacob's intentions, quickly segregates the livestock with the desired markings to prevent Jacob from breeding them. Undeterred, Jacob employs a clever tactic. He places freshly cut rods from poplar, almond, and plane trees near the mating animals. This results in the birth of offspring with the desired markings. By selectively breeding the stronger goats, Jacob ensures that he acquired the most robust offspring. Finally, without informing Laban, Jacob departs with his now sizable collection of livestock. This secretive exit further cements the comparison between Jacob and figures like Antilochus and Hermes, who were known for their cunning and resourcefulness. Jacob, Hermes, and Antilochus are all characters from different myths, yet they share striking similarities. Each one uses what might be termed as magic to acquire livestock, altering their appearance and color. A recurring motif in these tales is the use of cut branches, which play a pivotal role in the magical and deceptive transfer of livestock. For instance, livestock is transferred from Apollo to Hermes, from Laban to Jacob, and from Eurystheus, Sisyphus, to Antilochus. Using these methods, Jacob's story, in particular, embeds his cunning acquisition of livestock within a broader narrative of conflict between him and his brother Esau. This mirrors the Homeric hymn to Hermes, where Hermes' theft of Apollo's cattle is set against a backdrop of a disagreement between the two godly siblings. Another shared trait amongst these figures is their prowess in wrestling. Apollodorus mentions that Antilochus has taught the hero Heracles to wrestle, a skill that Odysseus also possesses, as depicted in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Jacob's narrative showcases his wrestling abilities on two occasions. First, even before born, Jacob is described as grasping his twin brother Esau's heel. Later, in a more profound episode, Jacob wrestles with a divine being. Interestingly, Antilochus' sole dialogue in Homer's works involves naming Odysseus, which parallels a blessing scene. This is reminiscent of Jacob's interaction with Isaac, though the roles are reversed. Instead of receiving a blessing, the trickster figure, like Jacob, is the one bestowing it. These characters, with their trickster lineage, possess a unique blend of deceptive skills and verbal dexterity. The physical manifestation of these traits is wrestling. It's these very qualities that empower both Odysseus and Joseph to masterfully handle the delayed recognition scenes they orchestrate with their kin. Joseph in Genesis 34 and Odysseus in the Trojan War. Before their main adventures begin, both Joseph and Odysseus play roles in the conquest of cities. While the Trojan War is on a grander scale compared to the events at Shechem in Genesis 34, the core themes are strikingly similar. The story of Dinah's violation and the subsequent takeover of Hamor's city by Jacob's sons mirrors the central events of the Trojan War. Shechem, a Hivite, is captivated by Jacob's daughter Dinah. He wrongs her, but then wishes to marry her. To discuss this marriage, Shechem's father Hamor meets with Jacob. However, Jacob's sons are furious about what happened to Dinah. Hamor suggests a union between the two communities, allowing intermarriages. Wanting to right his wrong, Shechem offers a generous dowry. Jacob's sons cunningly demand that all the men of Shechem city undergo circumcision. Shechem and Hamor agree, convincing every man in their city to follow suit. But as these men recover from the procedure, two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, ambush the city, killing all the men and rescuing Dinah. The rest of Jacob's sons, including Joseph, then loot the city. The Shechem story draws many parallels with key themes and figures from the Trojan War. Shechem and Paris both have a strong desire for sensual pleasures, but Shechem seems more accountable for his actions. He goes beyond Paris' attempts at reconciliation in the Iliad, where Paris only proposes to return the items he took from Menelaus' home. The fathers of these two characters, Hamor for Shechem and Priam for Paris, share striking resemblances. Hamor's generous nature, noble spirit, and courteous behavior mirror the best attributes of Priam. However, just as the Trojans were deceived by the Trojan horse, Hamor too is overly trusting, thinking everything is in order. Dinah's brothers, Simeon and Levi, mirror the actions of the Greek siblings Agamemnon and Menelaus, especially in their response to perceived wrongs. Just as Menelaus contemplates showing mercy to the Trojan Adrestus, Agamemnon convinces him otherwise, emphasizing that no Trojan should be spared. In your home, did the Trojans treat you kindly? Let's ensure none of them escape our wrath. Not even an unborn child. Every Trojan should face total annihilation. Similarly, Nestor reminds the Greek soldiers of the reason for their quest, Helen's abduction. Let no one think of home until he has avenged Helen's sorrow by being with a Trojan's wife. Jacob's sons echo these intense feelings when they question the dishonor done to their sister. Should our sister be treated as if she were nothing? Their strategy of deceiving the Hivites by having them circumcised, thereby weakening them, can be likened to the Greeks' cunning use of the Trojan horse to infiltrate Troy. While the Greeks relied on the elements of surprise, Jacob's sons had the added advantage of their enemies being already weakened. Dinah's allure can be compared, albeit on a smaller scale, to Helen's. However, unlike the detailed depiction of Helen in the Homeric epics, the stories don't delve into Dinah's personal feelings. One of the most notable contrast in Shechem's story is the portrayal of Jacob's son. They are depicted unfavorably, emphasizing their deceit and treachery. This perspective is reminiscent of Euripides' style, where events are shown through a more grounded, less heroic lens. Shechem, in contrast to Paris, appears more reasonable. His willingness to be circumcised evokes more empathy than the actions of Jacob's sons. This mirrors the Iliad's approach of highlighting the compassionate aspects of the Trojans, like Andromache, Hector, and Priam, while showcasing the cold-heartedness of some Greeks. Although Joseph's specific role isn't detailed, he is among Jacob's sons, involved in the city's looting. Jacob, now an older man seeking peace, disapproves of his son's actions, realizing it will tarnish their reputation in the region. While Genesis doesn't elaborate on Joseph's involvement, contrasting it with the Trojan War, where Odysseus is a key player, the parallel is still evident. Both Odysseus and Joseph's overarching stories share similar narrative arcs. They both inherit trickster qualities, participate in city conquests, and eventually become central figures in romantic tales. After the city's plunder, Joseph's romantic narrative unfolds, swiftly mirroring Odysseus's journey. The connection between the Joseph story, Aesop's life, and ancient narratives. The life story of Aesop, often referred to as the Aesop romance or Vita Aesopi, is a cornerstone when exploring the roots of Greek and Latin novels. This tale about Aesop, a renowned cultural icon, storyteller, and wise figure, was familiar to both medieval and modern European society. The manuscripts we know of today, as studied by B.E. Parry, trace back to the 2nd or 3rd century CE. However, Parry suggests that the original versions of these texts might date back to between the 1st century BCE and the 2nd century CE. He believes that the earliest known biography of Aesop might have evolved from writings as old as the 5th century BCE. Scholars have theorized that tales about Aesop and the 7 sages were popular in Greece around that time, marking the inception of Greek biographies. Some even hypothesize that a Greek Aesop story, similar to the Oriental tale of Ahikar, might have been crafted in the 6th century BCE. It's widely recognized that the heart of the Aesop romance, especially the sections set in Babylonia and Egypt, mirrors the famous Near Eastern tale of sage Ahikar. Both stories portray their protagonist, Aesop and Ahikar, as wise advisors to kings in Mesopotamia and Egypt. The narratives are strikingly similar, with the main distinction being the characters involved. For instance, in the Near Eastern version, Ahikar is a wise royal advisor, while in the Aesop romance, it's Aesop. Similarly, the kings of Assyria in Ahikar's story are replaced by Lycurgus, the Babylonian in Aesop's tale. The characters characters of Ainos and Nectanebo in the Aesop romance have counterparts in Ahikar's story as well. The Ahikar story has been preserved in multiple languages, including Syriac, Arabic, Ethiopian, and Slavonic. While these versions were meticulously compiled and translated into English in the late 19th century, an ancient Aramaic rendition from the 5th century BCE was discovered in Egypt in 1907. It's believed that the origin of the Ahikar story might have even been older, possibly tracing back to the 7th century. The intricate relationship between the Aesop romance and the story of Ahikar is a topic I won't delve into here, drawing from a rich tapestry of narratives. What's particularly noteworthy for our current discussion is the presence of narrative elements familiar in the Near East. Not just in the sections of the Aesop romance that align with the Ahikar's tales, but also in parts that feel distinctly Greek. For example, as Christiani says, in my prior essay, I highlighted a motif where a sacred cup is sneakily placed among Aesop's possessions by the antagonist Delphians. This motif mirrors the biblical account in Genesis 44. Here, Joseph discreetly places his divination cup in his younger brother Benjamin's belongings. Later, he orchestrates its discovery, accusing Benjamin of theft. While the core motif remains consistent between the two stories, its application and significance diverge. In the Aesop romance, Aesop is the unfortunate victim of this deceit. The Delphians haven't taken offense to Aesop's criticisms, frame him with the cup, leading to his arrest and eventual execution. Conversely, in the biblical tale, Joseph is the orchestrator, not the victim of this ruse. He uses it as a strategy to retain his beloved younger brother Benjamin and to exert influence over and reprimand his other brothers who had wronged him. This variation in the utilization of a shared motif is not merely a matter of different narrative choices. It represents a deliberate structural inversion. The creators of these stories have taken a conventional element and applied it in diametrically opposite ways. This mirrored structure suggests a linkage between the two tales. Even if it's not a direct one, it prompts us to analyze and appreciate the narrative in tandem. The comparison between the biblical Joseph story and the Oriental section of the Aesop romance reveals striking similarities and thematic parallels, suggesting shared cultural motifs and narrative structures. Here's a breakdown of the comparisons. Shared themes: foreigner and slave. Both Joseph and Aesop are portrayed as foreigners and slaves, emphasizing their outsider status and the challenges they face in foreign lands. Wisdom and promotion. Both protagonists are recognized for their wisdom and knowledge, leading to their promotion by kings. Their lowly status, juxtaposed with their wisdom, creates a narrative tension. Unjust accusations. Both heroes face unjust accusations, imprisonment, and near-death experiences. However, they are eventually sought out by kings, whom they assist, leading to their exaltation. Sheintag motif. Both narratives incorporate the theme of apparent death. Joseph is presumed dead early in his story, while Aesop is condemned to death but secretly survives. Differences and variations of a theme. Riddles versus dreams. Aesop solves riddles for the Egyptian king, while Joseph interprets dreams for Pharaoh. Both actions showcase their wisdom and unique abilities. Imprisonment locations. Aesop is hidden in an empty tomb, while Joseph is thrown into a dry cistern and later imprisoned in a dungeon. Both scenarios emphasize confinement and isolation, bridging differences with Ahikar. The Aramaic narrative about Ahikar provides a bridge between some differences in the Joseph story and the Aesop romance. For instance, while Jacob believes Joseph is dead due to the bloody dress, Ahikar's execution is simulated by killing a eunuch slave, not an animal, as in the Joseph story. This presents a reversal in narrative dynamics, reversal of motifs. In the Joseph story, the simulated death is a source of grief for Jacob. In contrast, Ahikar's simulated death is a ruse to satisfy a king's demand for his execution. This reversal highlights the flexibility and adaptability of shared narrative motifs across different cultural stories. The story of Joseph in the Bible has some striking similarities to the Aesop romance. Recently, scholars have been taking a closer look at the Joseph story. One of them, D.B. Redford, believes that the story has strong Egyptian influences and might have been written between the 7th to 5th centuries BCE, while another scholar, A. Kitchen, disagrees with some of Redford's points. The idea that the Joseph story was written later than traditionally believed is gaining traction. Some argue that the story fits seamlessly into a larger narrative of Genesis, but even then, recent studies suggest that these stories might have been written no earlier than the 6th century BCE. This means that the Joseph story, the story of Ahikar, and the earliest versions of the Aesop romance might all have been crafted around the same time, between the 7th to 5th centuries BCE in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Even if the Joseph story was written later, it still has roots in ancient tales. It seems to draw from older stories, like the Egyptian tale of the two brothers from the 19th dynasty. In this Egyptian story, two gods, Anpu and Bata, are portrayed as regular people, a married farmer and his single younger brother. This technique of turning godly myths into human stories isn't new. It's something we also see in the Hellenistic novels. The Joseph story is a perfect example of this, where age-old mythical themes are given a fresh, down-to-earth twist. The story of Ahikar, the Aesop romance, and the story of Joseph in the Bible all share narrative elements that can be traced back to ancient Near Eastern tales, especially those from Egypt. This means that the similarities between these three stories aren't just about the content or the time they were written. They all draw from a deep well of ancient storytelling traditions. Considering this intricate connection, it's fascinating to note that both Joseph and Aesop were seen as cultural icons. They had famous burial sites located in significant cultural centers like Delphi and Shechem. Even their names hint at shared history. While Joseph's name fits well within Semitic traditions, Aesop's name stands out as unusual in Greek stories. This raises questions about their shared origins, but that's a topic for another discussion. For now, it's intriguing to see the close relationship between the Aesop romance, which holds a special place in Greek storytelling, and the origins of the Hellenistic novel and the biblical tale of Joseph. The theme of the stolen cup. Continuing in this section, we will highlight the work of Cristiano Grottinelli called Kings and Prophets, Monarchic Power, Inspired Leadership, Sacred Text in Biblical Narrative. This stolen cup theme is also echoed by Philip Wagenbaum in his work, Argonauts of the Desert. When we dive deeper into the story of Joseph in the Bible, we see that its connections to Hellenistic and Roman narratives are just the tip of the iceberg. There are many elements in the Joseph story that can also be found in stories from these later periods. For instance, several Hellenistic and subsequent stories share motifs or themes with the biblical tale. I'll highlight just a few examples to give you an idea, but these should be enough to show that there's a broad tapestry of shared narratives and to set the stage for some broader observations. Let's delve into the stolen cup theme, which appears in both the story of Joseph and the Aesop romance, but with roles reversed. In the Bible, in Genesis 44, the story goes like this. Quote, Joseph instructed his house steward to fill the men's grain sacks and secretly place his silver cup in the youngest brother's sack. The next morning, as the brothers left the city, Joseph sent his steward to confront them about the stolen cup. When the steward caught up with them, he accused them of theft. The brothers, confident of their innocence, declared that if the cup was found with any one of them, that person should die and the rest would become slaves. A search began, starting from the oldest brother's sack to the youngest. To their shock, the cup was discovered in Benjamin's sack. Distraught, they all returned to the city. In the Greek version, the Septuagint, the cup is referred to as kavdi. It also is worth noting the detail of donkeys carrying grain sacks. In the Aesop romance, the story is a bit different. Aesop is found with a cup that the people of Delphi had sneakily placed among his things. He's then arrested and condemned to death for this act of sacred theft. The incident of the hidden cup is narrated in strikingly similar ways in the two primary versions of the Aesop romance, known as Perry G and W texts. However, the G text includes a detail absent in the W version, but present in the biblical account of Joseph. When accused of theft, Aesop, much like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 44, proclaims his willingness to face death if the golden cup is found among powerful testament to his innocence. Such a motif can be found in other Greek narratives and also in the Bible. For instance, in Genesis 32, Laban accuses Jacob of stealing his sacred idols, unaware that his wife Rachel has taken them. Jacob declares that whoever possesses the idols should not live. This curse might be the reason Rachel later dies during childbirth. In the Aesop romance, only Aesop's belongings are mentioned, with no reference to the sack of grain that conceals the sacred item, as in the Joseph story. This sack might be an Egyptian element, as a similar sack appears in the Middle Kingdom folktale from the Westcar Papyrus. In this tale, the priestess Regidet gives birth to 3 children fathered by the god Re. Assisting her are divine figures, including the potter god Khnum and goddesses like Isis and Nephthys. These divine midwives name the children based on their birth circumstances and their destinies as future kings are set. As a token of gratitude, Regidet offers the deities a sack of barley instead of taking it with them. The deities hide 3 royal crowns inside and leave it with Regidet's servants. This sack is stored in a sealed room. 2 weeks later, when barley is needed for brewing beer, the room is filled with majestic sounds, revealing the sack's miraculous contents. The motif of the stolen cup in the Aesop romance, regardless of whether one agrees with its origin dating back to the 5th or 6th century BCE, is likely ancient. Herodotus briefly mentions Aesop's unjust death at the hands of the Delphians, without elaborating. However, Heracliades of Pontus, a student of Aristotle from the 4th century, specifically notes the placement of a golden cup in Aesop's belongings, leading to his execution as a sacrilegious thief. In annotation to Aristophanes' Wasp describes how the Delphians, after facing Aesop's criticism, concealed a sacred cup in his possessions, apprehending him en route to Phocas. Plutarch, in his De Serra Numinis Vindicta, vaguely mentions Aesop being accused of a sacrilegious act. Similarly, the quote stolen cup in quote episode in the Joseph narrative has its roots. The biblical account of Benjamin's framing is echoed by numerous subsequent Jewish authors. These writers, both from Palestine and the Hellenistic diaspora, either provide commentary on the Joseph story in a midrashic style or introduced it to Greek-speaking audiences, many of whom were still Jewish. Flavius Josephus, in his Jewish Antiquities, elaborates on the biblical tale, introducing new elements. After dining with Joseph, the brothers were sent off with their grain. Joseph's steward was instructed to hide the payment in their sacks and to place Joseph's cherished drinking cup in Benjamin's sack. This was a test to see if the brothers would stand by Benjamin when accused of theft or abandon him, confident of their innocence. As they departed joyfully with Simeon, they were suddenly ambushed by horsemen, accompanied by the servant who had planted the cup. The brothers, shocked by this sudden assault, questioned the reason for such aggression after recently experiencing Joseph's hospitality. The horsemen accused them of ingratitude, alleging they stole the cup Joseph used to toast their health. The brothers vehemently denied the accusation, but the cup was discovered in Benjamin's sack, leading to their collective despair. Benjamin was detained and brought to Joseph, with his brothers trailing behind. In Joseph's rendition, certain details differ from the biblical account. For instance, the term used for Benjamin's sack suggests it was typically used by pack animals. Joseph's cup, used for both drinking and divination in the Bible, is described as a loving cup for toasting. Joseph's motive for the ruse is to gauge his brother's loyalty. Additionally, the sudden appearance of horsemen not mentioned in the Bible adds drama to the narrative. Josephus's inclusion of horsemen in the Joseph narrative, which is not present in the original biblical account, demonstrates the flexibility with which even sacred text could be expanded upon. This adaptability is less surprising when we recognize that biblical texts themselves evolve through gradual additions, glosses, and segments. What's more intriguing is the appearance of similar horsemen in two renowned Hellenistic novels, both likely written less than a century after Josephus's account. In the Greek Ass novel, often credited to Lucian of Samosata, the protagonist Lucian, transformed into an ass through magic, is acquired by a band of eunuch devotees of the Syrian goddess. These devotees, wandering the countryside, perform peculiar religious acts. In one village, they insist that their goddess should reside in the temple of the most revered local deity. The villagers agree. After several days, the devotees decide to depart for a neighboring city. Before leaving, they retrieve their goddess from the temple. However, they also stealthily steal a golden bowl, a votive offering, hiding it within the statue of the goddess. The villagers, upon discovering the theft, chase the devotees, catching up to them. They find the stolen bowl concealed within the goddess's statue. The culprits are imprisoned. The goddess is relocated to another temple, and the golden vessel is returned to the village's deity. A parallel episode is found in Apuleius's golden ass. Here, the local goddess from the Greek text is replaced by the Phrygian Mater Deum, another Eastern deity. The sacred vessel is described as an Orium Canthorum. The Galli, like Joseph's brothers in both the Bible and Josephus's version, depart at dawn, likely to evade detection. The narrative is crafted with enhanced finesse The sudden appearance of the horsemen, unexplained until their intervention, heightens the drama. The stolen golden cup is discovered ipso deo gremio, the very lap of the goddess. The culprits, while downplaying their wrongdoing, are captured, returned to the village, and incarcerated. The divine statue and the vessel are then reconsecrated and placed in the local temple. These episodes, while rooted in the stolen cup motif, showcase the adaptability of ancient narratives, allowing authors to infuse their unique perspectives and cultural context into familiar tales. The presence of the stolen cup motif in various narratives, from the biblical tale of Joseph to the Greek ass stories and the Aesop romance, underscores its adaptability and enduring appeal. However, pinpointing the exact origins and chronology of these tales, especially in relation to each other, is challenging. For instance, while there were likely multiple Greek ass narratives, one closely resembling Lucian's text, it's hard to determine the exact timeline of these stories, especially in relation to Josephus's expanded account of Benjamin's framing. Similarly, establishing a direct link between the Astel episode and Aesop's unfortunate incident in Delphi is complex. Despite these challenges in tracing the motif's history, we can engage in a comparative analysis of this function and meaning and specific details across different narratives. In terms of function and meaning, the Joseph and Aesop stories can be grouped together. Both depict the motif as a means to ensnare and punish the innocent individual. Furthermore, Benjamin's unique position in the Joseph narrative, being both the favored son and the scapegoat, might be linked to the motif's suggested Egyptian origins. In the Westcar Papyrus, this motif symbolizes, noting that just before the silver cup incident in the biblical account, Benjamin receives a portion from Joseph's table that's five times larger than his brother's, symbolizing royal favor. This is further emphasized in other biblical passages related to the Benjamite king Saul. Conversely, in two versions of the ass tale, the motif serves to expose and punish a band of blasphemous rogues. Their reactions upon being caught starkly contrast with the genuine responses of Joseph's brothers or Aesop. This highlights that while the Joseph and Aesop stories share similarities in the use of the motif, they also exhibit significant differences, which can be seen as a structural inversion. In essence, the stolen cup motif, while consistent in its core elements, is employed in diverse ways across narratives, reflecting the unique themes and messages of each story. The stolen cup motif, while consistent in its essence, exhibits a myriad of intricate details that vary across different narratives. These details, while seemingly minor, forge connections between the stories, transcending their broader themes and functions. For instance, the stolen vessel in the Joseph story is a silver cup. while in other narratives, it's golden. Its significance also varies. In the biblical account, it's a dual-purpose cup for drinking and divination, owned by the influential Joseph. In Josephus's version, it's solely for drinking, while in other tales, it's a sacred cup tied to a sanctuary. The presence of donkeys is central in the biblical story and implicitly in Josephus, is absent in Aesop's traditions, but re-emerges in the ass tale. Aesop's proclamation of innocence in one version of his story mirrors the brothers in Genesis. The motif of pursuers depicted as horsemen is consistent in Josephus and the ass tales. These intricate overlaps and deviations suggest a vast backdrop of shared narrative traditions, both Oriental and Greek. These stories aren't isolated, but are interconnected fragments of a larger tapestry of tales that have evolved over time and across cultures. One intriguing connection is the association of the stolen vessel with grain. In the biblical Joseph story, donkeys carry sacks of grain, a detail still present in Josephus's account. This grain-carrying motif might have Egyptian roots, as seen in a tale where a sack holds barley and 3 royal crowns. In the ass tale, the stolen cup isn't concealed in a sack, but within a statue's tunic. However, the grain motif persists. In the Greek version, the religious beggars receive various cereals, including barley for their ass and wheat for themselves. Apuleius, in his rendition, elaborates that the beggars receive different grains, which they place in sacks on the ass's back. Thus, the ass becomes both a mobile temple and granary, while the stolen cup's position shifts across tales. The association of the sacred vessel with cereal remains constant. The story of Joseph in the Bible contains many parallels to ancient myths and narratives from the ancient Near East and Greece. As we've seen, the themes of separation, journey, and eventual reunion in Joseph's tale resonate with the nostos structure found in Homer's Odyssey. Both Joseph and Odysseus exemplify the romance genre through their extended absences, divine favor, and poignant recognition scenes. Dreams, trickery, and mastery of language links these two legendary figures. The stolen cup motif bridges Eastern and Western traditions, appearing in Egyptian folklore, the Bible, accounts of Aesop, and Greek novels. While the Bible's authors adapted these shared narrative elements to their own purposes, the influences reveal an interconnected cultural palette. Joseph's story continues to captivate us today with its blend of universal motifs and distinctive perspectives. I hope you've enjoyed this exploration of the mythic roots and connections woven into the biblical tapestry. Please subscribe to Myth Vision for more comparative mythology content. I appreciate your likes, comments, and support on Patreon as we unravel the threads linking humanity's treasures of tales. Join me next time as we sample another flavor from this diverse banquet of world myths and sacred stories. And never forget, we are Myth Vision. Did Plato copy from Moses or the Bible authors? Or did the Bible use Plato in its creation of the stories we find in it? And does it even really matter which one came first and influenced the other? Personally, it wouldn't bother
me if Plato used Moses or the Bible. But in this video, I hope to give good evidence that it actually may be the case that the Bible used Plato and other Greek authors rather than what was just always accepted, and that is Plato used Moses. Why does this even matter? Personally, I want to be as factual as possible on historical questions, but let me try to help us understand the reason this really mattered to ancient peoples. In the rise of Jewish and Christian ideas in the Greek and Roman world, there was a competition of ideas, especially philosophical and historical pedigree. To put it simply, if the Jews, meaning Moses, borrowed from the Greeks for his ideas about the one God and the creation of the world, assuming Moses wrote these texts as the ancients like Josephus did, then the Jews, and by default, the Christians, would have necessarily been indebted to the pagans for their ideas. This would complicate things to find out that the Greek ideas are not only older, being further into antiquity, which was a big deal. But this would also imply that Moses or the Bible authors would have had to borrow their ideas from the Greeks. Being blunt, the Bible borrowed from Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Canaanite, and other stories, which predate them in the development of their stories. But the issue on the table at this time wasn't whether the Jews and their holy books are indebted to earlier cultures. In this case, the Greeks and Jews were far from the first and were both indebted to earlier stories or mythic traditions. Jewish and Roman historian Flavius Josephus literally wrote against Appian, which is a polemical work written as a defense of Judaism as a classical religion and philosophy against criticism by Appian, stressing its antiquity against what he perceived as more recent traditions of the Greeks. Josephus writes in Against Appian, "For we have not an innumerable multitude of books among us, disagreeing from and contradicting one another, as the Greeks have, but only 21 books, which contain the records of all the past times, which are justly believed to be divine, and of them 5 belong to Moses, which contain his laws and the traditions of the origin of mankind till his death." Point being, the Jewish tradition, carrying more antiquity, was an extremely important argument against the critics of both Judaism and Christianity. In modern scholarship, we question whether people like Adam, Abraham, Moses, Joshua, David, Solomon, and etc. even existed. But back in Josephus's time, and existed in the times portrayed in their literary works. Suppose you were them and were convinced that either Plato borrowed from Moses or whether Moses borrowed from Plato. All you would need to do is argue that Moses lived 1200 to 1300 BCE, while they knew Plato was a 4th century Greek philosopher. The texts that discuss Moses have the appearance of ancient by placing the guy way, way back in time. So the default argument is that Plato had to copy Moses, being 900 to 1,000 years after Moses existed. So many philosophical schools in the Common Era after Jesus were looking to the Greek philosophers as a noble life to imitate and tried reforming schools of philosophical thoughts by Plato or Pythagoras. They even had several debates or arguments trying to show Pythagoras or Plato as the ultimate model that was owed for bringing the greatest philosophical thought, meaning who came first with their great ideas, Pythagoras or Plato? Often going back to the earliest one philosopher and cutting out the others helped that school's narrative and being the best teaching. Older is better in their heads. Several of these biographers would describe how Pythagoras or Plato were educated by others, such as barbarians in harvesting, Egyptians, geometry, and asceticism, Phoenicians, the science of numbers and mathematics, Magi, the rites of the gods, and Chaldeans, the art of contemplating the sky. This is exactly what 2nd century BCE Jewish apologist and intellectual Aristobulus tried captivating on against the Greek intellectuals. He claimed the Greeks admit in their own writings of learning their ideas from the people of the East and barbarians, which Aristobulus suggested were the Hebrews. The Greeks thought to systematize these ideas into a philosophical way that was to make it superior. But were these peoples really the Hebrews or Jews? Greeks had no shame sourcing that they learned their ideas from other cultures and gave credit and sourced where they learned their ideas, which is important as we progress through this video. No shame in saying who your sources were. Then why not mention Moses or the Jews? The earliest source of Moses in known written history is from a non-Jewish Greek source by Hecataeus of Abdera, who knew Moses and the founder of the Hebrew nation. In this video, I'm going to propose that the Bible authors copied Plato and other Greek works. Critical scholarship has accepted the idea that Moses didn't write the first 5 books. If he wrote anything found in those books, let alone whether he even existed. In this video, I will highlight several reasons why I think in several places the Bible most likely crafted their narratives using the Greek sources, and why I think the Greek was older and used to craft the biblical narratives. The 2nd century Christian apologist Justin Martyr is known for defending Christianity to the Platonist of his day. In his first apology, he claims that Plato's understanding of the creation of the world depends on Moses, and that you may learn that it was from our teachers, we mean the accounts given through the prophets, that Plato borrowed his statement that God, having altered matter which was shapeless, made the world. Hear the very words spoken through Moses, who as above shown was the first prophet and of greater antiquity than the Greek writers. Both Plato and they who agree with him, and we ourselves have learned, and you also can be convinced that by the word of God, the whole world was made out of the substance spoken of before by Moses. At least one well-respected contemporary scholar of the Hebrew Scriptures, Margaret Barker, argues that Plato knew of the writing of Moses or the Bible, though she acknowledges her view as in the minority. I do find Professor Barker to sound like an apologist for Christianity in her writing. Even though she is very learned, she at least is taking serious, though, the claim that Plato and Moses, or better yet, the Bible, know each other. This is important as we proceed. The early apologists, both Jewish and Christian, maintained that Plato learned from Moses, that he was Moses speaking Attic Greek. The most notable of these was Eusebius of Caesarea, who in his work, The Preparation of the Gospel, argued the case in great detail and listed all those who had held such views before him. Eusebius and the other apologists were probably correct. My reconstruction suggests that the priest of the first temple knew an invisible heavenly world on which the tabernacle or temple had been modeled. That they spoke of forms, the form of a man and the form of a throne, that they described the heavens as an embroidered curtain, that they knew the distinction between time outside the veil and eternity within it. They knew that time was the moving image of eternity. They knew of angels, the sons of God, begotten on day one, as Job suggests. They concerned themselves with the mathematics of the creation, the weights and the measures. They believed that the creation was bonded together by a great oath or covenant. They believed that the stars were divine beings, angels, and they described a creator whose work was completed not by motion, but by Sabbath rest. What I have reconstructed as the secret tradition of the world beyond the temple veil would, in any other context, be identified as Plato's Timaeus, written in the middle of the 4th century BCE. The passages in Timaeus are: the creation is good, the invisible world, the forms, time and eternity, angels created first, but the story of their origin is not known, the mathematics of creation, the bond of creation, angels as stars, resting as the culmination of creation. Elsewhere, Margaret Barker notes that scholars have admitted to being puzzled about the origin of Plato's account of creation. Plato introduced for the first time in Greek philosophy the scheme of creation by a divine creator, according to which the world is like a work of art designed with a purpose. She also points out that the pre-Christian Jewish writers made the same claim as Justin. Aristobulus, for example, a Jewish scholar in Egypt in the mid-2nd century BCE, said that Pythagoras, Socrates, and Plato had followed Moses when they were contemplating the arrangement of the universe, so accurately made and indissolubly combined by God. Relevant also to understanding the foundational project of early Christian philosophers is the Hellenistic Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Numenius of Apamea, 2nd century AD. With his work on the good, only fragments extant. For what is Plato than Moses Atticizing? End quote. This is disputed by scholars, but if Numenius wrote this, it really goes to show his interest in making Pythagoras shine and Plato subordinate to both Moses and Pythagoras. Porphyry was a 3rd century CE Neoplatonic philosopher born in Tyre, who leveled criticisms at Christianity about Moses. His critique was twofold. First, he lamented that Christians had applied convoluted and improbable allegorical exegesis to what were essentially poor works of literature that should have been abandoned in the first place. Second, he exposed the pseudonymity of the Mosaic text by leveling text critical arguments, maintaining that they were actually composed by Ezra. His attacks were mainly focused against the Christians' misappropriation of Moses. Philo of Alexandria, a Hellenistic Jewish philosopher from the first century, hailed from the vibrant city of Alexandria in the Roman province of Egypt. In his biography of Moses, Philo grappled with the intellectual tradition that emphasizes Moses' antiquity. The narrative of Moses' upbringing in the Pharaonic household, as detailed in Exodus, presented a conundrum for Philo. He subscribed to the belief that as a member of the Egyptian royal family, Moses would have been privy to the finest education. Echoing the journey of Pythagoras, Moses was envisioned as being tutored by the eminent scholars of Egypt and its neighboring regions, including the Assyrians, Chaldeans, and even the Greeks. This education mirrored the Greek concept of paideia, which pertains to the cultivation of the ideal citizen of the ancient Greek state. Yet, in Philo's portrayal, Moses transcended these teachings. Instead of merely absorbing knowledge, Moses' intellectual growth mirrored the Platonic concept of anamnesis, a soul's innate ability to recollect knowledge. In Philo's narrative, the fragmented wisdom of ancient civilizations found its synthesis in Moses. Through this lens, Philo artfully positioned Moses as a figure whose innate virtue surpassed the teachings of the Greeks and barbarians. This virtue was merely a precursor to the profound wisdom he would later receive directly from God. The striking parallels between the teachings of Plato and the biblical narratives of Moses have long been a subject of intrigue. While some ancient voices ardently argue that Plato drew inspiration from Moses, this assumption warrants scrutiny. Not only is the historicity of Moses a matter of debate, but the timeline of his existence also remains ambiguous. The earliest historical mention of Moses doesn't appear until the cusp of the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, post-dating Plato's established works. Recognizing the profound similarities between Plato's philosophy and biblical narratives is pivotal. While some ancient scholars might have been quick to assert that Plato borrowed from Moses, it's essential to approach this claim with a critical lens. If this exploration serves to highlight the undeniable parallels between the Bible and Plato, and prompts a reevaluation of the direction of influence, then my video has achieved its purpose. It would indeed be a revelation if further research substantiates the hypothesis the Bible authors might have been influenced by Plato. As my series unravels, you will see parallels that are strikingly resembling Homer, Herodotus, and other Greek writings. But Plato gets the spotlight today. A blast from the past. Russell Gamir. For many centuries, scholars believed that the philosophical musings of Plato bore traces of Moses' teachings. It's akin to recognizing an old melody in a contemporary song. Historians and thinkers from diverse backgrounds, be they Jewish, Christian, Greek, or Roman, largely concurred on this point. Given that the Chronicles of Moses were much older than Plato's dialogues, it seemed logical to assume that Plato might have been influenced by these ancient scriptures. This viewpoint dominated academic circles for a considerable period. And while it's less prevalent today, a handful of scholars still advocate for this connection. You will even find Christian apologists argue this online as well. Let's back up to around 150 BCE and enter Aristobulus, an intellectual luminary of his time. This erudite Jewish philosopher, well versed in both Greek literature and biblical texts, proposed a groundbreaking theory. Contrary to the popular belief that the Greek translation of Moses' works appeared around 270 BCE, Aristobulus argued that the Greeks had been engrossed in the Jewish Torah much earlier. He even insinuated that iconic figures in Greek literature might have drawn inspiration from the Bible. Supporting his theory, Aristobulus highlighted parallels between the writings of Moses and seminal works of Greek literature. He drew comparisons with Homer's grand epics, the lyrical compositions of Orpheus, the legal frameworks crafted by the Athenian statesman Solon, and Plato. For Aristobulus, the implication was clear. By the time Homer began his literary journey, Moses' teachings were already circulating in Greek, influencing the intellectual landscape of the Mediterranean. If one detected biblical undertones in the works of these Greek luminaries, Aristobulus playfully insinuated that they were likely drawing from the rich tapestry of the Bible. Aristobulus, despite his intellectual prowess, seemed to overlook a crucial perspective.
he never entertained the possibility that the authors of the Bible might have been influenced by the likes of Homer, Solon, or Plato. It's an intriguing counter-narrative that challenges the prevailing thought of his time. Consider the historical conundrum surrounding Homer. For the legendary poet to be influenced by the writings of Moses, these scriptures would have needed a Greek rendition well before the advent of the Greek alphabet. It's analogous to imagining someone streaming a series on Netflix before the dawn of digital technology. And here's an added layer of complexity. Homer, often regarded as the literary titan of ancient Greece, was traditionally believed to be illiterate. The notion that he might have meticulously studied translated biblical manuscripts seems rather far-fetched, and we have no evidence of such things to begin with. Now picture yourself delving into the writings of Herodotus, the ancient world's premier chronicler. Often hailed as the pioneer of historical writings, father of history, Herodotus crafted an extensive 9-volume account around 450 BCE. This magnum opus wasn't merely a diary, it was an encyclopedic exploration of the diverse civilizations dotting the Mediterranean landscape, from geographical descriptions to cultural origins, from unique traditions to diplomatic relations with the Greeks. Herodotus covered it all. Yet, in his vast compendium, there's a glaring omission. That omission is the Jews. It's akin to discussing the panorama of contemporary pop music without acknowledging the influence of iconic artists like Justin Bieber or Beyonce. Herodotus, known for his meticulous research, extensively documented the Syrians and Phoenicians, the maritime civilizations north of Egypt. He even delved into their distinct practices, such as circumcision, tracing its origins However, when it came to Moses, the Jewish people, and their rich tapestry of laws and literature, there's a conspicuous silence. By the era in which Herodotus wrote, circa 450 BCE, the Jews based on available Greek records, seem to be an enigmatic culture, yet to capture the attention of the broader Hellenic world. Imagine attending a symposium with Plato, the eminent philosopher of ancient Greece. He's the sort who effortlessly weaves references from various cultures into his conversation, showcasing his encyclopedic knowledge of global legal systems. In his seminal work, Plato's Laws, he delves deep into the jurisprudence of Athens, Sparta, Crete, even claims familiarity with Egyptian legal traditions. He frequently alludes to the divine origins of these laws, emphasizing their sacred nature and the reverence with which these societies upheld them for generations. If Plato thought Moses or biblical literature and laws worthy of adapting, he would have made mention of it in his works. Yet, a perplexing omission stands out. If Plato's Laws drew inspiration from the ancient edicts of Moses, why is there no acknowledgement of this influence? Think of a sports fan discussing legendary athletes, but leaving out the achievements of Olympic gold medalists. The most plausible explanation during Plato's era, the Greeks might have been largely unaware of the Jewish cultural heritage. The Jewish traditions, it seems, were an undiscovered treasure, eluding the discerning eye of Greek scholars. Now envision a scene at a historical trivia event where the theme is luminaries of the ancient world. Names like Herodotus, Plato, and Aristotle would undoubtedly be the talk of the evening. However, a puzzling conundrum arises. Why did these intellectual giants, with their expansive writings, seemingly overlook the Jews and Moses? I mean, they don't even mention them at all. Herodotus, often celebrated as the pioneering historian, chronicled the vast expanse of the known Greek world, but left out any mention of the Jews. Plato, despite his philosophical musings that resonate with Jewish thought, never alluded to any biblical influence. And Aristotle, with his unparalleled collection of legal texts, seemingly lacked any reference to Moses or his commandments. It's as if one curated a playlist of timeless classics, but omitted iconic bands like the Beatles. The enigma deepens when we consider that, based on extant records, the Greeks' first awareness of the Jews might have only emerged during the time of Alexander the Great, adding
another layer of intrigue. Even certain Jewish communities closely connected to the spiritual epicenter in Jerusalem were seemingly unfamiliar with Moses and his commandments until a similar period. This assertion finds support in the ancient documents preserved at Elephantine. This curious oversight remains one of the most captivating riddles in the annals of history. The Elephantine papyri, older than any existing copies of the Hebrew Bible, offer scholars a unique window into Jewish practices in Egypt around the 5th century BCE. These documents reveal a community that practiced a form of polytheistic Judaism, likely established by Judean and Samaritan refugees escaping Assyrian and Babylonian invasions in the mid-6th or mid-7th centuries BCE. Interestingly, these texts seem to lack any reference to a written Torah or the stories within it, including those of Moses and Joshua. Another intriguing discovery from these papyri is the evidence of a Jewish temple in Elephantine, active until at least 411 BCE. This temple, which conducted incense and animal sacrifices, directly contradicts the Deuteronomic law that forbids any Jewish temple outside of Jerusalem. Yet, these Elephantine Jews corresponded with the high priests in Jerusalem, seeking financial support to rebuild their temple. This suggests that the Jerusalem temple authorities might not have been strictly adhering to the Deuteronomic law, if they even knew of it. The letters from Elephantine even express pride in their temple dedicated to Yahweh, with no indication of their viewing that practice and that temple as heretical. At first glance, these findings challenge traditional understandings of Jewish religious evolution and the timeline of the Hebrew scriptures. It's generally believed that by the time these papyri were written, monotheism and the Torah would have been firmly rooted in Jewish tradition. Some scholars suggest that the Elephantine community might have preserved older Jewish religious customs, or perhaps the Torah had only been introduced recently. However, researchers like Niels Peter Lemke, Philip Wagenbaum, Russell Gamirkin, and Thomas L. Thompson propose an intriguing idea. They argue that the Elephantine papyri indicate that monotheism and the Torah might not have been established in Jewish culture until around 400 BCE. This could mean that the Torah was possibly composed during the Hellenistic period, around the 3rd or 4th centuries BCE. Add to this the discovery of the Passover letter in Elephantine, which describes an annual festival practice, which makes no mention of an Exodus or Moses. This seems to be an agricultural tradition with a Passover and the Day of Unleavened Bread. Even Julius Wellhausen suggests that these festivals predated the Moses tradition, which later incorporated Moses into them. For a moment, suppose we were at an intellectual gathering in ancient times where the wine flows freely and the conversation centers around the intriguing parallels between Greek philosophy and the Hebrew Bible. This wasn't a mere passing fancy. It was a topic that had intrigued scholars and thinkers for generations, both Jewish and Christian intellectuals, as well as some from the pagan traditions, were captivated by the striking resemblances, particularly between the dialogues of Plato and the Hebrew scriptures. In such a gathering, you likely hear mentions of Aristobulus, circa 150 BCE, a pioneering Jewish thinker who first drew attention to these parallels, Philo of Alexandria, 20 BCE to 50 CE, around the time of Jesus, and Paul, and Flavius Josephus, 37 CE to 100 CE or so, were now Jewish scholars who explored this theme in depth. Christian luminaries such as Justin Martyr, circa 150 AD, Clement of Alexandria, 150 to 215 AD, Eusebius of Caesarea, 263 to 339 AD, and Augustine, 354 to 430 AD, who all contributed their insights. Even philosophers outside the Judeo-Christian fold, like Numenius of Apamea from the 2nd century CE, found the topic too compelling to ignore. The prevailing sentiment, most scholars well versed in both Plato and Moses' writings were convinced of a direct connection. Their reasoning was straightforward. The Hebrew scriptures claimed antiquity surpassing that of Greek literature. Thus, any similarities were attributed to the Greeks, Plato included, drawing from the ancient Jewish texts. However, as with all great mysteries, a twist emerged. Recent scholarly discourse has begun to challenge this long-held belief. The question is, what if the influence was the other way around? What if the Hebrew Bible was in fact inspired by Plato and other Greek luminaries? This radical perspective has sent ripples through the world of biblical scholarship, suggesting that perhaps the Greeks were the original thinkers, as the Hebrew scribes were the ones influenced. Rewinding to the Hellenistic and Roman periods, the prevailing sentiment was akin to believing that a cherished family recipe was the original, and all others were mere imitations. The majority of Jewish, Christian, and even some pagan writers were of the conviction that Jewish literature was the archetype predating its Greek counterparts. Hence, any semblance between the two was attributed to Greek borrowings from Jewish sources. This investigative zeal persisted through the ages, from the 1600s to the 1800s. Scholars and researchers embarked on quests to identify instances where Greek literature seemed to echo biblical narratives, even as the winds of modern biblical criticism began to blow in the 19th century, challenging many entrenched beliefs. This particular notion remained unshaken. The dominant narrative persisted. The Jewish scriptures were the original, and Greek literature a derivative. Consider this intriguing historical puzzle. Scholars widely recognize that the story of Noah in Genesis, particularly the part where he releases 3 birds to find dry land, bears a striking resemblance to the Epic of Gilgamesh's 11th tablet. Yet, does the Bible acknowledge this apparent inspiration? Not at all. It was only through meticulous research and analysis that these parallels were identified. When translations of these ancient Mesopotamian tablets became possible, thanks to tools like the Rosetta Stone, many who revered the Bible initially argued that these older tablets must have borrowed from the biblical text. Sounds absurd. It's natural to resist new ideas that challenge long-held beliefs. Scholars now, on consensus, think that the Bible is influenced by the Mesopotamians. So here's a thought to ponder. If there's a connection between Plato's writings and the Bible, which is more probable? Did the Bible draw from Plato without giving credit, as you've seen with the Mesopotamian? Or did Plato borrow from what was believed to be Moses' writings without acknowledging that he did so? Interestingly, Plato was known to cite his sources openly. So would he suddenly choose to omit a reference to Moses? On the other hand, biblical authors often didn't specify where they sourced their myths, philosophies, or laws. We know with the Hammurabi, for example, laws, there's some impact in ancient Near Eastern law codes that found their way into the Bible. Where do they get these? Directly from God. Russell Gamirkin has written several works, and one worthy of investigation on this subject is called Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible. His book journeys deep into why the biblical authors modeled their stuff after Greek, Athenian laws, and various other codes. You really should give it a read. But to sum up some of his arguments, and I want to give you something to stand on, let me give you an idea of some of the things he says. The intricate parallels between the biblical accounts of Moses and Joshua and Greek political and legal structures suggest a deliberate borrowing from Greek traditions. Notably, several features of the biblical narrative echo Athenian legal practices. These include the tribal systems, the military leadership structure, the dual function of tribes, kinship roles in legal matters, the broad definition of the household, similar judicial processes, and a unique form of elective kingship. While direct interactions between Athens and Judea before the Hellenistic period are scarce, the similarities hint at the biblical authors' exposure to Greek political literature during the Hellenistic era. This is further supported by elements in Mosaic writings that seem inspired by Plato's dialogues. For instance, the biblical 12 tribe system and certain legal practices resonate more with Plato's laws or Hecataeus of Abdera's Aegyptica than with historical Athenian reforms. The Levitical expertise on sacred law in the Bible mirrors the exegetes from Plato's laws, an Athenian religious group. Additionally, the high priest's civic powers in the biblical account and the king's oversight by priestly Levites seem to draw inspiration from Plato's depiction of governance in his laws. The Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, showcases legal structures that seem strikingly different from those of the ancient Near East. Indeed, they resonate more with the Greek democratic and egalitarian values introduced in a society where land is equally divided among citizens, where a single law governs all, and where the justice system is in the hands of the people, not a monarch. Several legal genres in the Bible, such as constitutional and military law, are prevalent in the Greek world, but absent in the ancient Near East. Furthermore, many specific biblical laws echo Greek traditions, from the mythological concept of spilled blood seeking vengeance, like we see with Cain and Abel, for example, to the legal management of inheritances. Interestingly, some biblical laws are not just reminiscent of broader Greek traditions, but seem to be directly influenced by Athenian practices. Examples include laws related to homicide, the legal role of close kinsmen in inheritance and marriage, the laws against interest loans, and permanent debt slavery. Many of these Athenian-inspired laws also appear in Plato's laws, suggesting that Jewish scholars had access to this work. Plato's Laws is the only ancient Greek text that systematically details the creation of a constitution and law code. Several laws in the Pentateuch, such as the distinction between premeditated and unpremeditated murder, seem to be directly borrowed from Plato's work. Other laws in the Pentateuch, from those against magic to those on gleaning, further indicate a literary dependence on Plato's laws. In summary, while the Pentateuch contains laws that diverge from the norms of ancient Near East, they align closely with Greek and particularly Athenian legal traditions. This suggests that the biblical authors were not only familiar with, but also influenced by Greek legal writings, especially Plato's laws. It won't do it justice in this video for me to tell you this, but if you go and read Russell Gamirkin's work, these books, and others who are in the same category and vein of minimalist and Greek influence on the Bible, these kind of scholars, you will see what I'm saying, and I'm not just telling you a bunch of nonsense. This is why ancients believed Plato copied Moses. The antiquity argument kept them captivated, and they couldn't get past this, but there was so much in common, law code wise, and other reasons for them to see someone is copying someone. Someone knows someone. And I hope that you can go and read his work to find out further on why that's the case. Parallelomania. Interesting cases of apparent parallels. Philip Wagenbaum. Half the battle is won in showing that there is some literary dependence between the stories of the Greeks and the Bible, which would entail Jews and Samaritans. We won't expect the biblical authors to credit their sources for literary inspiration, as has been seen with the Gilgamesh epic. But in fact, scholars have noticed dozens and dozens of examples of the biblical corpus drawing inspiration from other sources without crediting it. The charge arises from naysayers, quote unquote, this is parallelomania. It's crucial to understand that identifying these similarities isn't about overthinking or what some might call seeing connections where there aren't any. It's about recognizing the ancient author's skills in weaving and adapting familiar stories to create richer tales. While today's audience might see this as copying, back then it was seen as a tribute and a way to elevate a narrative. It took real genius to do the things you see in this literature. So that was their modus operandi. It was to repackage and craft their own skilled narrative using great tales of the time. Dr. Wagenbaum, in his book Argonauts of the Desert, compared the similar myths on creation and early humanity in the first chapter of his book, and the laws of Plato in the chapters on Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, also in that same book. Most of these parallels were then rediscovered with additional evidence by Russell Gamirkin. His book and all of their books are far too large to cover everything he says on this topic. But to tease you, look at the contents that I'm about to show you right now on the screen. Here you have introduction, hypotheses, and thesis. He talks about various things and being very critical and like reconsidering the whole documentary hypothesis. I believe, as I read through this, the Hellenistic documentary hypothesis, or something to the effect of the Greek influence on it. But what's interesting, if you look carefully, he goes through from Genesis all the way to First Kings. In the beginning was Timaeus. The splitting of the androgyny the splitting of the androgyny, the golden age, Eve, Pandora, the first Cain and Alcmaeon, the flood, the castration of Arnos, the drunkenness of Noah, the Table of Nations, Tower of Babel, Abraham, and he goes into various Greek connections to these figures. And I'm reading these and I'm seeing what he's saying and how it makes really a ton of sense. Somebody's talking to somebody here. It goes through Jacob, goes all the way to the Exodus, the Pharaoh, Moses, all of these with its Greek connections. Goes into the quarrel of the Elephantine, talking about what we discussed a little earlier, but I'm sure he goes into other details. Leviticus, talking about laws here, going into Numbers, going into Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Samuel. And there's so much here that has very similar narratives in the Greek world. And I really just hope that people will go and read his book, Argonauts of the Desert, so they can actually go. This should tease you here with the contents. My reading of it, I feel that the honest seeker will at least walk away from this book agreeing that these comparisons are too vast to ignore. Someone is copying someone without a doubt. His book's premise is that Genesis through Kings is a sort of Platonic epic written as a cohesive story. Whether all of his parallels are in fact there, it's like what Dennis MacDonald said when the camel's head is peeking under the tent and you can see enough mimesis on the New Testament authors to Homeric reflections, if you will, and also maybe even the Aeneid, other writings. You can't help but realize it's happening, so you're looking for it in other places. This book is another place I would go to for the Hebrew Bible and looking at these narratives. How are these structured? A lot of these look Greek, or at least have Greek influence in how they have constructed the narrative. It's very, very difficult to show how the Bible uses Plato or the other way around. Even if we show parallels that are convincing to you, the viewer, that one of them is aware of the other, the idea that Plato being used by these biblical authors or author is something that must be argued on different grounds. And since I'm no expert on languages and cannot show you how one could be proven to be before the other, I will rely on Dr. Wagenbaum's comparisons, which come closest to showing the biblical author seems to be aware of Plato. It's important to note all the other reasons listed from Elephantine and on and on and on, why these books and their narratives would have been influenced by the Greeks, because you're talking 4th century down into the Hellenistic era. The case for Noah's drunkenness itself is a good example of how the author of Genesis rewrote a Greek myth, keeping at least 2 Greek names, Iapet, Japhet, and Ion, Yavan. His understanding is that Ham, seeing Noah naked, might be a sort of euphemism for the castration of Noah, as is known in rabbinic sources. What is more is that Plato meant to censor that story from Hesiod about Kronos castrating Uranos. So there's a chance that the author of Genesis rewrote Greek myths, specifically according to Plato's advice on poetry in the Republic. This is why when people read about the nakedness of Noah, they're confused. What actually happened? There's a censorship here, not actually telling you what really took place, even though it seems to be sexual and dealing with body parts we can't talk about here on YouTube. The Bible, particularly the Old Testament, is replete with prophecies and verses that have been interpreted in various ways over the centuries. 2 such verses, often cited in discussions about the Greek influence in the Near East, are found in Genesis 9:27 and Numbers 24:24. The verse made Japheth dwell in the tents of Shem, from Genesis 9:27 has been seen by some scholars as a foreshadowing of the Greek expansion into the Near East. Here, Japheth, one of Noah's sons, is often associated with the Greeks, while Shem is linked to the Semitic peoples of the Near East. The idea is that this verse predicts the Greeks, Japheth, settling or establishing dominance in the territories of the Semitic peoples, Shem. Similarly, Numbers 24:24 speaks of a fleet coming from Kittim, subjugating Eber and Assur. This has been interpreted as a reference to Alexander the Great's conquest. While Alexander primarily advanced through the land, he did face significant resistance during the siege of Tyre, a prominent Phoenician city. To overcome this, he sought naval reinforcements from Cyprus, historically associated with Kittim, or Kidian, its ancient capital. Thus, the fleet from Kittim can be seen as a symbolic representation of these reinforcements. These interpretations suggest that the Pentateuch, or at least parts of it, might have been redacted or edited during the Hellenistic era, post the conquest of Alexander the Great. The mention of Kittim, which is historically linked to Cyprus, further strengthens this argument. Another argument is, in the biblical account of 1 Kings 22:1-23, we find King Ahab of Israel gearing up for a battle against Aram. Before making any moves, he forms an alliance with Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah. As was customary, they sought guidance from the prophets of Israel. These prophets almost in unison predicted a triumphant victory over Aram. However, Jehoshaphat, perhaps seeking a second opinion, insisted on hearing from the prophet Micah. Micah's vision was starkly different. He described a celestial scene where he witnessed the heavenly hosts gathered around the divine figure Yahweh. In this vision, Yahweh permitted a deceptive spirit to influence the other prophets, making them prophesy a victory for Ahab. The twist? This was a ruse, and Ahab was destined to fall in the ensuing battle. Intriguingly, this narrative bears a striking resemblance to the earlier chapters of the ancient Greek epic, the Iliad. But Jehoshaphat said, "Is there no other prophet of the Lord here of whom we may inquire?" The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "There is still one other by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micah, son of Imlah. But I hate him, for he never prophesies anything favorable about me, but only disaster." 1 Kings 22:7-8. With these words, he sat down, and Agamemnon rose in anger. His heart was black with rage. His eyes flashed fire as he scowled on Calchas and said, "Seer of evil, you never yet prophesied smooth things concerning me, but have ever loved to foretell that which was evil. You have brought me neither comfort nor performance, and now you come seeing among Danaans and saying that Apollo has plagued us because I would not take a ransom for this girl, the daughter of Croesus." Iliad 1:100-110. Then Micah said, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw beside him to the right and to the left of him. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab so that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead?" Then one said one thing and another said another, until a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, "I will entice him." "How?" the Lord asks him. He replied, "I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." Then the Lord said, "You are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go out and do it."
So you see, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these, your prophets. The Lord has decreed disaster for you. End quote. 1 Kings 22:19-23. Now the other gods and the armed warriors on the plain slept soundly, but Zeus was wakeful, for he was thinking how to do honor to Achilles, and destroyed much people at the ships of the Achaeans. In the end, he deemed it would be best to send a lying dream to King Agamemnon. So he called one to him and said to it, "Lying dream, go to the ships of the Achaeans, into the tent of Agamemnon, and say to him word to word as I now bid you. Tell him to get the Achaeans instantly under arms, for he shall take Troy. There are no longer divided counsels among the gods. Hera has brought them to her own mind, and woe betides the Trojans. The and soon reached the ships of the Achaeans. Agamemnon, son of Atreus, and found him in his tent, wrapped in a profound slumber. It hovered over his head in the likeness of Nestor, son of Neleus, whom Agamemnon honored above all his counselors, and said, "You are sleeping, son of Atreus, one who has the welfare of his host and so much other care upon his shoulders should dock his sleep. Hear me at once, for I come as a messenger from Zeus, who though he be not near, yet takes thought for you and pities you. He bids you get the Achaeans instantly under arms, for you shall take Troy. There are no longer divided counsels among the gods. Hera has brought them over to her own mind, and woe betides the Trojans at the hands of Zeus. Remember this, and when you wake, see that it does not escape you." The dream then left him, and he thought of things that were surely not to be accomplished. He thought that on the same day he was to take the city of Priam, but he little knew what was in the mind of Zeus, who had many another hard-fought fights in store alike for the Danaans and Trojans. Then presently he woke with the divine message still ringing in his ears. So he sat upright and put on his soft shirt, so fair and new, and over this his heavy cloak. He bound his sandals on to his comely feet. And slung his silver-studded sword about his shoulders. Then he took the imperishable staff of his father and sailed forth to the ships of the Achaeans. End quote. Iliad 2:1-50. In Plato's Republic, he expresses strong disapproval of the way gods are portrayed in Homer's works. Plato is critical of the misleading and often unflattering depictions of deities in these epic tales. He believes that such portrayals can have a negative influence on the moral and ethical values of society. For Plato, the gods should be represented as paragons of virtue and righteousness, not as flawed beings with human-like weaknesses and vices. Then no motive can be imagined
why God should lie. None whatever. Then the superhuman and divine is absolutely incapable of falsehood? They ask. Yes. Then is God perfectly simple and true both in word and deed? He changes not, he deceives not, either by sign or word, by dream or waking vision. Your thoughts, he said, are the reaction of my own. You agree with me then. I said that this is the second type or form in which we should write and speak about divine things. The gods are not magicians who transform themselves, neither do they deceive mankind in any way. I grant that. Then, although we are admirers of Homer, we do not admire the lying dream which Zeus sends to Agamemnon. Plato, Republic, 382, 83b. The parallels between the biblical narrative and Greek mythology are striking and deeply significant. The story in Genesis through Kings can be seen as a reimagining of Greek myths, but through a lens influenced by Plato's philosophy. The episode in 1 Kings 22, where a deceptive spirit is sent to Ahab, mirrors the Iliad's account of a misleading dream sent to Agamemnon. However, there's a twist in the biblical tale. Micah a true prophet of God, exposes the divine intention behind the deception. While Agamemnon was left to his fate by Zeus, Ahab is given a chance by God, highlighting the different moral landscape of the two narratives. A notable similarity is Ahab's disdain for Micah, as he always prophesies unfavorable outcomes. This mirrors the relationship between Agamemnon and the seer Calchas in the Iliad. Agamemnon expresses frustration with Calchas for always delivering bad news, a sentiment echoed almost verbatim by Ahab in the biblical account. This fingerprint suggests a deliberate thematic borrowing by the biblical writer. The choice of this particular Iliadic episode is intriguing, especially given Plato's criticism of it. The biblical writer seems to be not just borrowing from the Iliad, but also correcting it in line with Plato's principles from the Republic. Furthermore, the manner of Ahab's death has echoes of Agamemnon's fate. Agamemnon, injured in battle and dragged behind his chariot, finds a parallel in Ahab's demise, further cementing the connection between the two narratives. But a certain man drew his bow and unknowingly struck the king of Israel between the scale armor and the breastplate. So the driver of his chariot, turn around and carry me out of the battle, for I am wounded. The battle grew hot that day, and the king was propped up in his chariot, facing the Arameans, until at evening he died. The blood from the wound had fallen into the bottom of the chariot. Then at sunset, a shout went through the army, every man to his city and every man to his country. 1 Kings 22, 34 through 36. Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, daughters of Hera, and dispensers of cruel pain, send upon a woman when she is in labor. Even so sharp were the pangs of the son of Atreus. He sprang on to his chariot and bade his charioteer drive to the ships, for he was in great agony. With a loud, clear voice, he shouted to the Danaans, "My friends, princes, and counselors of the Argives, defend the ship yourselves, for Zeus has not suffered me to fight the whole day through against the Trojans." With this, the charioteer turned his horses toward the ships. They flew forward, nothing loth. Their chests were white with foam and their bellies with dust as they drew the wounded king out of the battle. Iliad 11, 270-80. Dr. Weizenbaum's perspective offers a fascinating lens through which to view the biblical narrative. The idea that biblical Israel mirrors Plato's ideal state from the laws is a compelling one. Plato's vision of an ideal state is a utopia governed by reason, justice, and harmony. In contrast, the biblical account in Judges, Samuel, and Kings paints a picture of Israel's gradual decline from its utopian beginnings. The decision to appoint a king rather than adhering to the divinely ordained tribal system marks the beginning of this decline. The trajectory of Israel's kings is reminiscent of Plato's depiction of the degeneration of rulers in his works. Just as Plato outlines the descendant from philosopher kings to tyrants in his Republic, the biblical narrative charts the transformation of Israel's kings from divinely chosen leaders to tyrants who lead their people astray. The repeated failures of the kings, their frequent turn to idolatry, and the eventual downfall of both the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah can be seen as a reflection of the decline of Plato's ideal state. Furthermore, the parallel drawn between this narrative and Plato's myth of Atlantis is intriguing. In the Critias, Atlantis is portrayed as a powerful and advanced civilization that eventually falls out of favor with the gods due to its hubris and moral decay. The destruction of Atlantis serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of abandoning virtue and justice. Similarly, the downfall of Israel and Judah in the biblical narrative can be interpreted as a divine punishment for the repeated transgressions and abandonment of God's commandments. In essence, the biblical narrative might be seen as a reimagining of Platonic themes, where the ideals of a just and harmonious society are set against the backdrop of human frailty and moral decline. The story of Israel's rise and fall serves as a poignant reminder of the challenges inherent in upholding a divinely inspired vision of society in the face of human imperfections. The parallels between the biblical narratives and Plato's dialogues, as highlighted in the mentioned framework, suggest a profound interplay of ideas and motifs. Let's delve deeper into these connections. Creation myths in Genesis and Platonic dialogues. The biblical account of creation in Genesis, where the world is formed out of chaos, bears resemblance to Plato's Timaeus. In Timaeus, the universe is crafted by a divine craftsman using eternal forms and the chaotic receptacle. The idea of love and desire as primal forces in Symposium can also be juxtaposed with the divine love that brings forth creation in Genesis. The flood and patriarchal era. The biblical flood narrative, followed by the patriarchal era, find echoes in Plato's laws, where he recounts ancient cataclysms that wiped out civilizations, leaving only the unlettered and uncultured to repopulate the earth. Liberation in Exodus and the cave allegory. The Exodus story, where the Israelites are liberated from Egyptian bondage, can be seen in parallel with Plato's cave allegory in the Republic, just as the prisoners in the cave move from darkness to light. The Israelites move from slavery to freedom. Not to mention the flames producing shadows in Plato's cave and the burning bush in Exodus. Acceptance of the laws. The ceremony where Moses presents the laws to the Israelites in Exodus 24 is reminiscent of a similar passage in Plato's Critias, emphasizing the sacredness and divine origin of laws. Laws in the Pentateuch and Plato's laws. Several laws and moral codes in the Pentateuch have parallels with the legal and ethical prescriptions in Plato's laws. Both sets of laws aim to create a just and harmonious society. We will cover these laws in depth in future episodes at some point. Conquest and division in Joshua. The biblical account of the Israelites conquering Canaan and dividing it by lot mirrors the ideal state established in Plato's laws. Both narratives emphasize order, divine guidance, and the importance of land distribution for societal harmony. Downfall from Judges to Kings and the Atlantis myth. The gradual moral and societal decline depicted from the book of Judges to Kings can be likened to the story of Atlantis in Plato's dialogues. Atlantis, once a paragon of civilization, falls into a decadence and is eventually punished by the gods. Similarly, Israel, initially established under divine guidance, deteriorates over time, leading to divine retribution. In essence, the biblical narrative, when viewed through this Platonic lens, appears to be a tapestry woven with threads of Platonic philosophy, ethics, and metaphysics. This intertextual reading enriches our understanding of both the Bible and Plato's works, highlighting the universality of certain themes and ideas across different cultures and times. Dr. Wagenbaum's hypothesis is indeed intriguing, suggesting that Plato's political writings serve as a foundational structure upon which major Greek myths, epics, and even the histories of Herodotus were constructed. This perspective posits that these narratives were not just isolated, thereby offering a cohesive model for understanding the narrative from Genesis to Kings. Let's break down the implications and challenges of this hypothesis. Accumulation of parallels. One of the primary supports for this theory is the accumulation of parallels between Platonic writings and these narratives. While individual parallels might be dismissed as coincidental, the sheer number and consistency of these parallels make a compelling case for a deliberate intertextual relationship, consistent interpretive model. If we accept the premise that Genesis through Kings is a sort of Platonic epic, it offers a unified interpretive model. This means that the biblical narratives can be read not just as historical or religious text, but also as philosophical treatises, echoing Platonic ideals. Challenges in establishing direct influence. One of the main challenges in this hypothesis is establishing a direct line of influence. While parallels exist, proving that the biblical authors had direct access to and were influenced by Platonic writings is challenging. The historical timelines, cultural contexts, and transmission methods all need to be considered. Interpreting the purpose. If the biblical narratives were indeed influenced by Platonic thought, what was the purpose? Was it to align the Hebrew God's teachings with the philosophical ideals of the time? Or was it an attempt to provide a counter-narrative to the dominant Greek philosophical discourse? Potential criticisms. Such a hypothesis is bound to face criticisms. Traditionalists might argue that the biblical texts were divinely inspired and not influenced by human philosophical thought. Others might point out that similarities in themes could be due to the universality of certain ideas rather than direct borrowing. While Dr. Weizenbaum's theory offers a fresh lens to view biblical and Greek narratives, it requires a careful examination of the evidence and an open-minded approach to ancient texts' interpretation. The idea that Genesis through Kings can be seen as a Platonic epic is a testament to the richness and depth of these ancient narratives, which continue to inspire scholarly debate and interpretation. Another one to cover in Plato's Symposium, there's a captivating tale about the birth of love known as Eros. The story goes that during a divine banquet, Poros, symbolizing abundance, overindulged in nectar and drifted into a slumber in a garden. Pania, representing poverty, arrived at this feast primarily in search of sustenance. Seizing an opportunity, she decided to conceive a child with the inebriated Poros. From this union, Eros, or love, was born. Intriguingly, Eros embodies both affluence and need, reflecting the natures of his parents. This narrative bears a striking resemblance to the biblical account in Ruth 3. Here, Ruth, a destitute woman, patiently waits for the wealthy Boaz to fall into a drunken sleep after a celebration. She then discreetly positions herself at his feet. Upon waking, Boaz is met with Ruth's proposal of marriage. Given his familial ties to her late husband, this union would later lead to them becoming the great-grandparents of King David, whose name fittingly translates to beloved, much like Eros signifies love. The underlying theme in both tales is evident. A woman in a disadvantaged position seeks a union with a more affluent male figure. While Plato's version serves as a divine allegory, the Book of Ruth offers a more humanized rendition, chronicling the lineage of David. It's essential to note that drawing such parallels isn't an exercise in over-analysis, often dubbed parallelomania. Instead, it's a testament to the ancient author's penchant for embedding and reimagining existing narratives to enrich their compositions. Modern readers might misconstrue this as plagiarism, but ancient writers viewed it as a form of homage and enhancement. To clarify, this isn't an attempt to undermine the Bible's significance. Instead, it's an acknowledgement of its literary brilliance, placing it on par with the masterpieces of Greek and Roman antiquity. Who's guilty, Plato or the Bible? Moses, the verdict. It is with soberness that I confess this puzzle to be ultimately subjective in conclusion. But I do think, without a doubt, we have good reason to lean in the direction the Bible is aware and using Homer, Herodotus, other Greek writings, and Plato. This video specifically focused on Plato and that age-old debate of who borrowed from whom. I needed to emphasize this important video before proceeding to show you the origins of the Bible characters and unravel the mysteries inside the Bible. Those who are interested in these historical questions will understand why this video is necessary in the unfolding series of videos, which will expose you to ideas not found everywhere. The odds that this small group of people in the region of Canaan made such an impression on Plato, who was transparent on where he received his ideas without shame, but saw bragging about his learnings as something to boast about and never mentioned Moses, impacted him and not the other way around, seems a bit far-fetched to me. The hard evidence from archaeology suggests the people and religion we call Jews and Judaism, as described by the Bible, was not practiced till the 2nd and 3rd centuries BCE. The Elephantine papyri show no awareness to the greatest lawgiver in the Bible, Moses. They show much more than the absence of Moses, but how Jerusalem gave a nod and support in the 5th to 4th centuries BCE to a temple other than Jerusalem in Elephantine Egypt, worshiping Yah, and these people were polytheistic. You see, something just doesn't add up for the position Plato used Moses. What do you think about what was presented today? Will you let us know in the comments? Please like and subscribe to the channel so you get notified of the continuous series diving deep into biblical origins and other videos we produce. If you value our production, you can seriously help out by supporting our work in the description by joining our Patreon, YouTube membership, or one-time donation to the various links below. Stay tuned for the next Brainbuster, and never forget, we are Myth Vision. Today we delve into the multifaceted character of Jacob, the biblical patriarch, who stands not only as a pivotal individual, but also symbolizes the entirety of the nation of Israel. His narratives intriguingly resonate with those of King David and even bear thematic parallels to Greek tales, a connection we shall elucidate in this video. The cultural milieu from which the biblical authors drew inspiration is deeply rooted in the Canaanite mythos, with discernible imprints from both Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations. As we navigate the book of Genesis, it becomes evident that we are not merely traversing historical accounts, but rather engaging with a rich tapestry of storytelling. Our previous documentary tones present not just in the initial chapters of Genesis 1 through 11, but throughout. The narratives of Abraham and Isaac, for instance, strikingly mirror the tales of Athamas and Phrixus, where divine interventions replace potential child sacrifices with rams. In our exploration of the tables of nations, as showcased in our documentary on Noah's curse, we discerned literary parallels between Noah and Lot. Both figures emerge from cataclysms, one aquatic and the other infernal. Their subsequent actions, influenced by wine, have profound implications for their descendants and the nations they represent. It's noteworthy that post-flood genealogies in Greek myths stand unique, diverging from Mesopotamian counterparts. Unlike the Bible, it does not get its stuff from the Mesopotamia pertaining to the genealogies. But the Greeks, there you have it. As we now turn our focus to Jacob, we find his narrative interwoven with elements reminiscent of Greek myths. Before we delve deeper, it's imperative to provide a succinct overview of Jacob's life. Join us on this enlightening journey. A summary of Jacob's life. Jacob, Isaac's son and Abraham's grandson, was born alongside his twin Esau. Their sibling rivalry began in the womb and would shape Jacob's life. Jacob, a homebody, was his mother Rebekah's favorite. Unlike his outdoorsy brother, he was more strategic and cunning. He cleverly traded a meal for Esau's birthright, and with Rebekah's guidance, deceived his nearly blind father to steal Esau's blessing. This deceit forced Jacob to flee to Padan Aram to escape Esau's wrath. En route to Haran, Jacob dreamt of a heavenly ladder and made a vow to God at Bethel. In Haran, he fell for his cousin Rachel and agreed to work 7 years for her hand in marriage. However, his uncle Laban tricked him into marrying Rachel's elder sister, Leah. Jacob then worked another 7 years to marry Rachel. Jacob's family grew rapidly, with his wives and their maids bearing him many children. However, tensions arose with Laban, leading Jacob to return to Palestine. On his journey, he wrestled with a mysterious man, or dare I say, God, earning the name Israel. Back in Palestine, Jacob faced challenges from reconciling with Esau to dealing with the fallout of his daughter Dinah's violation. Yet, he remained devout, building altars and seeking God's guidance. Tragedy struck when Rachel died, giving birth to Benjamin. Later, Jacob's sons, envious of his favoritism toward Joseph, sold Joseph into slavery and deceived Jacob out of his fate. Years later, during a famine, Jacob's sons traveled to Egypt for grain, only to discover Joseph was a now powerful Egyptian ruler. At 130, Jacob relocated his family to Egypt's Goshen region. As death approached, Jacob ensured he'd be buried in Canaan and prophesied his sons' futures. He passed away at 147 years of age, leaving a legacy that spanned generations. Jacob, Esau, and echoes from Greek mythology. Philip Wagenbaum's Microscope. I will be covering a series of examples from Dr. Philip Wagenbaum's book, Argonauts of the Desert. You should seriously look into this book as well.
Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord granted his prayer, and his wife Rebekah conceived. The children struggled together within her. She said, "If it is to be this way, why do I live?" So she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples born of you shall be divided. One shall be stronger than the other. The elder shall serve the younger." Lycaeus reigned over Argos after Danaus and begat a son Ebus by Hypermnestra. And Ebus had two twin sons, Acrisius and Proteus by Aglaia, daughter of Mantineus. These two quarreled with each other while they were still in the womb, and when they were grown up, they waged war for the kingdom. In the course of the war, they were the first to invent shields, and Acrisius gained the mastery and drove Proteus from Argos. And Proteus went to Lycia, to the court of Labatus, or, as some say, Amphianix, and married his daughter, whom Homer calls Antia. The tragic poets call her Snethaboia. His father-in-law restored him to his own land with the army of Lycians who occupied Tiryns, which the Cyclopes had fortified for him. They divided the whole of the Argive territory between them and settled it. Acrisius reigned over Argos and Proteus over Tiryns.
James George Fraser, in his work on Apollodorus' library, highlighted the striking similarities between these stories. Just as Acrisius and Proteus had their differences, biblical twins, Jacob and Esau, were adversaries. Yet destiny brought Jacob and Esau back together to divide their inherited land in Genesis 33. While Esau became the forefather of Edom, Jacob's lineage led to Israel in Genesis 36. The character of Proteus also finds mention in Homer's Iliad. Homer narrates an episode where Proteus, after initially welcoming the hero Bellerophon, deceitfully sends him to his father-in-law with a sealed letter, which secretly orders Bellerophon's execution. You'll remember this later. I want you to look at the comparisons between Proteus and Jacob, or Israel. Here are some parallels. Number one, in both cases, they're born twins and fought in the womb before they're born. Jacob and Israel, if you will, from the Bible, with Esau, born as twins and fought with twin in the womb. Acrisius, which is the brother of Proteus, the twin brother, born as twins and fought with twin Proteus in the womb. 2, fought over territory with the twin. Both in the Jacob Esau and the Acrisius and Proteus, they both fought over territory. 3, settled different lands at peace with the twin. Both cases, you have the Edomites with Esau, and you have Israel with Jacob. And in the Acrisius and Proteus one, settled different lands and was at peace with Proteus, ruled over Argos, while Proteus ruled Tiryns. Number 4, had a daughter, Dinah or Danae. Both sound very similar. Number 5, daughter abused against their will. Once you get to number 5, you kind of have to ask yourself, born as twins, fought in the womb, fought over territory, finally made peace, and both ruled different lands. They both have a daughter that sounds similar. Then you get to number 5, and you find out that they both had daughters who were raped by people who claimed they loved her in both narratives. Huh. Coinkadink? I think not. And you're going to see that as this entire video unravels more and more. Again, another parallel graph for you to look at. All of these are checked off. Now enters Heracles. Drawing parallels, Martin L. West observed similarities between the biblical story of Esau being deprived of his blessing and the Greek tale of the births of Heracles and Eurystheus. In the Bible, Genesis 27, an aging and visually impaired Isaac intends to bless his elder son Esau. He sends Esau hunting, promising a blessing upon his return. However, Rebekah, favoring Jacob, devises a plan. Given the stark difference in their physical appearance, Jacob's smooth skin versus Esau's hairiness, Rebekah uses goat hair to disguise Jacob. Fooled by this ruse, Isaac mistakenly blesses Jacob, foreseeing his dominance over his siblings. In Genesis 27:29. After Jacob received Isaac's blessings, Esau returned from his hunt. Upon realizing the deception, he was heartbroken and pleaded with Isaac for a blessing of his own. Isaac, bound by his words, gave Esau a lesser blessing, stating that he would serve his younger brother, Jacob. This scenario mirrors an earlier biblical account where Noah blesses his sons, Shem and Japheth, and declares Canaan will serve them. Isaac's words foreshadow the destinies of their descendants, the nations of Israel and Edom, which we further explore in the books of Samuel and Kings, in Argonauts of the Desert by Philip Wagenbaum. Angry and feeling betrayed, Esau contemplates killing Jacob. To protect their favored son, Rebekah advises Jacob to flee to her brother Laban and consider marrying one of his daughters. Scholar M.L. West draws a parallel between the biblical narrative and a tale from the Iliad. In the Iliad, Zeus is deceived by Hera, leading to the birth of Heracles and Eurystheus.
Zeus and fate, and Uranus that walks in the darkness struck me mad when we were assembled on the day that I took from Achilles the meed that had been awarded to him. What could I do? All things are in the hand of heaven and folly. Eldest of Zeus's daughters, shuts men's eyes to their destruction. She walks delicately, not on solid earth, but hovers over the heads of men to make them stumble or to ensnare them. Time was when she fooled Zeus himself, who they say is the greatest whether of gods or men. For Hera, woman though she was, beguiled him on the day when Alcmena was to bring forth mighty Heracles in the fair city of Thebes. He told it among the gods, saying, "Hear me, all gods and goddesses, that I may speak even as I am minded. This day shall Elithua helper of women who are in labor, bring a man-child into the world who shall be Lord over all that dwell about. Him who are of my blood and lineage. Then said Hera, all crafty and full of guile, you will play false and will not hold to your word. Swear me, O Olympian, swear me, O great oath, that he who shall this day fall between the feet of a woman shall be Lord over all that dwell about him, who are of your blood and lineage. Thus she spoke, and Zeus suspected her not, but swore the great oath, to his much ruing thereafter. For Hera darted down from the high summit of Olympus, and went to haste to the Achaean Argos, where she knew that the noble wife Astellinus, son of Perseus, then was. She being with child, and in her 7th month, Hera brought the child to birth, though there was a month still wanting. But she stayed the offspring of Alcmena, and kept back to Elithue. Then she went to tell Zeus, the son of Cronos, and said, Father Zeus, Lord of lightning, I have a word for your ear. There is a fine child this day, Eurystheus, son of Selinus, the son of Perseus. He is of your lineage. It is well, therefore, that he should reign over the Argives on this day. On this, Zeus was stung to the very quick, and in his rage he caught Folly by the hair and swore a great oath that never should she again invade starry heaven and Olympus, for she was the bane of all. Then he whirled her around with the twist of his hands and flung her down from heaven, so that she fell on the fields of mortal men. And he was ever angry with her when he saw his son groaning under the cruel labors that Eurystheus laid upon him.
West points out a fascinating parallel. Just as a father is about to favor one's son, a mother's intervention changes the course of events. This is evident in the story of Hera's jealousy in Greek mythology, which led to Heracles serving Eurystheus and undertaking the famous 12 labors. This mirrors Rebekah's scheme in the Bible, where Jacob deceives Isaac to receive Esau's blessing and have 12 tribes descend from him. West may have missed a connection, though. Both the tales of Acrisius and Proteus and that of Heracles and Eurystheus seem to be intertwined. Delving into Apollodorus' library, we find that Acrisius is the grandfather of the famed hero Perseus. Perseus, in turn, has descendants, including Heracles and Eurystheus. This shared lineage suggests that the biblical narrative of Jacob and Esau might have been influenced by these Greek myths. Interestingly, the stories of Jacob and David in the Bible seem to echo each other. Both faced deceit from a father-in-law, had wives who practiced idolatry, and dealt with family scandals involving their children. Look at this graph with me. You have parallels between Jacob and King David. One, the treacheries of a father-in-law. Jacob faced treachery from his father-in-law Laban, tricked him over and over. King David faced treachery from his father-in-law Saul. Two, wives committing idolatry. Jacob's wife Rachel committing idolatry, worshiping the teraphim, and took her father's idols, which he chased them out into the wilderness for. David's wife Michal committed idolatry, worshiping teraphim, Number 3, daughters defiled and avenged. Jacob's daughter Dinah was defiled and avenged by Simeon. David's daughter Thamar was defiled and avenged by Absalom. Number 4, sons commit incest. Jacob's son Reuben committed incest. David's son Absalom committed incest. David will commit murder by sending Uriah the Hittite to Joab, bearing a sealed letter instructing Joab to have him killed on the battlefield. This theme is found as well in the story of Proteus, as we talked about above. This is one of the first pieces of evidence that both stories of Jacob and David, being parallel, were modeled after the same sources and written by the same single author. In a nutshell, this shows whoever the author is in Genesis knows the story of David, and they're working off of the same narrative, probably because this is the same author, according to Vajenbaum. But at the very least, they are looking at the other narrative to construct the other narrative. Vajenbaum thinks it's simple, Occam's razor, and this is the same author. But this also tells you something about the source from which the Bible author is getting their material. And that Proteus story where he sends Bellerophon, that where he sends him and he doesn't even know he's carrying the letter to his own self-destruction, is found in the Greek source. In the beginning of our discussion, we talked about how the order of stories from Greek sources was mixed up and changed by the author. But interestingly, in both the Greek stories and in Genesis 25 through 27 from the Bible, we see similar characters and events. Think of it like this. Jacob is like the character Eurystheus, and Esau is like Heracles. It's interesting to note that Esau, who's a tough hunter, trades his special family rights just for a simple bowl of soup. Now, Pseudo-Apollodorus didn't influence the Bible because it came much later. But many believe that the works of Homer, especially the Iliad, did. In fact, the Iliad seems to have inspired many stories about David in the book of Samuel, and the stories about Jacob seem to set the stage for those about David. When we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle from older sources, we use Apollodorus to help fill in the blanks. The stories about Heracles, for instance, are best understood through the writings by Apollodorus and Diodorus Siculus. It's essential to remember that amidst all these Greek tales, the Bible's main message is about the dangers of too much power, especially in kingship, and how it doesn't match the ideal vision of a perfect state. Jacob, as the father of the 12 tribes, is like the first version of Israel, and David is like a do-over or a second version. But David, with his misuse of power, ends up breaking this perfect vision. As we dive deeper into Jacob's stories, we will see even more similarities with the tales of Hercules. Jacob, Laban, Heracles, and Thespius. Simplified comparison. Jacob, seeking refuge from his brother's anger, journeyed to his uncle Laban's home. He desired to marry Rachel, Laban's younger daughter, and agreed to work for 7 years as her bride price. Yet Laban deceived him. On their wedding night, Laban secretly sent Leah, his elder daughter, to Jacob. It was only the next morning that Jacob realized the switch. Laban justified his by explaining that it was customary for the elder daughter to marry first. He then offered Rachel's hand in marriage if Jacob agreed to work another 7 years. This tale of deception mirrors another from Greek mythology.
Now this Thespius was king of Thespiae, and Hercules went to him when he wished to catch the lion. The king entertained him for 50 days, and each night as Hercules went forth to the hunt, Thespius bedded one of his daughters with him, 50 daughters having been born to him by Mega, Mede, daughter of Arneus, for he was anxious that all of them should have children by Hercules. Thus Hercules, though he thought that his bedfellow was always the same, had intercourse with them all, and having vanquished the lion, he dressed himself in the skin and wore the scalp as a helmet.
Thespius wanted grandchildren from the strong and famous Heracles because he didn't have any sons. So he tricked Heracles into spending the night with each of his 50 daughters, one at a time. The catch? Heracles thought he was with the same woman every time. This story is similar to when Jacob ended up with Leah, thinking she was Rachel. From these relationships, Jacob had 12 sons, and Heracles' family later became rulers in Sardinia. There's another story about Jacob being constantly tricked by Laban, never getting what he worked hard for. This story reminds us of Laomedon, an ancient king of Troy. Laomedon once cheated 2 gods, Apollo and Poseidon, after they helped him build Troy's walls. As punishment, the gods wanted his daughter, Hesione, to be offered to a sea monster. Laomedon promised Heracles some fine horses if he'd save Hesione. But after Heracles did the job, Laomedon went back on his word. Angry, Heracles attacked and destroyed Troy. This story was later retold by Laomedon's son, Deipolemus, during a big battle in Troy, just before he met his end.
Far other was Heracles, my own brave and lion-hearted father, who came here for the horses of Laomedon, and though he had 6 ships only, and few men to follow him, sacked the city of Ilius, and made a wilderness of her highways. You are a coward, and your people are falling from you. For all your strength and all your coming from Lycia, you will be no help to the Trojans, but will pass the gates of Hades vanquished by my hand.
This narrative underscores another instance where Heracles faced deceit and broken promises. Look at this graph on the parallels. Just a couple to point out between Jacob and Heracles. Number 1, slept with the wrong woman. Jacob was tricked by Laban into sleeping with Leah. Heracles was tricked by Thespis into thinking he was sleeping with the same girl for 50 nights. But it was 50 different women. Number 2, deceived and given broken promises. Jacob was deceived by Laban with broken promises. Heracles was promised horses by Laomedon, the first king of Troy, who didn't keep his promises.
Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plane, and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks, in the troughs. That is, the watering places, where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods. And so the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. Jacob separated the lambs and set the faces of the flocks toward the striped and completely black animals in the flock of Laban, and he put his own droves apart and did not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob laid in the rods in the troughs before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the rods. But for the feebler of the flock, he did not lay them there. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man grew exceedingly rich and had large flocks, and male and female slaves, and camels and donkeys. Mercury gave to Autolycus, who he begat by Chion, the gift of being such a skillful thief that he could not be caught, making him able to change whatever he stole into some other form, from white to black, or from black to white, from a hornless animal to a horned one, from a horned one to a hornless. When he kept continually stealing from the herds of Sisyphus and couldn't be caught, Sisyphus was convinced he was stealing because Autolycus' number was increasing while his growing smaller. In order to catch him, he put a mark on the hooves of his cattle. When Autolycus had stolen in his usual way, Sisyphus came to him and identified the cattle he had stolen by their hooves and took them away. While he was delaying there, he seduced Anticlea, the daughter of Autolycus. She was later given in marriage to Laertes and bore Ulysses. Some writers accordingly called him Sisyphean because of his parentage. He was shrewd.
Both Apollodorus' library and Aeginos's fables served as essential guides for young Romans, offering them a foundational understanding of Greek mythology. These texts preserved the essence of various myths and tragedies, including tales like Euripides' Phrixus. Jacob's method of increasing his livestock, which involved a seemingly magical process, mirrors the story of Autolycus and Sisyphus' cattle. This Greek tale was influenced by the Homeric hymn to Hermes, where the young god Hermes is depicted stealing Apollo's cattle. Hermes, interestingly, is Autolycus' father. The biblical writer used several Greek sources that involved a treacherous father-in-law, such as Thespios, who made Heracles sleep with 50 different sisters, Laomedon, who refused to pay horses to Heracles for his work, and Autolycus, who stole the cattle of Sisyphus. Though Laban is a deceiver, Jacob will retaliate and prove that he is an even greater trickster than his father-in-law. Let's look at this graph of parallels between Jacob and Autolycus. One used magic with animals. Jacob used a magical practice to change the animals' colors and stripes, growing more livestock than Laban. Autolycus magically changed the animals stealing from the herds of Sisyphus. And you know, his dad was Hermes, so he's the greatest trickster of all. And of course, two is that they're both tricksters. Jacob is known for his cunning and trickery in various stories as he tricked, his father, and Esau is over and over being a trickster, similar to how Hermes was. And then Autolycus is renowned as a master thief and trickster as well. I do want to highlight, just to make a point about this, that is absolutely necessary. And if you look carefully at both of those stories that we told you from Hyginus' fable and the Genesis account, Jacob is talking about striped, speckled animals. These are animals of black and white, different types of colors that they're trying to show that he's increasing his fold while Laban's is decreasing. It's so similar to what we're seeing here with Autolycus and how he is taking Sisyphus's animals. Literally, both are so close, it's hard to think that this is really a coincidence. More likely that the biblical author is using the Greek tale to kind of craft their narrative, as these other scholars like Russell Gamirkin and others have been pointing out. This story was probably written or crafted later using ancient sources. But the idea of the narrative structure is got to be after Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. After enduring 2 decades under Laban's manipulative tactics, Jacob decides to depart with his family and possessions. In a twist, Rachel discreetly takes Laban's teraphim, which are likely small household idols. When Laban pursues them, demanding his idols back, Jacob, unaware of Rachel's actions, challenges Laban to find them. Rachel clearly conceals the idols, ensuring their escape. This narrative finds a parallel in the story of David and Michal, where Michal uses similar tactics to deceive her father Saul and protect David. Such interconnected tales in the Bible highlight the importance of a reader's patience and memory to fully grasp the intricate web of stories. Jacob's subsequent encounter with Esau, after a long separation of 20 years, is filled with tension. One night, Jacob wrestles with an angel, managing to overcome the celestial being, but sustaining a permanent limp in the process. When he finally meets Esau, they reconcile and divide their inheritance. Notably, Jacob's limp and Esau's red hair are motifs that will be echoed in the narrative of David. Again, Wagenbaum's point. Your memory, if it serves you well, and you could see the literary connectiveness of these stories, likely highlights a single mind. They crafted, compiling and connecting these narratives. Unless one wants to posit in some way, a later author looks back or is looking forward when they compile this literature to connecting these stories. They're crafting narratives. I could understand why he thinks single author. Violated Dinah and Helen. In Genesis 34, we encounter a troubling episode where Dinah, Jacob's daughter, is violated by Prince Shechem of the city bearing his name. In a bid for reconciliation, Jacob agrees to marry Dinah to Shechem and form an alliance with the Shechemites, but only if they undergo circumcision. However, in a twist of events, Dinah's brothers, Simeon and Levi, seeking vengeance for their sister, exploit the vulnerability of the Shechemites post-circumcision and execute a massacre. This biblical narrative finds a parallel in Greek mythology, particularly in the story of Helen's abduction.
And when Helen grew into a lovely woman, Theseus carried her off and brought her to Aphidne. But when Theseus was in Hades, Pollux and Castor marched against Aphidne took the city, got possession of Helen, and led Aethra, the mother of Theseus, away captive.
Further elaborating on this tale, Theseus, in collaboration with Pirithous, had previously made a pact to wed daughters of Zeus. In line with this agreement, Theseus abducts a young Helen for himself. His ambitions don't stop there. He later descends into Hades, attempting to win Persephone for Pirithous. In his absence, the Dioscuri, with the aid of the Lacedaemonians and Arcadians, seize Athens. They not only rescue Helen, but also take Aethra as a captive. Meanwhile, Menestheus is reinstated as the ruler of Athens by the Dioscuri. I want you to check out this graph again, another comparative graph paralleling Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and Helen of Sparta. Number one, both were defiled by a prince, specifically a prince. 2, both were taken back by brothers, and specifically 2 brothers in both accounts. 3, Israel versus the Canaanites or the Shechemites, Sparta versus Athens. So you have Israel versus the Canaanites at Shechem, which are like the pre-Canaanites, and Sparta versus Athens. Number 4, Jacob and Ulysses' reluctance. You have Jacob did not want his sons to attack the Shechemites. Ulysses did not want his men to attack either. And in both cases, they did against their parent, their leader, telling them what to do. They did the opposite. Number 5, attack and capture. Jacob's sons attacked, killing men and taking women and children captive. In the story, it specifically says they took men and women captive and attacked. Ulysses' men attacked, killing men and taking women and children captive. Cupid's noticed that Jacob bought a piece of land in Shechem for 100 kasita. He links this word with the Lydian currency Sistophorus, in short, kist. That would have given the Hebrew word kasita. This would be an obvious anachronism since that currency did not appear before the late 3rd century BCE. Kupitz also notices how Simon and Levi used a weapon in Hebrew called makera. That sounds exactly like the Homeric Greek machera, both meaning a sword, and so did the Rabbi Rashi. Notice this similarity. In Wagenbaum's analysis, a textual parallel appears with Homer's Odyssey.
And the other sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered city because their sister had been defiled. They took their flocks and their herds, their donkeys, and whatever was in the city and in the field, all their wealth, all their little ones, and their wives that was in the houses they captured and made their prey. There I stationed my ships in the river, bidding by men, stay by them and keep guard over them, while I sent out scouts to reconnoiter from every point of the vantage. But the men disobeyed my orders, took their own devices, and ravaged the land of the Egyptians, killing the men and taking their wives and children captive.
Reuben, Hippolytus, and Absalom, a comparative analysis. In the biblical narrative, while living in the land of Israel, Reuben had an affair with Bilhah, his father's concubine. This act was not hidden. Israel became aware of it. However, it was only at the end of his life that Jacob addressed this transgression, reprimanding Reuben and stripping him of his birthright. Jacob's words to Reuben were both a recognition of his status and a rebuke for his actions. Reuben, as my eldest son, you were the symbol of my strength and the first sign of my vitality. You had the highest status, the most power, but you acted impulsively. And because you violated my bed, you've lost your prominence. Drawing a parallel from Greek mythology, in Euripides' Hippolytus, Phaedra wrongfully accuses Hippolytus, Theseus' son, of violating her. This accusation is believed by Theseus, especially after Phaedra's suicide and the note she left behind. The tragic twist is that Phaedra was actually in love with Hippolytus, and her despair over her unrequited feelings led to her drastic actions. In his anguish and anger, Theseus calls upon his father, the god Poseidon, to take revenge on Hippolytus. He says,
I can't stay silent about this heinous act, even though it shames me to speak of it. Hippolytus has disrespected the sanctity of my bed and even the watchful eyes of the gods. Poseidon, you once promised to grant me 3 wishes. I invoke one now, and my son's life.
While Hippolytus is portrayed as innocent in Euripides' narrative, Reuben's guilt is clear in the biblical account. Both stories sharing a striking similarity. A son is accused of violating his father's marital bed. In Hippolytus' case, he faces a tragic end in a chariot accident. Reminiscent of Absalom's fate in the Bible. Absalom, after violating his father David's concubines, meets his end when his hair gets entangled in a tree branch during a chariot ride, leading to his death at the hands of Joab. This incident comes after Absalom avenges his sister Tamar, who was violated by their half-brother Amnon. You can see how Jacob's story and David are connected. Well, this Greek mythology plays the underlying influence to these biblical ones. Both the Jacob and David narratives in the Bible contain reoccurring themes: a daughter's violation, her subsequent avengement by her brothers, and a son's incestual relationship with his father's concubines. In Jacob's final blessings in Genesis, Reuben, the eldest son, is stripped of his birthright due to his transgression. Similarly, Simeon and Levi, Jacob's next sons, face disqualification for their violent retaliation against the men of Shechem. Ultimately, it's Judah who is prophesied by Jacob to inherit the leadership mantle of Israel. David, a direct fulfillment of this prophecy, ironically experiences events mirroring those of his forefather Jacob. This cyclical narrative pattern suggests a single authorial vision behind these biblical tales. They can be interpreted as theorized by Levi Strauss in both a linear, diachronic, and a layered, synchronic manner. Genesis, in its essence, seems to be forward-looking, anticipating the future monarchy monarchy of Israel. This forward-looking perspective lists the lineage of Edom's descendants and its kings, noting that these kings ruled before any king reigned over the Israelites. I hope you enjoyed the comparisons of Wagenbaum's parallels in the Greek stories. Now we'll move to Bruce Loudon. Homer, Argonauts, and the Old Testament. Bruce Loudon. Dr. Bruce Loudon wrote a great book called Homer's Odyssey and the Near East, which echoes much of what Dr. Philip Wagenbaum says about Greek connections to the Bible. He highlights the significance of the three occurrences of women at the well being betrothed and how this has parallel significance to Homer's Odyssey, but how there is a clear influence of the Argonautic myth on Homer as well. This will bring Jason and Medea into the picture. Odysseus's interactions with Nausicaa, the Phaeacian athletes, and her father Alcinous intriguingly mirrors what Alter describes as the betrothal type scene from the Old Testament. Let's first unpack three prominent Old Testament examples of this narrative pattern, and then delve into its parallels with Odysseus and the Nausicaa story. In the Old Testament, Abraham sends a loyal servant on a mission to find a wife for his son Isaac. The servant stops at a well in Nahor, a common gathering spot for women. He prays to Yahweh for guidance, asking for a sign. The woman who offers him water and also waters his camels would be the chosen one. Enter Rebekah, who fits this description perfectly. After a series of exchanges, it's revealed that Rebekah is related to Abraham, and she eventually agrees to marry Isaac. Fast forward, and we find Jacob escaping his brother Esau's anger. On a similar quest in Nahor, at a well, he meets Rachel, and after a series of events, their relationship blossoms. Another parallel is seen in Moses' story. Fleeing Egypt, Moses stops by a well in Midian. He helps the 7 daughters of the priest Reuel, leading to his eventual marriage of one of them, Zipporah. Now let's look at Odysseus. His meeting with Nausicaa by the river echoes these Old Testament well encounters. Athena, in a dream, nudges Nausicaa to the river, where she's bound to meet Odysseus. While the Old Testament stories often center on the male perspective, the Odyssey offers a refreshing change by focusing on Nausicaa's viewpoint. The divine intervention, the emphasis on marriage, and the portrayal of Nausicaa's beauty are reminiscent of the Old Testament tales. In the Odyssey, water locations, be it rivers or wells, serve as meeting points. While Alter suggests wells might symbolize femininity, both the Odyssey and Old Testament use these water sources as places where foreign men meet local women. The tasks these women perform, like fetching water or washing, highlight their domestic virtues. Nausicaa's actions the next day, asking her father for a wagon to wash clothes, hint at her marriage preparations. This mirrors Rebekah's story, where her father allows her to decide her departure. As Nausicaa heads to the river, it's reminiscent of Rachel and Zipporah's tales, where they tend to their father's animals by the water. The narrative then shifts to Odysseus, who wakes up startled and naked by the river. As he approaches Nausicaa, he is in a vulnerable state. Unlike the men in the Old Testament stories, his eloquent plea to Nausicaa, praising her beauty and hinting at her present in the Old Testament. Odysseus' interactions with Nausicaa and her people echo a reoccurring pattern, a narrative pattern seen in the Old Testament, often termed the quote-unquote betrothal type scene, end quote. Let's break down these parallels for clarity. In the Old Testament, when Abraham's servants seek a wife for Isaac, he stops at a well in Nahor. There, Rebekah offers him water, a gesture of hospitality and kindness. Similarly, Nausicaa offers Odysseus a bath, a subset of chores women typically perform by the water. This act of kindness is mirrored in the Old Testament stories, like when Moses helped Zipporah and her sisters at the well in Midian. Nausicaa's perception of Odysseus evolves after he bathed and dressed. She begins to see him as a potential husband, expressing a wish that he might stay and become her spouse. This sentiment of attraction or connection at first meeting is a hallmark of the betrothal type scene. As the story progresses, Nausicaa guides Odysseus towards the city. Along the way, he prays to Athena, much like Abraham's servant prayed to Yahweh in his quest. Athena then appears as a young girl with a water pitcher, reminiscent of the Old Testament scenes where young women are encountered at wells. Odysseus' interactions with the Phaeacians, especially the sudden marriage proposal from Alcinous, mirrors Jacob's experiences with Laban in the Old Testament. Just as Alcinous quickly proposes a union between Odysseus and Nausicaa, similar swift proposals are seen in the Old Testament. Interestingly, while Alcinous' hasty offer draws criticism, Old Testament characters making similar offers are not judged as harshly. In essence, Odysseus' journey and encounters with Nausicaa and her people are steeped in narrative patterns reminiscent of the Old Testament's betrothal type scenes. Jacob and Jason's narratives are enriched by the presence of influential female mentors. For Jacob, this guiding figure is his mother, Rebekah. She played a pivotal role in shaping his destiny, especially in counteracting Isaac's preference for Esau. Rebekah masterminds Jacob's deception of Isaac and Esau and orchestrates his escape from Esau's wrath. Her reassuring words,
"Only obey my voice,"
echo the protective interventions of Hera for Jason. Just as Hera aids Jason, often in disguise, Rebekah's actions for Jacob are sometimes attributed to divine intervention, as when Jacob credits Yahweh for the quick procurement for venison. Rebekah's role has striking parallels with Hera, especially when considering another mythological narrative, that of Heracles in the Iliad, Book 19. In this tale, Zeus intends to bestow blessings upon his favored son, Heracles. However, Hera cunningly diverts these blessings to her preferred choice, Eurystheus. The parallels between the two stories are evident. Both fathers, Isaac and Zeus, inadvertently misdirect their blessings due to the machinations of their wives, Rebekah and Hera. The intended recipients, Esau and Heracles, share several characteristics. Both are portrayed as heroic figures, hunters, and are notably Hirsute. Esau's description in particularly aligns with the characteristics often associated with Heracles. Despite their prowess and their father's favor, both end up subservient to the chosen ones of their mothers or stepmothers. My personal note is I think maybe both of these narratives were influenced by the earlier Gilgamesh hero, but that's a side note. Laban and Aetes are both tricky dads in old stories. They make the main characters, Jacob and Jason, jump through hoops before they can marry their daughters. Here's the scoop. Rebecca, Jacob's mom, wanted him to stay with Laban, her brother, for just a short while. But between trying to avoid his angry brother, Esau, and wanting to marry Laban's daughter, Rachel, Jacob ends up staying much longer. Why? Because Laban keeps changing the rules. First, he makes Jacob work for 7 years to marry Rachel. But after these years, Laban tricks Jacob and gives him his older daughter, Leah, instead. This sneaky move is a bit like what Laomedon, a king from another story, did when he didn't pay two gods after they did a job for him. Aetes, from the Jason story, is also a tricky dad. He sets terms for Jason, but then doesn't stick to them. When Jason first meets Aetes, he talks about another sneaky guy, Peleus. Jason basically went from dealing with one difficult person, Peleus, to another, Aetes. Both Jacob and Jason had problems at home and then faced more problems with the fathers of the women they wanted to marry. To sum it up, both these dads, Laban and Aetes, remind us of a description of Peleus from an old poem. They're both pretty sly and challenging.
For I give over to you the sheep, the tawny herds of cattle, and all the fields which you stole from my parents, and administer to fatten your wealth. I do not mind these overly enrich your house.
Kind of surmising a lot of chapter 6 from Dr. Bruce Loudon's work. Number 1, Laban and Aetes. Laban and Aetes are portrayed as devious fathers of the protagonists' love interest. Their characters are characterized by deceit and manipulation. Laban's pursuit of Jacob is aggressive and threatening. His sons who accompany him express a hostile attitude towards Jacob. This mirrors Absyrto's pursuit on behalf of Aetes in the Argonautica. Absyrto, Aetes' son, is depicted as holding the reins of Helios' chariot, emphasizing his ability to pursue. He leads a group of Colchians to chase after Jason, who has taken Aetes' fleece. Similarly, Laban pursues Jacob, who has taken his household gods. Laban's treatment of Jacob is reminiscent of Aetes' behavior towards Jason. Both protagonists face challenges imposed by these father figures. For instance, Jacob has to work for several years due to Laban's cunning, just as Jason has to undertake labors specified by Aetes. 2. Absyrto and Laban's pursuit. Absyrto, representing Aetes, pursues the protagonist as they flee with valuable items. His ability to chase is hinted at in scenes where he controls Helios' chariot. Laban, on the other hand, overtakes Jacob in a landlocked parallel. This pursuit is intensified by the aggressive stance of Laban's sons. Absyrto, leading a group of Colchians, outmaneuvers Jason, trapping him where the river Easter separates around a group of islands. In a similar vein, Laban overtakes Jacob, camping opposite him in Gilead. The chapter also touches upon the aggressive nature of Rachel, who steals Laban's household gods. This act is paralleled with Medea's role in the Argonautica, or she plays a significant part in the theft of the Golden Fleece. 3. Jason's confrontation with Esau. Jason's confrontation in the Argonautica are paralleled with Jacob's anticipated violent encounter with his brother Esau. However, while Jason faces multiple confrontations, Jacob's narrative culminates in reconciliation. Number 4, Medea's magic and Rachel's desire for offspring. Medea's use of Prometheon, or Prometheus, drug is a significant aspect of the Argonautica. The plant's root, which resembles, quote, newly cut flesh, end quote, plays a pivotal role in the narrative. In the Old Testament, Rachel's desire for offspring from Jacob mirrors Medea's magical endeavors, though the methods differ.
But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes."
Though Rachel is not a witch, as is Medea, magic is present, even prominent, in her myth. Unable to bear children, when she learns that Leah's first son, Reuben, has found some mandrakes, Rachel asks if she may use them, presumably as an aphrodisiac. In Apollonius's account, a love charm in the form of Eros's agency is the central means of assuring Medea will unite with Jason. In Jacob's myth, Rachel, already married to Jacob, seizes upon a similar agent to obtain offspring from him. Apollonius's key depiction of Medea's magic describes her use of the Promethean drug. Son of Israel, Judah, then the dreamer. So many examples pile up. After a while, you're left with no choice but to seriously dive into the Greek world for the biblical narrative sources. In our next installments, we will dive into the son of Israel, Judah, and then Joseph, the favorite son of Jacob, aka Israel, and the child of Israel's favorite wife, Rachel. I sincerely want to hear your thoughts about these connections in the comment section. Please like, comment, subscribe, and hit that bell. If you really enjoy what we're doing in these videos, I ask that you consider joining MythVision's Patreon and YouTube membership programs. We could really use your support to continue these documentaries, bringing this information out there. I know, because I watch YouTube as a YouTube content creator, there is no channel out there that is doing what I'm doing with this series. You have to hunt and find this material deep down in literature, and nobody is taking it into MP4 content where it is being expressed in this manner. I wish there were videos out there like this. In fact, I started MythVision for that sole purpose. I saw a lack of certain content that I was enjoying and wanting that was in books that I've read, and nobody had performed videos on them. Here I am doing that with this series. Please help back us. Support what we're doing. Join us. It helps us commit to doing this kind of work. I plan on doing this all the way through the entire Bible and into the New Testament. I also hope to get into Islam, the Quran. My whole goal is to bring you that mythological angle that you don't find out there very often. Until next time, we are MythVision.
We have found a document about the Spartans and the Jews, indicating that we are related. that both of our nations are descended from Abraham. 1 Maccabees 12:21.
Dare we ask, did Abraham really exist? The mysterious figure Abraham, embedded deep within the biblical narrative, conjures fascinating queries. Might there be echoes of other myths that connect to the Abraham narrative? Yes, echoes. And dare I say, myths. If we're being audacious here, let's also claim that Abraham's tale might not be etched in the stone of history, but instead in the parchment of allegory. We're on a quest for truth, and not just any truth, but one that doesn't sugarcoat our sensibilities. Consider Peter J. Leithart, a figure I may not always nod in agreement with, but who serves a cogent point as a voice of faith. He notes,
evangelicals are debating the historicity of Adam, but they are too timid. It is time to reject fundamentalist distortions of the Abrahamic narrative, just as decisively as we have abandoned literalistic readings of Genesis 1 through 3. Clinging to discredited biblical accounts of Abraham as if these events actually happened makes us look like Neanderthals, undermines the plausibility of our witness, and ultimately overturns the gospel. To defend the gospel and uphold the authority of the Bible, we need to reckon with the myth of Abraham.
Leithart's clarity is akin to a refreshing splash of cold water, especially for someone like me, who navigates ancient texts with a secular compass, regardless of their cultural origins. Yet, despite his insights, Leithart still seems to hold the Bible as a divine artifact rather than a human creation. The conundrum remains. The tangible evidence for Abraham, let alone the events in Genesis, is as elusive as a desert mirage. Take, for instance, Abraham's sojourn in Egypt in Genesis 12. Uncannily reminiscent of Israel's Egyptian saga, which too seems more allegorical than actual. Whether these narratives stem from shared literary motifs or direct modeling, the debate remains. As scholars passionately debate these tales' origins, positing multiple authors across epochs, or perhaps a single Hellenic-influenced scribe, we must ponder if Abraham is less man and more motif. What message lies encrypted in his story? Our journey might find its compass pointing towards Greece. While the influence of cultures like the Mesopotamians, Canaanites, and Egyptians on biblical texts is almost universally acknowledged, the Grecian whisper in the scriptural tapestry remains understated. Yet, I remain convinced of this Hellenic echo. The vast Greek Septuagint, intertwined with biblical tradition, offers tantalizing clues. People imagine the Greeks as full-on pagan polytheistic peoples. However, the elite philosophers like Thales, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle were the original gangsters of monism, with an ultimate divine power that rules over the divine lesser beings. The later Christians and Jews are in many ways indebted to these thinkers. And yes, for those who followed our previous explorations into Russell Gamirkin's insights, brace yourselves for another scholarly expedition into Abraham's possible Grecian roots. Join us as we wade into this confluence of biblical Greek connections. Let the Odyssey commence. Abraham's story in a nutshell. Born around 2170 BCE in the prominent city of Ur, Abram, later named Abraham, was a central figure in biblical history. Moving to Haran after the death of his brother Haran, he married his half-sister Sarai at 75, and he heeded a divine call to relocate to Canaan. Accompanied by Sarai and his nephew Lot, his story opens up with the immediate promise of a land that God will show him, and that he will be a great nation. Facing famine, they took refuge in Egypt, where, fearing for their lives, Abraham presented Sarai as his sister, afraid the Egyptians would kill him for her beauty. Mind you, Sarai is 10 years younger than Abraham, according to these texts. So here's a 65-year-old woman who must have been smoking like a 20-year-old Playboy model. Odd detail. Their deception was uncovered, leading to their expulsion. Back in Canaan, tensions between Abram and Lot's household forced them to part ways. After Lot's capture in a regional war, Abraham heroically rescued him, and he bumped into Melchizedek, king of Salem, who was a high priest of the Most High God. Many questions abound for this figure. Anyways, around this period, Abraham lamented his lack of an heir, though God reassured him. Sarai offered her maid, Hagar, to bear a child. Hagar bore Ishmael, but tensions arose, leading to her exile. Can anyone say Jerry Springer any faster? Later, God renewed his covenant, renaming Abram to Abraham and Sarai to Sarah, foretelling the birth of Isaac and introducing circumcision. 3 divine visitors confirmed Isaac's upcoming birth and also warned of Sodom's impending destruction. Despite Abraham's intercessions, Sodom was destroyed, though Lot escaped, albeit the tragic consequences of his wife turning into a pillar of salt. Oh, and his 2 daughters drugging their father with wine to sleep with him to carry on a seed. In Gerar, Abraham, fearing for Sarah's safety, again called her his sister. King Abimelech took Sarah, but returned her upon realizing the deceit. Shortly thereafter, Isaac was born. Now, who's the real baby's daddy here? Abimelech or Abraham? Anyways, following more disputes involving Hagar and Ishmael, Abraham banished them, but they were divinely protected. In a supreme test of faith, God commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. As Abraham obeyed, an angel intervened, providing a ram as a substitute. Sarah passed away at the age of 137 years, and Abraham secured a burial site in Machpelah. Abraham then arranged for Isaac's marriage and had more children with his second wife, Keturah. Ensuring Isaac was his sole heir, Abraham passed away at 175 years of age and was buried beside Sarah by Isaac and Ishmael. Eventually, his son Isaac would have children named Jacob and Esau. Then Jacob would get the promise and be renamed to Israel. Israel's favorite son was Joseph, who would get them into Egypt. You got to read the story, and eventually for 430 years, all to have Moses take them on an exodus to the promised land, with Joshua leading victorious battles to get what God promised Abraham at the outset. The quest for the historical Abraham. Searching for Abe. From the hollowed echoes of the Dead Sea Scrolls, biblical authors have painted vivid portraits of iconic figures, treating them as historical luminaries, regardless of some of the rather eyebrow-raising assertions. Abraham's age of 175, a walk in the park compared to Adam's whopping 930-year tenure. Through the annals of history, historians and ecclesiastical scholars, with fervor akin to investigative detectives, have endeavored to tether these biblical tales to the realm of historical accuracy. Their tools? Intricate genealogies and comparative historiography, striving to lend the patriarchal chronicles an air of authenticity befitting the second millennium BCE. Yet, as time's relentless march continues, our academic arsenal has evolved, providing sharper instruments for dissecting the veracity of these age-old tales. The unquestioned existence of these biblical heavyweights was the modus operandi, even for the most discerning scholars, until, that is, the 20th century's latter half bestowed upon us a plot twist. Upon uncovering the intricate tapestry of sources that constitute the Genesis and patriarchal narratives, theories abounded. The documentary hypothesis, the supplementary hypothesis, and their scholarly siblings arose, all questing to reconcile the improbability of Moses single-handedly penning this voluminous work. By the 19th century, that notion had all but retired to the annals of antiquated thought. As we embark on this documentary, we'll be dancing on the shoulders of academic titans, luminaries like Thomas L. Thompson, John Van Seters, Russell Gamirkin, Philip Wagenbaum, Philip R. Davies, and dare I say Neil Godfrey have not just entered the field of Old Testament studies, they've rocked its very foundations. Thompson and Seters in the 1970s, in particular, have swayed scholarly consensus from assured affirmation of the patriarch's existence to an enlightened skepticism, suggesting the upbeat nature of an archaeological quest for their remains. Thompson's magnum opus, the historicity of the patriarchal narratives, fittingly culminates this sentiment. So fasten your intellectual seatbelts, dear viewers. This is going to be a cerebral ride.
We have seen in the foregoing chapter of the received tradition about Abraham's journey from Ur of the Chaldees to Canaan by the way of Haran is not an originally independent tradition about Abraham. Rather, it is a historiographical reconstruction which is based on several originally independent and conflicting traditions, if not only must be understood as unhistorical, but any attempt to find movements analogous to Abraham's in the history of the Near East are essentially misdirected for the purposes of biblical interpretation. The intentions of the biblical traditions about the patriarchs are not comparable to those of the modern historian. They are rather sociological, political, and religious. Those attempts at interpretation of these traditions which willfully neglect the implications of their formations and structure can justly be dismissed as historicism. Moreover, we have seen that the biblical chronologies are not grounded on historical memory, but are rather based on a very late theological schema that presupposes a very unhistorical worldview. Those efforts to use the biblical narratives for a reconstruction of the history of the Near East in a manner comparable to the use of the archives of Mari and similar finds can justly be dismissed as fundamentalist. Though we have argued that the quest for the historical Abraham is basically fruitless occupation both for the historian and the student of the Bible, the question about the historical background of the patriarchal narratives is a question to which the historical criticism, with the help of the ancient Near Eastern history and archaeology, can give very concrete answers.
In 1974, this piece of writing was so scandalous when it emerged that its author, Thompson, found himself facing a decade-long involuntary vacation from employment. By 1992, his academic antics led to an unceremonious exit from Marquette University's hallowed halls. From the disco-infused 70s to the grunge era of the 90s, he, alongside the likes of Philip R. Davies, Niels Peter Lemsky, and Keith W. Whitelam, was knee-deep in decoding the enigma dubbed Ancient Israel. Their work wasn't just groundbreaking, it was earth-shattering, especially in the world of Old Testament studies. Much of his brilliant banter, most of his argumentation was centered around names of the patriarchs, as Thompson says in his 1974 book.
It will be my contention throughout this process of historicizing Genesis is a serious error in biblical interpretation, and to the extent that it depends upon the evidence we have from Near Eastern nomenclature, totally unfounded. Some questions which must be asked of our evidence are: do the names really demonstrate or make more probable the historicity of the patriarchs? Do they help to date the period in which the patriarchs belong? Do they support the thesis that the narratives of Genesis mirror the history of the second millennium, specifically the movements of the Amorites?
Ultimately, Thompson broke the consensus on Abraham's historicity. Most critical scholars these days have forsaken the attempt to finding Abe. If there ever was a guy, he's lost to us, as is his sons, all the way to Moses. If there ever was an Exodus, it is absolutely nothing like the Bible describes it. The same can be said about the United monarchy with King David and Solomon. The more we dig, the more scandalous it seems that the Bible is not historically accurate. But is that the author's goal? Are they trying to convince their readers and hearers of a fake history as Plato recommended in his writings? Russell Gamirkin has spoken several times about Plato's noble lies and how to create a great nation. In the historical pursuit of the biblical patriarchs, many scholars equipped with both archaeological tools and scripture sought empirical confirmation of these iconic figures. In Egypt, one is presented with names from first immediate period, circa 2181 to 2055 BCE, associated with Abraham and believed to be Amorites. This association arises because of the phonetic resemblance to the Amurru from South Mesopotamia emerging around the same epoch. Parallelly, the Hyksos, linked to Jacob and Joseph, are perceived as invaders with Amorite affiliations. Curiously, it's the nomenclature of these patriarchs that seemingly connect these historical dots, allowing scholars to interpret these tales as condensed history of the Near East during the second millennium. Thompson's scholarship underscores that these patriarchal names weren't exclusive to the second millennium BCE, but echoed into the 4th century BCE across diverse locales, including Mesopotamia. The existence of Abraham has often been posited on the corroborative elements like the geographic references in Genesis. However, it's essential to note that these places endured well into the Hellenistic era. Thompson delves deeply into the significance of Abraham's name in this context. I proffer a contention. When drafting foundational stories of a nation, it's likely that authors might retroject their primeval figures into antiquated settings, lending a veneer of authenticity. Take, for instance, the esteemed archaeologist Israel Finkelstein. He views the biblical narration of Canaan's conquest in Joshua as less of an authentic historical account and more as a late 7th century BCE ideological blueprint depicting an inspirational conquest under King Josiah of Judah. Finkelstein hypothesizes that this conquest narrative possibly originated in Israel's northern kingdom around the early 8th century BCE, inspired by the remnants of past disturbances. This perspective gains weight considering the lack of archaeological traces for many cited cities, or their emergence only in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. How can one validate a 12th century BCE conquest of cities that archaeologically appear half a millennium later? By this logic, the absence of evidence for Moses' mass exodus from Egypt could whimsically be attributed to celestial beings equipped with dustbusters. Such narratives likely embellished retellings of pure literary creations often weave in contemporaneous nuances, inadvertently revealing their true temporal origins. To draw a playful analogy, discovering a gospel where Peter cruises in a Honda Civic would unmistakably hint at a narrative crafted in a more modern milieu. Similarly, Genesis contains anachronisms that point to its later historical genesis, pun intended. In our preceding video explorations, we've journeyed through the tapestries of myth and lore underpinning Genesis 1 through 11. Now Now, as we delve into the tales of Abraham, there's a prevailing sentiment that we've anchored ourselves in the firm ground of historical narrative. Numerous commentaries underscore this demarcation, suggesting a transition from myth to reality, right between Genesis 11 and 12. For some scholars, this transformation commences even earlier, with Genesis 11:10 enveloping Terah and his kin's expedition from Ur to Haran in the cloak of history. Over time, I've developed a certain affinity for those discerning minds who interpret these passages as masterful narratives rather than concrete history. This naturally begets the query, when was Genesis scribed? A significant portion of the scholarly community posits its creation during the exile or perhaps the post-exile era, with a handful placing bets on the Persian period. It's paramount to note that their perspective primarily hinges on the priestly source, though not all contend that Genesis in its entirety emerged during these times. Today, I aim to illuminate the Hellenistic shades painted on Genesis, post the epoch when Alexander the Great unfurled the essence of the Greek world upon the vast expanse known biblically. Neil Godfrey curates a thought-provoking blog, the link to which is available in the description below with all the sources. His writings delve deep into concepts that sometimes take a while to permeate American scholarly circles. Of particular note is his discourse on Niels Peter Lemke, which I found to be intellectually stimulating. Here are some points in favor of a Hellenistic date after 300 BCE for the Old Testament. Number one, it is a fact that the history of Israel, as told by the Old Testament, has little, if anything, to do with the real historical developments in Palestine until at least the later part of the Hebrew monarchy. 2, an extensive part of this literature should be considered the creation of the Jewish diaspora. First and foremost, the patriarchal narratives, the story of the Exodus about the Israelites in Egypt and their escape from Egypt, but also the conquest narratives in Joshua. All of these aim at one and the same issue, at the more or less utopian idea that a major Jewish kingdom, even empire, should be established or reestablished in Palestine, an idea that emerged in spite of the fact that it had no background in ancient Israelite empire. Number 3, the writers who invented the history of Israel seem to have modeled their history on a Greek pattern. Herodotus being the earliest point of comparison, there are a number of similarities between the histories of Herodotus and the Old Testament. Both histories have as their beginning a perspective that encompasses the whole world as such, and this perspective narrows down to single nations only at a later point, respectively the Greek and the Hebrew. The biblical historians display a knowledge of Greek tradition, and this could hardly have been the case before Greek were to become known and read in the Near East. Number 4, the Persian period does not seem to fit the requirements of being the time when the historical books of the Old Testament were written down. First of all, it would have to be proved that Greek authors were known and extensively read in the Persian Empire, and I very much doubt that this was the case. Lemke goes into far more responses to this issue of a later dating of the Old Testament, but consider it as we dive deeper into this documentary. Philip R. Davies, an esteemed professor of biblical studies at the University of Sheffield, delves deeply into these matters. His assertions have sparked fervent debates within academic corridors. Davies contends, based on archaeological evidence and rigorous analysis of the biblical narrative, that the biblical Israel is more myth than reality. He posits that figures such as Abraham and Moses are not historical entities, and kingdoms attributed to David and Solomon did not exist as described. According to Davies, the biblical depiction of Israel might have been crafted as late as the Persian era, challenging traditional chronologies. Problems with dating the Old Testament to the Persian era. We have very little information about the Jewish population in the Persian era. We have almost nothing apart from the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, and the historicity of these books has also come under scrutiny. Some doubt there was ever even a mission by Ezra. The autobiography of Nehemiah may be no more historical than many other similar examples of autobiographical genre in the Greek world. Biblical historians have traditionally written of the period of Persian rule as time of peace and prosperity. Judah was allowed administrative independence. Jerusalem was organized as a prosperous temple burgher society. But the evidence we have could just as easily be interpreted otherwise. That Judah's independence may be more comparable to modern crumbling societies left on their own and with a great deal of administrative independence to provide a sad picture of local incompetence. Maybe they did not interfere in local affairs because they did not care. The Temple Burgher Society has nothing more than hypotheses to support it, and the account of a band of Greek mercenaries being able to waltz through the empire, kill a Persian governor, and walk out again in Xenophon's Anabasis is evidence of Persian administrative incompetence. The archaeological evidence we need for the Persian period is not likely to come to light. Israeli archaeologists have demonstrated a contempt for the Persian period and removed its remains to rubbish dumps in order to get down to the real Israelite layers. Lemke cites A. Mazar's Archaeology of the Land of the Bible, 586 BCE, as illustrative to this attitude. As for the Hellenistic period, it should never be forgotten that the revitalization of the ancient Near East only became a fact after the Greek takeover. It is an established fact that city life vastly expanded after the conquest of Alexander. Here we must realize what happened in Jerusalem and in Palestine. innovations that were comparable, although on a smaller scale, to the cultural developments in Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. Scholars may nurse very romantic ideas about what may have happened in the nooks and crannies of pre-Hellenistic Palestine, in a society considerably poorer than the one found there. For example, during the Late Bronze Age. A more worldly and realistic assessment of facts suggests that the Persian period was not the time when the Old Testament could have been written down. Hardly any parallel exists to such a development, but a lot of evidence that says the Hellenistic age was the formative period of early Jewish thought and literature as witnessed by the Old Testament itself. I would refer everyone to Jonathan Adler, the archaeologist, who is confirming much of these statements. In Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible, Russell Gamirkin delves into an intriguing premise. He postulates that a myriad of laws within the Hebrew Bible draw parallels more closely to the works of Plato rather than the traditions of the ancient Near East. Both Gamirkin and Philip Wagenbaum theorized that Plato's philosophical treatises were seminal influences, shaping the biblical author's formulation of idealistic national laws. Russell Gamirkin on Foundation Stories. When we look at Greek literature, we can see that the biblical tales of the Israelites' exodus under Moses and their conquest under Joshua are quite similar to the Greek foundation stories. Even though this kind of storytelling wasn't common in the ancient Near East, it was very popular among the Greeks during the Hellenistic period. This section delves into the common themes in Greek foundation stories and how they compare to Moses leading the Israelites to the Promised Land. Greek foundation stories can be set in different eras. There are mythical times, that's when gods and humans lived together before major floods, like that of Deucalion or Noah. There's legendary times marked by heroes and ending around the Trojan War, and the more factual, archaic, and historical periods. Direct interactions between gods and humans were limited to the mythical and legendary periods. In later times, people would seek advice or guidance from the gods at temples or sacred sites. While some stories were entirely set in legendary times, most foundation tales started with the promises of land made during this era, but the actual settlement happened in the more factual, archaic, or historical periods. Promises of ancestral lands are a recurring theme in many Greek foundation tales. They serve as a foundational myth that supports later conquests and settlements of specific territories. Often these promises were made to renowned heroes like Heracles, Aeneas, or members of the Argonaut expedition. As these heroes journeyed, they would pass through territories that their descendants would eventually settle. Often, gods like Apollo would grant these lands to the heroes during their travels. Even if the heroes settled elsewhere or even passed away in a different land, their divine claim to these lands would be handed down to their descendants. It might take several generations before the descendants actually settled these promised lands. A famous example of this narrative theme is Heraclius' adventures, where he received divine rights to various places during his Mediterranean travels. This narrative style was also used to justify the Spartans' colonization efforts, citing Heracles' journeys. Another example is the story of Cyrene in North Africa, As per the accounts of poets Pindar and Apollonius of Rhodes, when the Argonauts arrived at the Libyan coast, Poseidon's son gave Euphemus a symbolic chunk of Libyan soil, marking it as a territory under his rule. This token of rulership was passed a descendant founded Cyrene in Libya. Another special case is Aeneas, who after the Trojan War journeyed the Mediterranean but never visited Latium's promised land. However, he was prophesied at Troy that his descendants would create a city, Rome, destined for greatness. Drawing parallels, Weinfeld highlighted the similarities between the land promises given to the biblical figures like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and those given to heroes like Heracles and Aeneas. The stories of these patriarchs served as a prelude to the foundation of the Israelite nation by Moses and Joshua. Similarly, Greek tales about ancient heroes and foundational ancestors provided a historical context for subsequent movements and conquests. The Israelites' journey and settlement into the Promised Land mirrors Greek myths like the return of the Heraclids, usually foundation stories, which explain how a group settled in a new territory, begin by detailing the problems that made them leave their original home. These issues could be overpopulation, famine, disease outbreaks, natural disasters, economic problems, internal conflicts, forced exile, military defeats, or escaping potential conquest and enslavement. In one ancient Jewish story written by Hecataeus of Abdera around 315 BCE, it's said that Egypt became overpopulated, leading the Egyptians to send settlers to places including Babylon and Judea. Another tale from Manetho, written around 285 BCE, claims that Jerusalem and Judea were first inhabited by the Hyksos, foreign rulers who took over Egypt, but were later forced out by the Egyptians due to a disease outbreak linked to the Hyksos' ungodly practices. In contrast, the biblical Exodus story, written around 270 BCE, presents a different viewpoint. The Egyptians faced plagues as punishment for enslaving the Israelites, and only after suffering these calamities did the Pharaoh let them go. This narrative of escaping from bondage fits the pattern of Hellenistic foundation stories and is a consistent theme in biblical tales. The well-known practice of the Egyptians using slave labor for grand projects such as building pyramids reinforces this narrative. While the miraculous rescue of the Israelites is unique to the biblical account, their quest for freedom aligns well with Greek tales. A pivotal moment in the Exodus story is when God chooses Moses to be the liberator and guide for the Jewish people. This revelation occurs when Moses, in exile from Egypt, discovers a holy site in the Sinai desert. God informs him that he has been chosen to lead the Israelites out of Egypt to a new homeland with Aaron's assistance. Although hesitant and unsure, Moses accepts this significant responsibility. In the biblical story, Moses' divine selection to lead mirrored a common trend seen in Greek foundation tales. Typically in these tales, an oracle, usually at the famed Delphi sanctuary dedicated to Apollo, would choose the leader, termed oikist, for a colonization mission. This oikist held various roles: expedition head, military leader, spiritual guide, and law enforcer. It was a reoccurring theme for these leaders to be unexpectedly chosen. Guidance for their journey, including specific landmarks and signs to determine settlement areas, often came from the Delphi Oracle. On some journeys, a prophet or spiritual guide accompanied the leader, aiding in establishing the new settlement. The biblical account showcases the Israelites as an organized, armed group, constantly prepared for battle as they journeyed from Egypt. Moses was their military strategist, but their triumphs, whether in battle against various tribes or major exodus from Egypt, were attributed to the divine intervention of Yahweh. This description of the Exodus sets the stage for the next phase, the conquest, where Joshua takes over Moses' military role. Throughout these narratives, the main emphasis is on the armed men. Women, children, and livestock are seen as under their protection, while the fighters are the focus of accounts and are explicitly numbered. The portrayal of this migration, then, is of an armed group transitioning from one territory to conquer another. This depiction aligns with Greek tales, where colonization parties often journeyed as armed contingents. It's at Delphi that Apollo, recognized as the god guiding migrations and settlements, was consulted. In the Bible, Mount Sinai serves as the pivotal spot where God communicates with Moses. This return to Sinai in the Exodus narrative is the backdrop for the profound moment where Moses climbs the mountain and receives God's commandments. In Greek tales, the leader often revisits the Delphi Oracle for advice on pressing issues. This trip back to the Oracle sometimes left the expedition group alone for extended times, akin to Moses' 40-day stay on the mountain. Moses, as the lawgiver, fits seamlessly within the Greek narrative structure. In Greek tales, the oikist typically established laws for the new settlement. Historical accounts and legends often credit ancient law codes to singular prominent figures, such as Lycurgus or Solon, who sometimes were believed to have received these laws directly from deities. Established processes even allowed for proposed law codes to be presented at an oracle, like Delphi, to gain divine approval. While Greek narratives often depict lawgivers getting divine laws via specific ceremonial methods, the Bible portrays Moses directly meeting God at Sinai amid an awe-inspiring natural display. At Mount Sinai, Moses supervised the creation of a special tent and its items. This tent wasn't just a place of worship, but was believed to be the dwelling place of God. As the Israelites traveled through the wilderness, God was thought to accompany them within this tent. Moses was the main spiritual leader for the Israelites during their journey, much like the oikist in Greek stories. The oikist was also a religious leader, representing the god Apollo during their colonization missions. When the Greeks ventured into new territories, they believed they were also relocating their gods. A sacred fire symbolized this move, which they used for religious rituals during the journey. Apollo's famous sanctuary in Delphi often gave them guidance on where to settle and build their new sanctuaries. In the Bible, before entering their desired land, the Israelites sent scouts to check it out. However, they were disheartened by the challenges they'd face in conquering it. As a result, they spent 40 years wandering, during which the entire soldier generation died. Similarly, in some Greek tales, explorers were sent first to assess new lands. These colonization efforts, whether in myth or real history, often faced challenges. They might take much longer than expected, sometimes spanning several generations. There were times when the settlers even thought of going back to their original homeland due to homesickness or settlement challenges. Both the biblical account and Greek tales emphasized the importance of establishing foundational laws and systems for their new societies. For Israelites, after their 40-year journey, there was a renewed emphasis on the laws, particularly in the book of Deuteronomy. This highlighted how they should live once they settled. All these guidelines were officially approved by the community and were meant to be publicly displayed in their new homeland. Similarly, when Joshua took the people across the Jordan, he quickly set up an altar and inscribed these laws, ensuring they were practiced. Like in the Bible, Greek colonization stories also focused on establishing foundational laws for their new territories. The leader, or oikist, who was similar to Moses, set these laws. The oikist laid down rules about political, religious, and military structures, the society's class system, land distribution, and citizens' rights. Just as in the biblical narrative, these laws were approved by the community, usually with rituals and oaths. Often these guidelines were inscribed on stone tablets for everyone to see. When the Israelites reached the Promised Land, they were coming back to the original home of their ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This story reminds us of the return of the Heraclids in Greek tales. In both stories, a divine command encouraged the takeover of the local people. Similarly, the journey of Joshua in conquering part of the Promised Land matches Greek stories about the founding of new colonies. In both the Bible and Greek tales, the deity presents the land as a gift. The conquering colonizers believed they were not just allowed, but obligated to take over. Most of the time, the native people were either defeated and enslaved or forced to move. Sometimes the takeover was explained with a moral reason, adding it to the legend. The oikist, or colony leader, often became a revered hero due to his military leadership, but starting a colony wasn't always smooth. The newcomers often faced challenges from locals, which sometimes made the Greeks rethink or give up their plans, just like how the Greeks felt shame for not taking over the lands given by their god Apollo's oracle. The Israelites were also criticized in the book of Judges for not fully conquering their promised land. The oikist had various responsibilities, including picking up the main city's spot, creating religious areas and structures, organizing festivals, and dividing the land among the settlers. The actions of Joshua during the conquest phase bear a lot of similarities to Greek colonization accounts, as detailed by Weinfeld. Once the colony was fully established, its completion was marked by the death of its founding figure. The later generations would remember this founder and would often dedicate a special cult to honor them, usually at their burial site. For colonies set up in the historical times, these burial sites were typically in the city's central area. In legendary tales, the exact location of the burial might be lost to time. While Moses' burial place remains a mystery, the burial sites of Joshua and the chief priest Eleazar were highlighted, suggesting these founders were deeply respected. The tradition of the oikist often involved a yearly celebration that remembered the founding of the colony under the oikist's leadership. One of the most famous such celebrations was the Dorian's Carnea Festival. honoring the establishments of Sparta, Thera, and Cyrene. The Carnea was initially a festival that celebrated farming, paying tribute to Carnus, an old ram god. Later, this god was associated with Apollo. Apollo Carneus signifies Apollo as the guide of migrations, much like how a ram leads its flock. Its particular aspect of Apollo is credited with guiding the Dorian movement to Sparta and other colonization efforts. The 9-day Carnea festival had various activities like the sacrifice of a ram and a recreation of a military journey, which includes dances with weapons and parades with miniature ships. Interestingly, aspects of the Carnea have similarities with the biblical Passover and the Festival of Unleavened Bread. Both started as agricultural festivals, spotlighting the sacrifice of sheep. Over time, these festivals became significant national events, reenacting migration tales. The Passover, in its evolution, portrayed the story of Israelite beginnings, similar to how Carnea portrayed Spartan beginnings. This suggests that the Passover might have been influenced by Greek foundation narratives and festivals that Jews encountered in the early Hellenistic period. The biblical tales about patriarchs and the events like the Exodus and the conquest fit the mold of the Greek theses or foundation stories. But every story has its unique elements. For example, while some Greek colonization tales spoke of escape from slavery or lawgivers being divinely inspired, the biblical Exodus and the laws given at Sinai are described with divine miracles not commonly seen in Greek stories. The writers of Deuteronomy recognized these special aspects of Israel's foundation narrative. In Deuteronomy 4:32-34, highlighted the exceptional nature of Israel's origin story, especially the direct involvement of Yahweh as the savior and provider of laws, setting it apart from other foundation tales known primarily in the Greek contexts. National foundation myths, Greeks and Jews. In a discerningly pinned blog post, Neil Godfrey delves into the intriguing parallels between Phrixus and Isaac. Such a comparison, he asserts, is indispensable when examining Abraham's narrative. One cannot sidestep the intertwined tales of Isaac or Jacob. Abraham stands as the proverbial patriarch of the Jews, celebrated not only for the inaugural covenant of circumcision, but also for his heart-wrenched act of near sacrifice of his beloved son, Isaac. Godfrey's insights are underpinned by Philip Wagenbaum's seminal work, Argonauts of the Desert. Through rigorous contemplation, Godfrey offers an astute interpretation of Wagenbaum's contentions, showcasing his commendable grasp on the subject matter. Godfrey expresses it this way. Philip Wagenbaum, in 2008, defended his anthropology doctoral thesis, Argonauts of the Desert, Structural Analysis of the Hebrew Bible. He applies the structural analysis of myths as developed by Claude Lévi-Strauss to the Bible, something Lévi-Strauss himself never got around to doing, although he did eventually encourage biblical scholars to do so. In Wagenbaum's words, for Lévi-Strauss, a version of a myth is always derived from an existing adaptation, originating most of the time from a different culture and language. A myth must always be analyzed in comparison to its variants within the same cultural area where contacts between populations are proven. Wagenbaum is analyzing the Bible narratives as myths, though he concedes they may contain some historical elements, and comparing the accounts with narratives and laws from Greek literature. While ancient Near Eastern literature offers many laws similar to those in the Bible, he thinks the Greek literature has not been explored in this context to its full potential. I am already wondering about the gospel narratives and the relationship between Jewish and Greek mythical and literary culture in this context, Godfrey says. For Levi Strauss, similarities between myth that may appear as coincidental at first look must be investigated more deeply. This investigation may ultimately reveal that the analyzed narratives are actually variants of the same myth. Levi Strauss builds a very strong case for his arguments in his analysis of Native American myths. The story of the bird nester can be found in hundreds of different variants in every part of both South and North America, proving that the same initial story spread itself through millennia of oral diffusion. Levi Strauss describes how the order of the episodes of a myth can be reversed from one variant to another, and that many motifs can be inverted. Levi Strauss sought to discover universal rules of transformation in all myths, similar to the discovery of universal principles in structural linguistics and phonology. The aim of Levi Strauss was to show that mankind thinks everywhere the same, that there is no objective distinction between so-called primitive and civilized thoughts. Parallelism is not a dirty word, like the proverbial hammer that cares not whether it is used to build a house or bash the skull of a prisoner. Analyzing parallels